Hello, my name is Jaru, and today we're talking about Deltarune. There will be major spoilers for both Undertale and Deltarune, probably, so please play them both before watching this. Today we're doing another ranking video. This time I'm going to be ranking every single track in Deltarune's OST in a tier list. To be honest, this is basically just me trying to give y'all some content this month since most of my other projects got delayed by sickness and just my own inefficiency as an editor. Plus, of course, I do still have my awesome Patreon supporters, and I have to make at least one video this month in which I can thank them. So, big shout out to all you guys. Your support means the world to me and actually makes a pretty big difference in my life. So, thank you very much for your continued support. I'll thank y'all in greater detail at the end of the video. With all that said, let's take a look at the tier list. Now, this tier list on TierMaker has most of the soundtrack, but there are a few bonus tracks that were released later or are kind of optional tracks that aren't in the game itself that I still want to give my thoughts on. So after the video is finished, I'll go into my editing software and edit in the bonus tracks into the tier list for the sake of completeness. In case it wasn't obvious, this video will be completely unscripted, as that's the only practical way for me to get these videos out quickly. So if I tend to ramble a little bit, that's why. I have the songs open in another tab, and I'll cut out the parts where I'm listening to the songs, obviously, but I'll try to put the songs on faintly in the background. I have to be careful about copyright, though, because Deltarune songs have been caught on my channel before and gotten me in copyright issues, so I'll try and play them softly when I'm talking about them, but we'll see what, the copyright system lets me get away with. Without further ado, let's rank some songs. First up is the very first song in the game, Another Hymn. Now, this song plays at the start of Chapter 1, specifically in the intro sequence when you're talking with the mysterious figure in the void, where you design your vessel and then the vessel gets discarded. This title alone is so sus. It's like it's just screaming at us, hey, you're talking to Gaster, and it's a different Gaster than the one from the other game. It's so blatant that it's kind of comical. This is the big mystery secret character, and they have, Another Hymn as the title of the song. And that's just kind of funny to me. I mean, then again, if it turns out to not be Gaster, then we're all going to look really silly for assuming the song is referencing Gaster, but I digress. We're here to talk about how good the song is. And what do I think of it? Well, let me put that track on and give it a listen, see what my immediate feelings are on the topic. Okay. Yeah, upon listening to this song again and really paying close attention, I'd say that the most clear word to describe this song is mysterious. There is a tone of, it's spooky, but it's also strange, and it's not threatening per se. There's no feeling that you're under attack or you're being hunted or anything like that. It feels very esoteric. And, even if this isn't related to Gaster, it makes sense that Toby's more out there characters would require a tone like this. And when you're listening to the song closely, there's a lot of layers to it. You have the Gaster theme coming in on the what I can only assume is the piano, the classic, do do do. I'm not going to try to reproduce the sound, but in addition to that, there's also this constant hum, and there's this. It's almost like singing, like a choir voice that's been stretched in an editing software to sound really creepy and weird. And it just really adds more to the vibe that this is something serious. Because it really doesn't sound like most of Toby's other tracks. Like Toby, when he really wants to go hard, like his normal tracks sound they're kind of 8-bit, you know, they've got that kind of computery vibe to them, that Nintendo 64, NES, that kind of old school gaming vibe, old school RPGs. But what makes Toby Fox music better than those old songs is that he actually integrates actual instruments into the tracks to flesh them out and give them more depth. And you can tell when a character, or rather when a situation is serious, that it gets more and more layers and gets more and more fleshed out and gets things like human voices. That's when you know you're dealing with something that needs your attention. You know, like Bone Trouser is it's a great jam, but it's also a fairly simple tune in terms of layers. Whereas something like, a song we'll be getting to eventually, like, what would be a good example? Big Shot. There's a song that's multi-layered, like, to hell and back. So, needless to say, this song feels important, it feels interesting, and there's also, you might not notice it at first, but there's a rising tension in the song. Like, there's a rising tune where it's getting higher and higher and higher, and then there's no release. It's like it's building to something, and then before you can find out what the crescendo is, the song restarts at the very beginning. And if that doesn't sound like a metaphor for the entire timeline, I don't know what does. So, as a whole, I think this is a really good song. I think it communicates a lot about what we're dealing with, about who we're dealing with, just through the music alone. And that's one of Toby Fox's greatest strengths. He knows how to use, is it leitmotifs? I used to pronounce them leitmotifs because of the way it's spelt, but I think it's actually leitmotif. Let me double check. Yep, according to Google, it's leitmotif. So, the more you know. Yeah, he loves to use leitmotifs to help tell the story and give character, not only to the characters, but to everything, to locations, to situations, just through the music. And that's what makes Toby Fox one of the best composers of all time. So, with that said, how does Another Hymn hold up compared to everything else? Well, I guess I should define what the tiers mean. For me, S tier is masterpiece. This is like ascends beyond the game. It's something so good that you don't have to be a gamer. You don't have to like Undertale or Deltarune. You just hear this track and you go, dang, that's a good track. That's like, this is universal appeal. Like, it's the peak of his, career as a composer. A tier is what I would say is the peak of songs that you have to like Undertale to enjoy. Like, how do I put it this way? It's like, this won't be loved by everyone. Like, a little context might be needed to fully appreciate how great it is. But if you have that context, it's amazing. High tier. And then B tier is, these are just songs that are good. They are entertaining, they add to the world, they improve, but they don't do anything outstanding. They just do a simple job well. And then C tier is songs that just sort of are like placeholders. It's like, yeah, we needed something to play here, so here's a track, and then the track is like fine. It's like, it doesn't help the scene, it doesn't do anything meaningful, but it doesn't hurt the scene either. It doesn't hurt the game. And then D tier are songs that annoy me. Plain and simple. If I find them obnoxious and I don't like hearing them, then it goes here. So with that in mind, where does Another Hymn belong? I think B tier is probably the highest I can go with it. I think it's a high B tier, but remember how I said it feels like there's a crescendo building and it never quite reaches it? This feels like the prelude to a proper song that we haven't gotten yet. So, while I do quite enjoy it, I do think it's like high B tier, I can't really say this is like peak Toby Fox or anything. I like it a lot, it's good. I think I'll leave it here. Next is Beginning. I'm going to pull that up in another tab and give it a listen real quick. Oh my god. That song is so good. So this is the song that plays on the car ride to school in chapter 1. And there's a lot to say about it. It does this thing where it like will have one or maybe two instruments playing at a time, and it like cycles through them over the course of the track. So it starts off like with this really like tense, I think, piano music that's like on its own. If you isolated that track, like that part of the song, it's not clear if this is a happy song or not. Like if like some of my theories are right about this being a time loop, then I could totally see beginning getting some sort of alternate version that uses that same bass tension for when we get to the start of the loop again, but like it swerves into a darker tone or something like that. Like it just has this like it just stood out to me how much a strange amount of tension there is at the start of the song. And you know, it's interesting because that's the part of the song where Toriel is talking about Azrael. So that's interesting. But then once she starts pulling through town, it goes full big band orchestra. Like it almost sounds like something that a high school marching band would play. Like it has these like trumpets, I think, playing, and also like a tuba. So it's like, it's very boisterous. It's very like you're in a parade. And considering everyone like waves to you as you pass, it definitely gives that kind of vibe. And then it like switches to like what I can only think is like a flute or an oboe or some other woodwind instrument or just wind instrument of some kind before ending on just a solo piano, or mostly solo. There might have been some backing instrument there to like tone setting instrument, but it's the piano is what like takes center stage, and it plays the Undertale theme. And the Undertale theme has a certain magic to it that, and it's partially because obviously I love Undertale. It's my favorite game of all time, but it's also, there's something intensely emotional about it for me, especially because I sincerely think this is supposed to be a dark story. Like, not a story where, friendship saves the day and we all live happily ever after. I think it is going to be darker than that, but with beacons of hope, with like scattered throughout, where it'll feel like there's a lot of despair, but there's still a little bit of hope that there's something worthwhile to keep living for. And I feel like the tune and the track, or the leitmotif that embodies that hope, is the Undertale theme. It's that reminder that just because things are going bad and it seems like they'll never get better, you've seen how amazing this world can be, and how beautiful it can be, and how happy its people can be. And that is something worth living for. It's something worth believing in and caring about. And it's just that embodiment of, there's something safe and comfortable and loving in this world, and it's worth believing in. And that's what the Undertale theme in Deltarune specifically embodies to me. And every time it pops up, it immediately gets me feeling emotional, because I know for a fact that there's going to be some horribly tragic stuff in this game, and we're going to get hope when we hear that theme. We're going to be reminded that, there's a sunrise at the end of all those long nights. And the fact that they tag it on at the end of beginning makes me really biased in favor of it. However, there are a number of songs in this game that include the Undertale theme, or at least one more that I can think of, and there are far more impactful ways to integrate it, and I don't think this song quite does it. It's sort of like Another Hymn, where this doesn't quite feel, this almost feels like a facade. Like it doesn't, like with Another Hymn, it feels like we're hearing Act 1 or the prologue to a character theme. Whereas this feels like a facade. Like this is, look how boisterous and happy and safe and cool this town is. But it feels hollow. It feels like a facade. Like there's darkness brewing under the surface. And this is just what people, like, it just doesn't quite feel real. And because of that, it doesn't quite click for me. Not to say it's not a good song. It works really well. It does the classic Toby Fox thing of storytelling through music alone. However, I can't really say it's better than Another Hymn. Another Hymn is a good track on its own. Beginning is, I mean, it's not a bad track. It's a good track. But it feels like it's designed to have a certain degree of disconcertingness to it. And I think that keeps me from loving it to the degree of A or S tier. So I'm going to put it here. Good track, interesting track, but B tier I think is appropriate for it. Next is the school theme. Let me pull that up real quick. Okay, interesting. So this is the first track on this list, unless I missed it, to have the main theme of Deltarune in it, which is the main leitmotif of Deltarune is Don't Forget. That is the core concept of this game, and the core theme anyway. And this is the first track to integrate it, and I think that's actually significant. This is another one of those tracks that, like, kind of like Bone Trazzle or, you know, some of the more lighthearted tracks, doesn't have much depth or complexity. It's not to say it's simple. There's often multiple instruments playing throughout the song. And there's an interesting moment at the very end where some violins or some other similar stringed instruments faintly come in the background, which is interesting to me. I wonder what that means. I mean, it feels like, I feel like it hints at a sort of tension, at a sort of tension or sadness of some kind. But I digress. Point is, the Don't Forget theme is really important. And if it's playing during this, I think that makes this better than the beginning, for sure. Just because the beginning feels like it is, like I said, kind of a facade. It doesn't feel real. It almost feels like a lie. Whereas this feels like, yeah, this is the theme that actually represents the school life of these kids. And there's meaning here, there's relationships here, there's real love here worth remembering and preserving. Don't forget, you know. And it's, again, there's a degree of superficiality to it where, but that feels in character for the school. Like, just like how the beginning was out in the public, and, you know, we're at our most fake when we're out in public, you know, like we put on our masks and we pretend to be the best version of ourselves. Or if not the best version, then the version society wants us to be. And school is very much a similar vibe. And that kind of carries over from the beginning to school. It does feel like there's a degree of fakeness to it. Like, you know, everyone's got some trauma brewing in their back pocket, but they're putting on a brave face. And but the difference is, and it's very much helped by the Don't Forget theme, is that this feels like a complete facade, where it's a bunch of people putting on really fake faces. This feels like there's a chord or like a heart of sincerity here. Like, there's a lot of fakeness happening, but there's also a lot of sincere friendships and relationships here. And I think that's what this song really, like, that's the story this song tells me. Would I rate it higher than this? No. Another Hymn, I think, is really hard to get over if you're not a really bopping song, because Another Hymn feels important. There's no facade with Another Hymn. It's like, you know what you're getting. You know, even though we have no idea what we're actually getting, it feels like the character this represents. There is no facade. There is no lie. You are face to face with a very esoteric entity, and it's not trying to pretend to be something it isn't. Or if it is, you know, that's just the vibe the song gets me. Like, it feels real. This and this do not feel as real. And so I can't really rate them higher. Talking about esoteric, my description of these songs probably sounds esoteric. But yeah, good track, works well. I wouldn't rate it substantially higher than that, though. Ooh, next we have the Susie theme. So, if I did mention it, the school theme plays while you're in the school, specifically in the classroom before Susie shows up. And then Susie theme plays when you're in the hallway and you're confronted by Susie. So let me pull that up and give it a listen. Oh man, God. Susie's music carries her character so hard. Like, you know, I'm not trying to make fun of Susie here. I like Susie. She's not a character archetype that I generally go head over heels for. You know, like the brute with a heart of gold isn't exactly the most compelling archetype to me, but oh my God, her music makes you feel just the utter torment of this character. That this song, so for those who are not aware, this is the baseline Susie theme. This is the theme that goes on to be, you know, the leitmotif for all the other Susie-related songs. And it's not very long, it's not very complicated. It's the electric guitar and a very simple bass line chord from the piano. And it's so simple, but the moment you hear this song, it is the first time, not with another hymn, not with the beginning, not with school, here, that you open up your eyes, you wake up and you go, oh, this is real. There's no facade. There's no illusion. There's no esoteric, you know, nonsense. This is a person with baggage and they are angry. And if not, or maybe angry is not the right word, but they are here. They are intense and they are present. And it's just the moment where, like, this is the first real shock. All these other songs, like another hymn works, you know, but like I said, it's kind of its own category. But School and Beginning, it uses these like school marching band kind of like instruments, and it uses them in a very orchestrated kind of way. This feels raw. This is the first time that we hear a song and there's no doubts that you're getting the unabashed, real vision of who this person is. You don't need to see Susie to understand her. You just need to hear this track, and you're like, oh, it tells her story without ever needing to tell us her story. Like, even if we never get Susie's backstory, I think her theme alone tells you so much. It's like, this is a very damaged and hurt person who has become harsh and intense in response to an unfair or cruel life. And you can get all of that just from that harsh yet beautiful electric guitar. And the only question is that, can I put it higher? Yeah. I think I have to put this in low A tier. It's so simple. It's so basic. And there's better, like, there's songs that use this leitmotif that are so much better than this song. But it's so good. I think this is a very, very low A tier. I think it's only barely A tier. But, like, this song makes me feel emotions. And I can't really rate a song lower if it makes me feel so much, so easily. And yeah, it's beautiful. And I don't know if Susie's character could ever live up to the quality of Susie's music, but I hope she does, because I adore this track. God, I hope Susie blows my mind. I hope that she, I hope I underestimate her. Like, I hope she pulls through and just is like the coolest freaking character and just makes me respect her so much. I hope that happens. Because that's the kind of character this theme deserves. Because it's just that good. Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I've talked about this long enough. It's really, really good. Next song, The Door. I believe this plays at the door, when the door to the supply closet opens up and like darkness fills the hallway. And Susie and Chris haven't yet entered the room yet. So let me pull that song up and I'll tell you all what I think of it. Wow. Okay, this is an interesting one. So, one correction, real quick. I was looking at school again. And it turns out there is actually the Don't Forget leitmotif in school. Or not school, in beginning. Sorry. I don't think it's in school. But it is, or wait, is it in school? Oh yeah, I did. It's in both. My mistake. But yeah, so just a little correction there. So it is saying that this is something worth remembering, I suppose. Although, then again, the Don't Forget leitmotif is the theme of the entire story. So maybe it doesn't necessarily mean we need to remember it. Although we do need to remember a lot of things about that conversation regarding Azrael. So regardless, doesn't change my opinion on the song as a whole. I'm not very good at spotting leitmotifs, by the way. Sometimes I hear them where they're not, and sometimes I don't hear them. And that's probably the case here with this door, because it definitely has a tune to it. I can't tell if it's a leitmotif, though. I can't tell if it's referencing some other song. At a glance, I can't, I looked at a couple other videos just to double check, but I can't quite tell what the main piano theme in the door is referencing, if anything. It might be referencing something we haven't met yet, who knows. But point is, this is a very strange song. So it starts off with this slow, I think it's violin, or if not, some sort of string instrument comes in and has these long, drawn out, intense notes, meant to be very oppressive, like you're wading into something really dark, which makes sense. And then you get the very slow piano tune that plays throughout, which sounds like it might be a leitmotif, but hard to tell. It's interesting because the oppressive hum of the drawn out string notes are kind of somewhat counterbalanced by the piano tune. Because the piano tune's pretty creepy too, but there's a certain calmness that comes from it that makes it feel like you're not in incredible danger or anything. It's like you're in something strange, something potentially concerning, but no immediate threat. However, one detail that really caught me off guard, and at first I thought maybe my headphones were bugging out or something, is that there's this sound effect that's playing throughout the song, and it almost sounds like candles burning. This faint flickering, buzzing, it's hard to describe, but it's that hissing sound that you hear when a candle is constantly flickering about and listen to the song yourself and you'll see what I mean. And that's so interesting to me. It's why candles? What is the point of this sound effect? I mean, it makes it sound more mysterious. It makes it sound more esoteric, because, you use candles in a variety of spooky situations. Candles are more associated with horror than a lot of other light sources. So I can certainly see there being some significance to that inclusion. You don't include candle sound effects for no reason. There's a reason for that, and I'm not entirely sure what, but it's interesting. It's certainly interesting. As for how I think of the song, it's relatively simple. It's creepy. It might be referencing something. It has some interesting choices. Do I like it that much, though? I'm going to be honest. I think it's my least favorite so far. I don't know if that makes it a B tier or C tier, though. Let me listen to it one more time. That's such a strange sound effect. I don't know if it's candles or if it's like meant to be like the staticky sound of a speaker. I don't really get it. It's interesting, but it's strange. Yeah, I mean, do I feel bad putting the door in C tier? It's effective. It does what it sets out to do. It's creepy. It does its job fairly well. C tiers are for songs that just sort of do, like, they're just sort of filler. And I don't really think this is filler. I think this goes here. I think it's a very low B tier, but it's a B tier. It's interesting enough and complex enough and evocative enough that I think it deserves to be ranked at least, not at least this high specifically. I think it's a low B tier. It's fine. Next is Cliffs. And I don't quite recall, is this just the song that plays while you're wandering around on the cliffs? Like, I guess that makes sense. I will listen to that song real quick and get back to you guys. Interesting. Yeah, the cliffs, it's definitely the music that plays on the cliffs. There's a couple interesting things about this track. So all it consists of is the sound of wind blowing over the crags, like over the craggy cliffs. Very spook. And then like a simple, I don't know if it sounds almost like an electronic instrument of some sort, but just playing a simple, like spooky, slow, like a single note is held for a long time, and then it switches to another note. Very simple and very much meant to make you feel like you're in a strange alien place. One thing of note, though, that returns in this song is the strange hissing, the clicking. I'm not sure how to describe it, but the candle sound or the speaker sound, whichever one it is, which is interesting because that implies a certain continuity between the door and Cliffs, implying that whatever it is that makes this place weird is weird in both rooms. Like, the weirdness began when you entered the closet, and it continues to be strange out onto these cliffs. So that's interesting. That's a fun bit of of musical narrative going on there. Like it's almost like the door theme is the cliffs theme creeping out into the light world, in a way. So that's interesting. However, this is an easy C tier song. It's not even a high C tier. It's super basic. It's super generic. It doesn't really even seem to have any major themes to it. At least if there is one, it's the very, very slow piano theme, and it just doesn't interest me. It's fine. It does what it needs to, but it's not worth noting. Definitely our most whatever filler song thus far. Then we get the chase, and the chase is the track that plays once Lancer starts attacking you. So let's take a listen to that. How interesting. So I was listening to it again and doing a little research, and it seems like the door and the chase have the same theme. Just the door is a much more slowed down version of the chase theme. And yet, there doesn't seem to be clear consensus on what this theme is, or whether it's tied to any of the other themes. Like, it sounds, some people point out that it sounds similar to the World Revolving theme, aka the Freedom theme, but it also arguably sounds similar to the Legend, and it's not identical to either of them. So it's unclear if this is its own separate theme, or what. So that's a little confusing. And I think it's intentionally confusing. I think it's meant to kind of be ambiguous what this is referring to right now. Actually, you know what? I think I got so caught up looking at the leitmotifs I forgot to listen to the song clearly. 1 second. Okay, yeah, that is certainly a song. It's tense. It has some like almost like I don't know if it's actually vocals, but it sounds very vocal-esque. Like oh, like tracks in the background to try and add to the spooky intensity of it all, which is really funny considering it's Lancer chasing you in this scene. And of course, it has this main theme that's playing throughout, and it's got this like constant beat to make you feel tense because you're under attack. Do I like the song though? I think it's fine. I definitely think it's better than Cliff's. But beyond that, I'm not sure it gets out of C tier. I think it's fine for a quick chase tune, but given that I don't understand what that theme is and what it references and how it's relevant to the scene, it's hard for me to pry any meaningful storytelling from this track other than it's a chase, you're being attacked, run! And that's just the most surface level reading, and it thus isn't very interesting, and the tune isn't very meaningful, at least not yet. So it's fine. It does what it sets out to do. Not much more to say on that. It is interesting the side of the door, so I feel like in the future I might have to reevaluate these two. But for now, it's only okay. Next is The Legend, and The Legend is a classic. This is the song that plays when Rouxls tells the story, or rather the legend, of the Delta Warriors. Or the Legend of Deltarune. I forget how he phrases it. I'll go ahead and give that a listen and get back to you guys. Holy cow. I forgot how good this track is. So this is a really interesting song, and it's so much longer than I remembered. Like, it's crazy. So this is a track very much trying to be reminiscent of those old school RPGs. Like, specifically reminds me of those old, like, DOS fantasy games on the PC from the 90s. It very much has that bit-tuned, like, trying to be this fantasy epic vibe to it, and it captures that vibe perfectly. And the song starts off very chiptune-y, very, like, here's this retro kind of callback kind of thing going on, and that's fun, that's fine. However, it then, at some point, you just hear this rap, tap, 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 rap, tap, 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 on, like, I guess the snare drum, or the, I don't know instrument names. It's those, like, drums that, like, marching bands carry. And then immediately after you hear that, the orchestra just bursts in, and it's like, oh my god, wait, and it just goes hard for no reason, and it just gets so much better. It gets so much better. And this is like something you'd hear at the opera. Like, this is like Peter and the Wolf, where it is, even though I'm not looking at the scene as Rouxls, like Rouxls telling the story of the Delta Warriors, I don't need to, almost, because the music tells a story. Like, different instruments are telling different roles in the story. You have this grand, bombastic ba 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 to, like, signify, like, just the grandiosity of this tale, and then it suddenly hushes a little bit to do a slightly more personal, like, here's a different instrument focusing on, like, specific characters, and then it'll, like, everything get, like, cuts, or not everything, but a lot of it cuts out for, like, what sounds like a single, like, high pitch, like, you know, whistle or something play, like, a singular melody, and it cycles through that, like, twice in a similar way. And each time they do something slightly different, and it's really, really cool. And it's just epic. It's just plain epic. And of course, this introduces the Legend leitmotif, which we'll hear a couple more times throughout this soundtrack. And it's awesome. I love it. Like, this is the track that when I hear it, I think of Rouxls. It helps that he literally sings the song at times. And it's just so good. It's so good. It's one of those tracks that it's not like one that you can just pop into the, into the CD player and it'd be like a bop. Like, it's a bit too grand for that and a bit too niche for that. But it is so compelling and so layered. Like, this is a track that not only tells a story, but it feels super important. Like, this is an important story. We're going to hear iterations on this track, and by the end of the game, we're going to hear a version of it that is just the most badass thing we've ever heard. And that's saying a lot considering it's already pretty freaking epic. And then, like, even after all the epic stuff is done, it suddenly cuts to a much calmer Castle Town track, the one that we'll be covering in a little bit. And it's actually bonkers how different the vibe is. Like, and that's intentional, because the initial track is telling this legend from history of heroes and villains fighting to save the Earth. It's this legendary affair. And then it's like, at this part of the story, Rouxls says, like, here in the modern day, and it's using the Castletown theme, and it's like much more calm. Like, there's no multi-layered orchestra. It's just a fairly simple tune. And it signifies that, in the modern day, things are pretty calm. Things are pretty basic. Things are pretty stable and simple. This isn't your grand fantasy adventure just yet. This is a more down-to-earth, personal adventure. So while Chris and Susie are off to seal that dark fountain, the tone set makes it feel like you're not at the saving the world part yet. It makes it feel like this is a much more precautionary adventure. It's like, yeah, we need to go seal this dark fountain in the Kaard Castle, or the Kaard Kingdom, but it's not an end of the world deal yet. It's much smaller and more personal in scope, and much more, I don't want to say mundane, but much more everyday in terms of it's a much more personal story. And I feel like the legend communicates all that super well. What are my thoughts on it? It has to be A tier. If Susie got A tier, the legend deserves A tier. I will say I think Susie makes me feel more, but Susie's way too basic to rank higher than the legend. The legend goes hard. It is so complicated and so, you don't need S tier. It's good, don't get me wrong, it's great. I don't think it's quite S tier material just yet. I bet we'll get a version of this song eventually, or a reimagining of it during the later stage of the game that is S tier. But for now, it's just A tier. It's great. It's fantastic. It is multi-layered. It tells a story. It's a callback. It's a retro callback. And it's also tying into the narrative of our heroes. So, great track all around. Easily the best one so far. Very good. And then, in a complete tonal shift, we have Lancer. Let me pull this up real quick. Interesting. Okay, Lancer's theme is, it's not basic, it's no cliffs, but it's also no, the legend either. It's complex, but not too complex. It's a character theme, and it's the theme of a rather simple character. Lancer is one of those, he's very much, and this track very much reflects this, he's very Papyrus-esque in terms of his role. He's a goofy little guy who wants to defeat the bad guys, but he's actually just a little sweetheart. He's very Papyrus. It feels almost intentional how much of a Papyrus he is. His confrontation with his dad is almost like a more intense version of Papyrus's confrontation with Undyne. Undyne was hiding in the shadows and then stepped into the light to be all menacing before Papyrus got spooked away. And then Lancer did the same thing. Of course, Lancer got a much more violent reception from his dad. But it's very similar, and I can't help but wonder if that's intentional. Because Chapter 1, Snowdin is itself very much the Chapter 1 of Undertale. Because the ruins are the prologue. They're the tutorial. And so the end of Chapter 1 ends, we beat Papyrus, or spare him, I should say, and then we get the scene with him and Undyne. So it's just really interesting to me because people have often wished or liked to headcanon that Papyrus was a more important and serious character with deeper lore than we are shown, simply because he's a lot of fun and he's related to a bunch of really important characters. So you want to believe that he has more going on behind the eyes than just, I'm a funny, quirky goofball. I'm not sure I believe Papyrus is that going on. Like, if you watch my fan art showcase, like, there's several fan artists who like to headcanon that maybe Deltarune Papyrus will be finally a Papyrus who's actually lore relevant, you know? But all that aside, Lancer very much feels like a Papyrus in that he does not feel important outside of the confines of Chapter 1. And even in Chapter 1, like, he's relevant in Chapter 1. He's at his best so far in Chapter 1. But in Chapter 2, he's very much just a gag. He's very much just a goofball. There's nothing more to his character. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon. So I guess that kind of colors my opinion of this track to a degree. It's a good song. It's got a fun, upbeat beat. It also has this funny, like, undertone of like boom ba-doom boom 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 ba-doom boom ba-doom, and it's like, it just has this, like, I don't know how to describe that. Like, there's a genre of music it reminds me of, but it's very old school. It's got this, like, almost old school, like, 50s vibe. I don't know. It's hard for me to describe. I don't know. It's kind of jazzy, maybe. Again, I don't know. I don't have enough musical knowledge to quite express the vibe this gives. But it's a goofy, lighthearted, funny, like, light, high energy piece for a goofy, high energy little guy. I think it is, and I have to give it credit. It establishes a leitmotif that is used exceptionally well once we get to the Chaos King. But for now, Lancer is just, it's good. Like, if Lancer becomes a more interesting character over time, I might rate this song a little higher as it represents more. But for now, it represents a little goofball. And the song itself very much feels like a goofball kind of song. It doesn't mean as much to me as a lot of these other tracks. How do I rate it above these, though? Give me a moment. It's better than The Door. I don't think I can rate it higher than The Door. The Door is too basic for me to rate Lancer below it. But the beginning has the Undertale theme at the end, and that means more to me. I get so much more out of this story and this track than I do from Lancer. Lancer is fine. It's just not meaningful enough to me for me to rate it much higher. It's a fun beat. It's a fun track. It's just not much more than that. Next, we have Rude Buster. And this, I believe, is the main combat theme of the game. And it's named after, of course, Susie's special attack. So this kind of ties thematically into the idea that violence and combat is very much Susie's element. Like, the entire combat theme is named after Susie. Like, or after her, abilities. And I think that says a lot about how important violence is to her and how integral it is to her identity. It is funny because the name of her attack is Rude Buster, but you could also argue that over the course of the game you bust her rudeness. I don't know if that's intentional, like her character development. that might be reading like something into it that was not intended, but still, pretty important track. Let me take a listen to it and I'll give you guys my thoughts. Dang, if that song isn't an absolute bop, like, it just is perfect. It has so many different segments to it that have such like slightly different vibes that fit different scenarios in combat better than others. Like there's parts that feel like, oh, this is the, oh man, I gotta decide what to do in this fight moments. And then there's other parts of the track that are like, oh man, you're dodging a bunch of crazy stuff coming at you. Like it perfectly captures the vibe of combat. And it's much longer than you'd expect. And it's just really good. The only issue is that I can't really rate it super high, as this is one of the songs you're going to hear more than any other. It's the combat theme. And thus, it's kind of has to be designed to be a bit meaningless and just represent combat and nothing else, because that's its role. And it can't be given too much complex themes, otherwise it might, soil or tamper with your perception of those leitmotifs. So by design, Rudebuster isn't very meaningful. It's just a bop. And it's just a really fun song. And I don't know how high I can rate a song that doesn't have a lot of meaning. For me personally, this is my list, and the importance of storytelling and emotional impact are really high for me. So I think I can't put it any higher than B tier. Do I feel good putting this above Another Hymn? I feel fine putting it above School, and Beginning, and Lancer. I think Lancer deserves to be a little higher, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I have too many I don't know, I think Lancer deserves to be higher. Is Lancer better than Rudebuster? I think these two they have to go together. Like, they're almost my feelings. Lancer's more meaningful because it represents a character, but Rudebuster's a better bop. So, and also Lancer's not really an important character. So, call it blasphemy, but I can't put these tracks above Another Hymn. I know these are more complex, they're better bops, but Another Hymn makes me feel things. It feels important. It feels relevant. It feels like this feels like the prelude to a character theme, and already it feels more important than every other track in the rest of this list combined. Below it, that is. It's not more important than these, but it's more important than any of these. Does Lancer deserve to be above Rudebuster? How do I feel about that? I think Lancer... I can't logically justify putting Lancer above Rudebuster, but in my heart, it feels wrong to do such a disservice to the boy. Like, I feel like giving him the standard generic combat music above him isn't fair. His theme represents so much more than that, and it's used in such interesting ways with other themes. So I think Rudebuster doesn't quite beat out Lancer. It's a great song, and it's definitely the best bop out of any of these mid-tiers. But it's also one of the least meaningful. So I can't really put it any higher. Yeah, I think I feel good about this arrangement. Yeah, I like this. Next up is Empty Town. And this is the song that plays in the Castle Town, I believe, after you've spoken to Rouxls. I think it's just silent or has some spooky tune before you speak to Rouxls, and afterwards it gets the town theme. And this is also the theme that plays at the end of the Legend that I mentioned earlier, and it also gets upgraded into a more complex version. Yeah, My Castle Town later in the game. So for now though, this is just the Empty Town. Let me give it a listen, and I'll give you guys my thoughts. Interesting. So, out the gate, this is a B tier. It's a relatively simple track. It's got that kind of 8-bit vibe. It's very digital sounding, and I say digital. There's a certain degree of artificiality to it that is almost by design, because the buildings in Rouxls, in the Empty Town, almost look like they're paper. Like there's this facade of importance, and it doesn't feel lived in. It doesn't feel real yet. And that's very much reflected in the song. As the song progresses, we get more advanced versions of it, and those versions are definitely better. But for now, it's a relatively decent but basic track, which carries the legend leitmotif. It's very much embodies Rouxls, and that gives it some points. But since it's designed to be a kind of a baseline upon which future Castletown themes are built, it's inherently going to rank lower, just because it inherently is designed to lack as much meaning as it will later have. So for now, how do I feel about this? It has that artificiality that the school theme has, but it doesn't quite have the heart. Like, this has an artificiality to it, like an old video game with the 8-bit theme. Like, it feels like Rouxls is trying to put on a very specific vibe. And I'm just not sure how to feel about it. I don't feel much, is the issue. It's a good track. It's got a good theme. It ties into some much more important and interesting tracks. And it's going to evolve into a better version of itself pretty soon. But for now, it's just not that interesting. It's definitely better than The Door. Is it better than Beginning? I don't know if it's better than Beginning. Beginning and Empty Town feel very similar. They both feel like facades. With Beginning feeling like the facade of the hometown, and Empty Town feeling like the facade of Rouxls as a whole. But I think just the fact that the beginning ends in the Undertale theme, it makes it feel more meaningful. And so I think this is a low beat here. I think Empty Town is good. It does what it sets out to do, but it's by design going to be kind of inferior to several of the tracks on the list. So yeah, low B tier, decent, solid, good. Next, we have Weird Birds. This is the track that plays after you enter. You go through the great door in and enter the Kaard Kingdom, but before you get to the Field of Hopes and Dreams. So there's like this brief segment where you hear like bird sounds or weird bird sounds. I guess I'll give it a listen since it's on this list. Yeah, this is, I don't know if it's like below cliffs. It's just fake weird bird sounds. Does it irritate me? No, it's just kind of nothing. Like, this is like a bottom of C tier. This is like C minus. It probably doesn't even deserve to be on this track or on this tier list, to be honest. It doesn't feel like it's a song. Yeah, I don't know. Weird one. Moving on. Now here's a bop that loves to get you copyright struck on YouTube. Field of Hopes and Dreams. This is the first field theme that you get. And by field, I mean like overworld, like you're exploring the fantasy realm. It's your Hyrule theme, you know, or Hyrule Field theme. You know, it's that kind of vibe. And yeah, it's great. Let me give it a listen, and I'll give you some more specific thoughts. Wow. Holy cow. No wonder Toby Fox put a little like note on screen saying, hey, you're going to want to know what this song is called. It's called Field of Hopes and Dreams. So, out the gate, the name alone should be like, excuse me? Excuse me? You put Field of in front of Hopes and Dreams? One of the most, literally the climax of Undertale is Hopes and Dreams. So, bringing that back this early and putting Field of Hopes and Dreams in front of it is crazy. Like, that's a choice that makes you go, oh, I think I might need to pay attention. And if you think about it, this is a classroom, right? This is like a baby classroom. And what a beautiful poetic way to describe children. Like a class full of children. It's a field of hopes and dreams. And like there's something really, really precious about that. If that's the intent. I think it is. I think that really is the intent, because there's nothing super special about the field itself in the game, but what it represents in the overworld is something much more. Yeah. So already the song is bringing some pretty intense and emotional stuff to mind. And then the track itself, it goes wild. Like, it is long. It might be the longest track yet, and it is complicated. Like, I was getting overwhelmed trying to piece together how many different layers there were to the song, and how many different, like, not just instruments. Like, there's instruments, but there's also sound effects and like vocals and like crazy or stuff that sounds like vocals anyway. It sounds like there's a dozen different individual sources of sound contributing to the overall theme, and it's overwhelming, and it evolves over the course of the song in a number of different ways. And then just when it feels like, oh, the song is wrapping up, boom, saxophone solo. Like, it just, I can't imitate it, but it's just suddenly like, boom, sax solo. Time to go wild. And it's awesome. It's the most jazzy, fun, just energetic vibe. And it's such a great overworld theme. Like, it makes you feel like you're in a field of hopes and dreams. It makes you feel like you're somewhere really special. And it's so fun. It's such a good track in general. Oh, but how do I rate it? It's so good, yet so complex, and I'm not sure what it entirely means beyond representing, like, the hopes and dreams of children. But that has value in and of itself. It's just such a good track. Like, it's better than Rude Buster. I think that's not a controversial statement. Is it better than Lancer? Ooh. I think it might be. The symbolism of this representing the hopes and dreams of the children in the classroom gives it a bit of meaning. It's not just an overworld track with no meaning, the way that like Rude Buster's a meaningless track. Is that enough to put it past Lancer? That is so hard. Thing is, I don't think it goes any higher than like one of these spots. It's either right there or right there. It's right in one of these spots with Lancer. Because don't get me wrong, it's a heck of a track. It is awesome. It goes hard. It's complicated, but still interesting. It's a really, really good track. But I can't really call it a top tier track because it just doesn't mean enough. Although, now that I'm thinking about it, it does have the Don't Forget theme in there. And the Don't Forget theme is pretty important. Don't forget the hopes and dreams. Don't forget the field of hopes and dreams. The thing is, I don't love Lancer as a character, and I don't love his theme to the full extent that some others might. Whereas this song really goes hard. I think Lancer has already gotten a higher spot. Like, I think he's eked out. Is that how you say that? He's eked out a higher spot than I think the highest spot he can earn. I don't think he gets any higher. And I feel like Field of Hopes and Dreams is just... It's very close. Like, they almost overlap. Like, they almost feel like they deserve to go in the exact same spot. But I'm going to put it above Lancer. I don't think I can reasonably put it any lower. Is it better than Another Hymn? No. It's a better song. It's more fun to listen to, but it's just not meaningful enough for me to put it any higher than this. It's a really good track. But being a fun track is not always as important as being a meaningful track, especially in a Toby Fox game. And I can't say that Field of Hopes and Dreams is as meaningful as I need an A tier or S tier song to be. It's just really good. It's a classic Toby Fox piece, but nothing more, I'm afraid. Fanfare. So I think this is the song that plays when a party member joins the squad. I guess that's a song. It made it on the list for some reason. I guess I'll give it a listen. Supposedly, this track originates from a different game Toby worked on called Rose of Winter. I don't know the specifics. I don't know anything about it. All I know is that it's a very brief jingle. So let me listen to it real quick. It's a basic jingle. Like, it's a jingle designed to be basic and silly, and then it's memed on later on. And it's a funny joke, but the song itself is the most generic level up party, you got the thing track ever. Like, it's better than Weird Birds, but I don't even think it's as good as Cliff's. Cliff's at least is telling a story. It's a very specific kind of basic story about spooky cliffs, but it's telling a story. Fanfare is just like, it's not even from this game. I mean, obviously, if it's in the game, it's part of this game. You can use songs can have multiple uses, but this is a track designed to be a meme, and it's a meme and not really anything more. And I'm not going to rate a meme higher than C tier. So yeah, pretty fine. It's whatever. I can't believe I rated like a 10-second song. Let's move on to a much, 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 much better song, Lantern. I adore this song. I love using it in videos. It's just such a bop. It's so good. I'm going to go ahead and listen to it again, and I'll give you guys my thoughts. What a majestic freaking track. Like, it is so good. The vibe of Lantern is the story it tells is you are in the presence of sheer mysticism. You walked through that shop door and you stepped into a whole other world. You are in a land of mysteries and secrets where every object on every table and hanging on every wall has a lengthy backstory of heroes and villains, of demons and gods, of warriors and legends. And they're just gathering dust in this old shop run by an old magician. That is this vibe. There's an elderly gentleman across the counter, and he's going to tell you an old story. He's going to tell you the never-ending story. He's going to tell you the tale of Narnia. He's going to tell you the tale of how him and his 6 friends once defeated the devil himself and sealed him away in a dark crystal. Like, you're about to hear the story that every movie with a kid hearing a story in the 90s about some fantasy adventure. That's what we're getting here. That is the sheer old mystical energy that Lantern gives off, and it's just so good. It's so good. It's gorgeous, and it's actually kind of crazy how intense the song is. Like, there's this epic grand scope to the song that doesn't sound like the theme of a shopkeeper. Like, we'll get to another song in a little bit. I think it's Hip Shop. That's a song that feels like a shopkeeper. This song feels like we're consulting with the grand wizard at the top of his wizard tower, beyond the enchanted forest, at the edge of the Emerald Sea. Like, this feels so important. And it's just this rundown little shop in the corner of the world. And it does an amazing job of contradicting the harmless aura that Sham tries to give off. Sham tries to pretend that they're just this old, meaningless cat doll that doesn't matter. You know, he doesn't care, or technically we don't know Sham's gender. I've always headcanoned him as being a him. So, but technically we don't know. They've never been referred to in-game with a pronoun. Toby Fox referred to them as the they one time during the stream, but whether that means they're non-binary or something is unclear. Also, just from his personality, I'm inclined to think if you were to ask Sham what his pronouns were, he'd say he does not care, and you could call him whatever you want. So that's kind of the vibe. That's the energy Sham gives off. Like if he had a Twitter profile, his listed pronouns would be any. So that's the energy Sham gives off. So I think I'm going to go ahead and refer to him as a he, just because that's the energy he gives off for me. But understand that's just my own personal headcanon. You can interpret his character however you like. Back on topic. Sham has this apathy, this nihilism about life and the world, and it makes him downplay his own significance. And like this is a Sham who has been corrupted by Jevil's nihilism, and it has left him rather apathetic. And as a result, he downplays himself and pretends that he is so much less than he really is. And that's what the song tells us. The song tells us the truth, whereas Sham tells us a lie. Sham tells you that he's this meaningless old shopkeeper. The song tells you you're in the presence of the most powerful Darkener you have ever encountered. And I'm inclined to think that to this day, Chris and co. have not encountered a more powerful Darkener than Sham. And when I say more powerful, I mean without external enhancements. I mean baseline power level. Like, you know, Queen climbs into a Gundam to become more powerful. And Spamton does a similar thing. Like, baseline Spamton is actually pretty weak compared to other bosses. He's not that powerful. It's only through the enhancement of fusing with the Neo robot that he gets powerful. And the point being that out of as far as like the baseline power level of a Darkener is concerned, without external enhancements, there hasn't been a single canonical Darkener more powerful than Jevil. Jevil's stats in-game and just lore-wise have constantly portrayed him as being overpowered. No one can beat him. He beat the snot out of Spamton. At the very least, it's implied that he's better than Spamton. And when you fight Spamton, Spamton's nowhere near as hard of a fight as Jevil. It's not until he gets Spamton Neo that he becomes a threat. But even the point is that nothing compares to as far as personal power levels are concerned, Jevil is above and beyond everyone. He's more powerful than King. He's more powerful than Queen. The only person who, there's no one more powerful than him without enhancements. Like, they have to build mechas to be think about that. Imagine fighting a dude with your fists, and he beats you so bad that you come back with a Mobile Suit Gundam, and you're like, this is what I need to stand a chance against you. That's Jevil. That's the story of Spamton and Jevil. Is Spamton was like, dang, I got beat so bad, I gotta go climb into my freaking Mobile Suit Gundam to come back and whoop your butt, you know? And whether he would have succeeded is up for debate. He might have won. I think it's possible he could have won. But then again, Jevil outright states that his body is immortal. So take that how you will. The point I'm trying to get to is that Jevil is on whole other tier of power level than any other Darkener we've encountered thus far. And Sham is beyond Jevil. That's how powerful Sham is. Sham was the one who single-handedly locked Jevil up in the first place. That's how powerful he is. And that's what this theme tells us. It tells us that you are in the presence of someone who could be a major player in this story if he cared. If he wanted to. He could overthrow any kingdom, take over any dark world. He could be a big mover and shaker in the narrative. But he doesn't want to. He doesn't care. It's not important to him. It is just irrelevant. He doesn't care. And as a result, he just sits around in his shop. And that's what the story tells us. That's the vibe. That's the narrative told by Lantern. It's the truth that Sham's nihilism is trying to obscure. And I love that. Lantern is so good. But I think it's only as good as it is because of the context. It's because Sham is who he is. It's like walking into a room and hearing final boss music when you meet a character. You know, it's like, I think you're more than you seem. You know, it's like, I don't think you're just a normal dude. You know, it's like when you're playing Kingdom Hearts 2 and you fight the Lingering Will, and it's like, I don't think you're just a suit of armor. I think you might be a big deal. You know? And that's the vibe that Sham's theme gives off. It's like, it's telling you you're dealing with someone important. And I think that's what elevates it for me. It tells a great story in a similar way to how the legend tells a story. Yeah. I think the legend story is more important. This is a very personal story. This is the tale of Sham. But it's still a grand story, and it makes for a beautiful track. So yeah, it took me a while to get there, and it's a very rambly way. But Sham's pretty great. And this song is pretty great. It's an A tier. I think it's an A tier. Like, Sham is not important enough for me to rank it any higher. And there's probably going to be a lot of tracks that surpass Lantern as we move on. But I think it's like, this is one of the greats. This is a fantastic theme. Yeah. Yeah, that's my conclusion. Next, we have I'm Very Bad. And this is the hilarious, like, Lancerified version of Susie's theme. It's actually just Lancer's theme, but, like, it starts off trying to imitate Susie's theme, like, specifically this one from earlier. And it's just this really troll tune from when Lance is trying to be more intimidating. And it's the scene where he's like, I'm gonna put you into a bucket of blood, you know, and then he tries to do an evil laugh and then asks Susie if he did well. Let me listen to it real quick. Yeah, it's not even really a song. It's a very short jingle, really. It's just like, it does the first 3 notes of the Susie thing, but like really strained, and then it devolves back into the Lancer theme. It's really funny, like, and clever. It's basically it's another meme track, but it's really clever, funny meme track. So it's definitely better than Fanfare. But I can't put it on the same level as actual songs. It's still just a jingle. So, like, I'll put it here. It's fine. It's funny. It's a clever gag. But it's still just a gag. You know, it is what it is. Next, we have Checker Dance. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is the song that plays when you fight the K round. So this should be interesting. I haven't listened to this in a while. I remember someone on Twitter saying that I better rate it really high. So hold your breath now, person on Twitter. I'm about to either greatly disappoint or live up to expectations. Uh-oh. I just listened to it. Yeah. Yeah. it's... Here's the issue. It's a fine, fun, high-energy theme, and it symbolizes a checker piece. A checker piece who can't even talk. So even the instrumentation and the song itself are a bit goofy. Like, it almost sounds like they use a slide whistle. You know, I'm not saying they do, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. And it just has a very goofy energy to it. And while that does make it charming, I can't really rate it super high. It's good. Let me listen to it one more time. Yeah, it's fun. It's a fun tune. I'd put it above Empty Town. Maybe. Because Empty Town's pretty basic. And this has a lot more complexity and effort thrown into it. Even if it's very goofy. I can't put it any higher than this, though. Like, I just don't like it as much as Rude Buster. It doesn't quite have... It's not connected to Susie the way this one is. So it doesn't get that meaning addition, like, boost. It's just a silly checker boss, mini boss. And this is a silly checker mini boss theme. So I think low B tier is about as high as I'm going with this. My sincerest apologies to the person on Twitter who had such high hopes for this ranking. I have failed you. Oh no. Very tragic. But, we gotta move on. Next is Quiet Autumn, and I don't quite recall... I wonder if this is confirming that Deltarune takes place during autumn. That's one detail that's always been a little confusing about Deltarune, is like what time of year it takes place in. Because the Holiday family are very interested in like Christmas, obviously. And then Chris has a lot more connections to like Halloween. So it's a little hard to tell when things take place. But autumn would make sense given like the colors of the trees. Like, it looks like it's a fall season. So there's some meaning in the name of this song. Let me listen to it and see how I feel about it. Wow. I'm sad this track is so short. It's really pretty. It starts off with these like bells and like ominously kind of like echoing through the forest. And then you get this woodwind instrument that instantly transforms it from ominous bells in the woods into this almost spiritual nature essence. Like, there's this vibe of like, it almost reminds me of Okami, where you feel like you're in touch with the spirit of nature. Specifically in this case, though, it's the spirit of autumn. The quiet autumn, these tall white trees with, orange leaves, I don't know, like, that's just the visual I'm conjuring. Like, it like, if you were to wander past the cemetery in the hometown into the woods around, midday, or not midday, but like dusk, this is the track that I feel like would play. It gives that, like, it's not saying anything. There's no message, there's no theme. It's just nature around you existing. And there's something really majestic about it. But it's also so short. Like, if this was a full-length song, I think it would probably be pretty great. Like, it'd probably be pretty high tier. as it stands, I'm not even sure when this song plays. I think this plays around like the bake sale area. Like it's after Susie leaves you, but before you get to the Scarlet Forest. So I want to rate this song higher. But it's so short and it doesn't really say anything except, wow, nature sure is nature. Like does it deserve B tier even? I don't think it does, which is heartbreaking. I think this is a high C tier. I like it more than the chase or the cliffs, but the door already feels more important. Substantially so. Yeah, it's just too short and too simple and too limited in its use. Yeah. I feel bad because it's pretty as hell, but I can't rate it any higher. Next is another copyright nightmare, the Scarlet Forest. Aside from YouTube DMCA issues, Scarlet Forest is an iconic song. It's a lot of fun. It's one of like the bigger, funner tracks from Chapter 1. Let me give it a listen. The vibe that the Scarlet Forest gives me is like, this is like a song you'd play in a montage of your heroes traversing a whimsical yet almost silly, like not quite like Winnie the Pooh silly, but not super serious like Lord of the Rings serious. Like just this kind of in-between Alice in Wonderland, like traversing a strange forest with a jaunty, dum bum 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 bum. Like you're just, you're keeping up a steady pace. You're encountering strange creatures and people, some friends, some foes, some just plain weird, and all the while just continuing forth. It's very, it has that kind of montage feel. And like if this was a movie, like this would be the Rouxls and Chris montage through a forest scene, doing like getting us little glimpses of them interacting with characters, fighting other characters, solving puzzles, getting confused by puzzles, and then eventually making their way towards their confrontation with Lancer and Susie. And it's a very lengthy song, and it's not the simplest thing in the world either. Like there are stages to it. It evolves over the course of the track. It doesn't evolve as substantially or meaningfully as some of these higher tier tracks, but it does evolve, and it does ultimately conclude with the Don't Forget theme, just sort of tying it back into the core narrative. Like this is a montage, but don't forget why we're here and who we are and what's going on. So like that's the essence that Scarlet Forest as a track gives to me. That's the impression it gives. How do I feel about it? Do I think it's a C tier? No, it's definitely not a C tier. It is a good dang track. I don't adore it, though. It's a bit too simple. Well, it's not that it's simple. It's just that what it represents, it tells a story. It feels very Peter and the Wolf-esque, where it tells a very clear story of people traversing a somewhat whimsical forest. But like I said, it feels like the montage of a journey. It's the story of a journey through a whimsical forest. It doesn't feel like it's embodying the climactic moments or the backstory of anything interesting. It's very much just, this is you traversing the world. And unlike Field of Hopes and Dreams, which had that extra meaning boost from it having that symbolism associated with it of this is the hopes and dreams of children, Scarlet Forest doesn't have that. It doesn't have that meaning boost. It's just, it represents this stage of the story, and it represents it very, very well. But it doesn't represent more than that. I'd say it's better than everything over here. School and Beginning feel like facades. Checker Dance is a bit of a troll. Empty Town is designed to be a bit hollow. And The Door is kind of designed to be a bit unpleasant. And a bit unnerving, and it's also somewhat simplistic. Rude Buster versus Scarlet Forest. Rude Buster has the advantage of being actually tied up with Susie's character, although it is a bit more repeated. But I can't rate a song that's all about the journey to confront Susie higher than a song that's actually tied to Susie and represents something integral to Susie. Yeah, I don't think I can rate it higher than Rude Buster. I think Rude Buster is a better bop. Even if I do love the Peter and the Wolf kind of vibe this gives, I don't think I can. I think this is a mid B tier. I think it's good. It does what it does very well, and it does tie back into the theme with that "Don't Forget" leitmotif. But I don't feel as strongly about it as I could. It's a good track. It's not an amazing track or a legendary track. So yeah. Next, we have Thrash Machine. This is specifically the track that plays during the segment where you're constructing the Thrash Machine. I've heard this song so many times. I've used it recently in a video that I'm editing, so I almost don't even need to listen to it again. But I'll go ahead and give it another listen just to see if I spot anything I missed. I will give it credit. It goes harder than it has to. It could have stuck with a much more basic meme kind of soundtrack or melody, and it would have worked fine. But the theme expands into a broader instrumentation, a grander instrumentation than you'd ever expect it to near the later half of the track. And of course, it has the Lancer leitmotif, which is really the big thing that carries it higher, because this isn't just a goofy goof song. It is a Lancer goof, and this embodies the stage of the story you're at in a perfect way. They completely reimagined the Lancer theme in a totally different way with Thrash Machine. And I kind of love that fact. And unironically, I enjoy listening to the Thrash Machine theme more than I enjoy listening to the Lancer theme. So, as you may have noticed, this tier list is not purely a ranking based off of which ones I enjoy listening to more. I'm considering a lot of factors that are important to me as a whole. So it's like their role in the story, the symbolism, the narrative. Things like that all factor into how important a song is to me and how highly I rate it. Like, obviously, Scarlet Forest, Rude Buster, Fields of Hopes and Dreams, those are all songs, and even something like Checker Dance to an extent, are all songs that if I was rating purely on how fun they are to listen to, they'd rate a lot higher. But that's not the only factor. So with Thrash Machine, the fact that it ties in with Lancer's theme and it symbolizes this specific part of the narrative as a whole gets it a lot of credit in my book. I definitely think it's a B tier. It's better than The Door. It's better than Empty Town. This is an evolution of something, whereas Empty Town's a base version. It's better than Checker Dance, for sure. It's better than Beginning. Yeah, it's better than School. This is a theme that tells the story of the montage of the heroes traversing the forest. This is a theme that tells the story of the hijinks that the heroes get up to in the forest. Which theme is better in my eyes? I think on a narrative level, Thrash Machine is better. Scarlet Forest tells a very broad, kind of generic story about the heroes of Deltarune traversing a place. Whereas this tells the story of the heroes of Deltarune interacting with each other in a specific way. And I respect that. What about Rude Buster? This is so much better of a bop. But it means less. Lancer beat Rude Buster. Rude Buster is held back by it being basically just a bop song with a very, very light amount of meaning, whereas this actually has tie-ins to the narrative in a more specific way. And this song being, Road Buster being overused due to it being the main theme does keep me from rating it as high as I could. I'd say I'd rate Thrash Machine higher than Bass Lancer. This is an evolution of the Lancer theme. Not only do I enjoy it audibly more, like I enjoy listening to it more, but it also is telling a story. Whereas this is just telling the story of, hey, here's Lancer, he's a little goofy guy. This is telling the story of Lancer in a specific context interacting with the heroes. And I feel like that narrative boosts it as well. So, yeah. And Field of Hopes and Dreams. Field of Hopes and Dreams is ultimately another Rude Buster in the sense that it has a thin layer of meaning to it, but it evolves so much and it's so complex. And it's just such a bop. Is Thrash Machine better than Field of Hopes and Dreams? I feel like the answer is no. I feel like that's an obvious no in terms of quality alone. So yeah, I think I'm just going to leave that here. Field of Hopes and Dreams, I'm realizing it gets this high through sheer musical bravado. It just goes so hard for so long in so many different ways. And even in the title, it goes so hard. Field of Hopes and Dreams. That goes so hard. So even though it doesn't actually canonically have as much meaning as some of these other tracks do, like Lancer, for example, like this embodies an entire character. This embodies almost nothing. But it just goes so hard that I can't help but admire its musical quality and rate it high. So, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Tier lists are a very evolutionary process because there's so many different factors that go into things. And it's, like I said, it's not just purely, is it a better song? You know, like, this is a better song than Thrash Machine, sure. But that's not the only reason it's where it's at. It just goes so hard. But like, well, let me put it another way. I would say that Another Hymn isn't as good a song as Field of Hopes and Dreams or Thrash Machine just from a pure fun standpoint, but it means so much more than either of these that it gets this high. Whereas Field of Hopes and Dreams is like the pinnacle of thinly veiled, meaningless songs. You know, like it's not meaningless, but it's almost meaningless. But this is like how high they can get without having a deeper meaning. And like Rude Buster is like a lesser version of this, where it's like this is the pinnacle of thin meaning in a high quality song. This is like the mid of like it's not quite at the pinnacle of quality without depth. Whereas this is depth without I mean it's a good song, but it doesn't mean as much to me because I don't care as much about Lancer. I don't like his character as much as I could. And so that kind of impedes it. But it still embodies an entire character who's pretty important to chapter 1. So it has enough meaning there, and it ties into other themes that it deserves at least this spot. Okay, yeah, those are my conclusions. Thrash Machine goes here. Next is Versus Lancers. After blowing up the Thrash Machine, Susie and Lancer decide to just fight us. The track's called Versus Lancer, even though you're fighting Susie and Lancer, but you can't actually beat Susie in this fight. It's not possible. You have to beat Lancer in order to win, which is, I think, why it's called Versus Lancer, in terms of the plot, but in terms of theme, it might actually have some other deeper meaning. Let me give it a listen. I haven't listened to the song in a minute, so let me give it a check. Okay, yeah, this is This isn't as I see why it's called Versus Lancer, like musically as well. It's just Lancer again, but with a more combat-y edge. Like this is kind of goofball, full. Just like this, just represents Lancer. This represents fighting Lancer, and it's just like a slightly higher paced, actiony version of what you're used to. It's fine. It's not as interesting an evolution of Lancer as Thrash Machine. If it actually integrated some element of Susie's theme, I'd probably rate it a lot higher because then it can represent their relationship. But it doesn't, which is kind of a missed opportunity. So, yeah. I might actually put it below Lancer because of that. It's a bit of a missed opportunity. But I can't really put it anywhere other than right next to Lancer because it's just Lancer again, but with a slightly higher pace or faster pace. And it's, I think, a less rich song because of that. And it's also got missed opportunities. So, yeah, I'll just put it there and call it good. It's Lancer, but again. Honestly, I wouldn't blame you for putting this a lot lower for doing so little with the bass Lancer theme. But I'm just going to leave it here for simplicity's sake. I don't want to give too much time to this. Next, we have Basement, and this plays in the basement of the Kaard Castle. I haven't listened to this in a minute, so let's give it a look. Okay, Basement's pretty short and pretty basic. It just takes the first, like I don't know, 6 or so notes from the Chaos King theme and then just slows it down and makes it spooky. So from a leitmotif perspective, I respect how this is our first real taste of the cruelty and madness of the Chaos King. Or, I mean, I guess I can call him Chaos King. In that, this is the place he threw all the prisoners, all the people he arrested. Everyone down there is there because of the king. And so it makes sense to use his theme here. However, it's a really, really basic theme. Not Chaos King, but the Basement theme. It's super short and super simple and not very interesting. It does its job well enough, but I think this is a C tier. Yeah, it's pretty basic. There's a storytelling there. So I guess I'll put it like right here. It's not great. It's fine. It does its job. Not much more to say about that. Next, we have Imminent Death. And this, I believe, is the theme that plays when Susie turns on Lancer. But before the fight starts, where she's, like, angry with him. So, it's a pretty short theme. I probably won't have much to say on it, but I'll give it a listen real quick. Yeah, this is a pretty simple, short little audio clip. I think it's based, or very much meant to resemble there's this, like, people pointed this out to me in a previous video, but there's this theme in Deltarune that's basically, or not just Deltarune, Undertale as well, that's basically Toby Fox's danger theme. It's when there's a serious mortal threat, and it's just like it's a fairly simple tune that's just like a couple notes, and like you hear it a lot with, it's also commonly attributed, I think, as being basically the Your Best Nightmare theme of just simple, high-intensity notes that symbolize you're in danger. And it's mostly associated with Flowey, because he's a psychotic murderer, but or serial murderer would be the correct term, the canon term. And Imminent Death feels very much like a Susie version of that. It's like this really harsh guitar tune, electric guitar specifically. I have nothing to say about it. It does its job. It's not a meme, so it gets a bit fanfare. And I'm very bad. And yeah, it gets right there. It's serious, it's important. It uses Susie's instrument. Nothing much to say. But then, versus Susie. Now, I don't want to jump the gun, but I'm gonna listen to this versus Susie track one more time. I've listened to it many times because it's a masterpiece. But I'll listen to it one more time, see if I still feel that way. Maybe my opinion of it has downgraded over time. Let's give it a listen. Oh my god. It's an S tier. What? There's only one word I can use to describe this song, and it is gorgeous. Just gorgeous. This takes the Susie's theme, to give you a visual, is you see she shows some of her, like, she's like, normally Susie hides away from everyone. When she confronts Chris, she shows them her outer layer, her external, hard, spiky shell that she's built up around herself. It's intense, it's vicious, it's cold and cruel, and maybe even a little sadistic. But it's a facade. It is a defense mechanism. And then, after developing a heartfelt relationship with Lancer, and then feeling betrayed by the only friend she's ever had, Susie tries to retreat into this shell, but she can't. She can't close herself off anymore. She's opened the floodgate, and it comes pouring out. Instead of cold ambivalence like she showed Chris, now everything that makes up Susie's soul is just unleashed. All her anger, all her rage, all her pain, it just comes out in a flood. And it has to go somewhere. And it gets unleashed on Lancer. And he, in the peak moment for Lancer, the best Lancer moment, he just takes it. He just takes it. He doesn't want his friend to get hurt, and he doesn't want his father to get hurt, so he just stands there and takes it. Because he still cares about Susie. He wants to be there for Susie, especially since she's hurting. And so the price of his loyalty to her is, bloodshed. And it's only after she has exhausted herself, after she has beaten the snot out of Lancer and unleashed all that rage and all that anger and all that resentment towards the world, only to see that he's still standing there. When Susie bottoms out her rage, when she gets to the last drops of it and goes for the killing blow, she realizes that she can't do it. That underneath all of that hatred is a girl who just wants a friend, who just wants people to like her and be nice to her. And that's what Lancer is. And she's sincere and opens up with him, and for the first time ever. Like, this is the first and perhaps the only major time she's sincerely opened up to someone. Like, she's just super emotionally vulnerable in the scene. And that's what this song says. This is the story of Susie. This is the whole story of Susie. Like, we may never get even if we never got a single drop of backstory for Susie, this song tells us everything. It tells us everything about who she is. And it's amazing. It's emotional. It's compelling. The guitar is used wonderfully. It expands upon her theme in a majestic, gorgeous way. and it hits me in the feels every time. It is easily the best song to come out of Chapter 1. Maybe the best song to come out of Deltarune. I'm not certain. We're going to have to look at them all first. But on a purely emotional storytelling level, Versus Susie is peak Toby Fox. Period. Peak Toby Fox. And I really can't say anymore. It's a masterpiece. I wasn't sure if I'd rate it an S tier. Maybe it wouldn't have the universal appeal that I described earlier, but I don't care. It doesn't matter. The universal appeal thing was just one way that something could get into S tier. This is another way. It's just by being so dang good. Not only is it a great song, not only does it tell a character's story in a super compelling and emotional way, but it tells the story of her character arc too. It's majestic. When I said before that I hope Susie lives up to this theme, I was talking about this version of the Susie theme. This version of the Susie, of Versus Susie, is the most emotionally compelling thing maybe ever in Deltarune. And I can only pray that her character continues to be as compelling as it is in this scene and in this song, because it is so good. It's obscene how good it is. And it's at moments like this that makes me really love Susie. Because, or at least I love her in theory. In practice, again, she's that brute with a heart of gold. And if that's all she ends up being, then, like, if she just gets completely defanged for the rest of the story, and she's just this nice, like, kind of violent, kind of brutish, but mostly just a nice girl who's here with her friends, like, that'll be fine. It won't compel me. It won't interest me. This pain and suffering and rage, that's compelling. That's interesting. That is what I love. And the more we get of that version of Susie, the more we get of that side of Susie, the better. Because the standard jerk with a heart of gold, you know, the violent jerk with a heart of gold, like that storyline has been done 1,000 times, and I don't find it compelling. So if that's all that's left for Susie, I'll be kind of sad. I'll be kind of disappointed. But even if that were to be the case, it won't undo the pinnacle of emotional storytelling that is Versus Susie. Phenomenal track. Absolutely phenomenal. Alrighty, I took a brief break from recording, and I am now back to listen to some more music. Next up on the tier list is, a classic. We got ourselves Kaard Castle. This is, of course, the song that plays in the Kaard Castle. Pretty straightforward. Let me pull it up and I'll give it a listen. Nice. So what's interesting about Kaard Castle is that it is effectively a slowed down, more ominous, just sort of like backgroundy kind of track, a bit more bit crushed, or not bit crushed, but like bit tuned version of Chaos King, which we'll get to shortly. And Chaos King itself is in part a reoccurrence or a reimagining of the Lancer theme, but like as a darker, more serious take on it, or an evolution of it, I guess you could say. And we'll discuss the meaning of that when we get to Chaos King. But for now, Kaard Castle is a pretty solid, slowed down. It makes sense to play it here, just like how the basement is a super slow down, just tiny snippet of Chaos King. This is a larger chunk of the song slowed down and used as an area theme. And there's a degree of interestingness to that, where it's like, in the basement you're the farthest from the king, so you only get a small chunk of his theme, and it's very, very slow. Then you get up into the rest of the building and it starts to pick up pace, and it's getting more intense. And then finally you arrive and fight him, and and you get the full thing. So that's kind of cool. That's a cool narrative progression element, and the fact that the Card Castle theme itself integrates the part of Chaos King that has Lancer's theme in it is really appropriate, since this is also Lancer's home, and you know, we actually find Lancer's room, and all the people in here know Lancer, so it's a very thematically appropriate track. It's probably just B tier. It's appropriate, it's functional, but it is just an area theme similar to Scarlet Forest, and I don't think it's as compelling as Scarlet Forest. Just because it's so simple, and it's just a simple reimagining of an existing track. And it's a simplification of a better track. So it's hard for me to rate this super high. It's functional, it does its job, it has enough thematic relevance to get up to B tier, I think. I'm not sure how high it gets. It beats The Door. It probably beats Empty Town. Does it beat Checker Dance? Checker Dance is a bit too troll for me. Does it get any higher than this? I don't think it does. I think this is about as high as I can go with Card Castle. It's a better, more meaningful song than some others, but it's also a reimagining of an existing theme that has already been reimagined several times in inferior forms. So it's hard for me to adore it to the same degree as I will, you know, the original Chaos King. So, yeah, I think... yeah, it just doesn't have enough punch for me to rank it much higher. So yeah, low B tier, not bad, perfectly suitable, but nothing to write home about. Then we get Rouxls Kaard. Oh my god. We'll actually get one of the bonus tracks I'm going to be covering later, I think, is actually one of the unused Rouxls Kaard themes, which is a theme I quite like and love to use in videos, but we'll talk about that later. For now, this is the baseline Rouxls Kaard theme. Let me give it a listen, and I'll give you my thoughts. What a classic track. So, right out the gate, the whole joke of Rouxls Kaard's theme is that it's this grand, majestic, tense, yet eloquent theme with a core violin piece that's so unironically beautiful and sophisticated, and yet it's for a total dunce of a character. But that's what makes it so brilliant, because the Rouxls Kaard theme is how Rouxls Kaard views himself. He views himself as worthy of this majestic freaking theme. Even if the reality is that he's a total dingus, you know. But it's very similar. This does fall in line with some of the other troll themes, where it's a bit of a joke. But unlike those other themes, this is a character theme. This embodies Rouxls Kaard, and while it's used as a joke, a lot of the time, it's still also important to understanding who he is. And it's also iterated upon in several other tracks, which we'll be getting to later. And just the fact that they reiterate upon it means that it's on the same level as something like Lancer or Susie, at least in the sense that it's a character theme that has, you know, leitmotifs and is important for understanding his character. I'd actually argue that Rouxls Kaard is as important, if not more important, in Chapter 2 than even Lancer is. So while I'd say Lancer's a bigger character in Chapter 1, I'd say Rouxls is a bigger character in Chapter 2. Like, there's a reason that I've joked, or, you know, maybe not joked, like, I might actually be serious, about making a video about how Rouxls Kaard is Gaster. I'm not going to elaborate on what I mean by that, because that's part of the fun. But I do think Rouxls Kaard is a bigger character than people think. And I think him being a total troll is part of why he's such an important character. But I don't want to get it out of hand. I'll save those comments for my actual Rouxls Kaard is Gaster video. But for now, Rouxls Kaard is a great character. I love his theme. It's really good. It tells you the story of who he is, or at least how he views himself to be, while also just working really well in context and being a beautiful listen as well. It's great. Dare I? Yeah, I think I do. I think it's an A tier. It's relatively short and simple, but it's iconic. This track alone is so iconic. So many memes, so many other YouTube videos have used this track just because of its sheer majestic comedy potential. It's that good. Yeah. Oh my god. Is it better than classic Susie? I won't put it above regular, actual, proper character themes. Sorry about that. I had to take a break for a breakfast jack. Back on topic. I think I was still discussing Rouxls Kaard. Yeah, just a great theme. Embodies the character. It's hilarious. It's also just beautiful in its own right, and it's the basis for several other similarly great themes. So yeah, I think it's an A tier. It's just too iconic for me to put it any lower. It's a low A tier, but it's an A tier. That might come as a surprise, but yeah, I just love it too much. As you can kind of tell, character themes do really well for me. And evolutions on character themes. Like the legend is in many ways Rouxls' theme, you know. It's the song he sings, you know, like we don't have a song called Rouxls, you'll notice. Maybe we'll get one eventually, but I think that's also important, is that his identity is all tied up with this legend and with his role rather than knowing who he is as a person. And that's reflected in the fact that his theme is so vague. It's the legend rather than something more specific like Susie or Rouxls Kaard or even Lantern. So I just realized I didn't really comment on the name of Lantern. Lantern's an interesting choice. It does contribute to the vibe of the song, because it feels like you're wandering through a musty old wizard's shop with a lantern held high illuminating the strange place. Still, an interesting choice. I digress. Yeah, character themes do well. Lancer only gets this high. Like, I'm not a big Lancer fan as far as the song is concerned, but it's still a character theme, and that's enough to get it pretty high. And then Another Hymn is just a piece of a character theme, you know? So clearly I have some preferences. Next, we have one of the most obnoxiously named songs of all time. It's April 2012, because it's just the most... It makes me want to beat my head on the concrete because it's like, okay, what happened in 2012 of April? Toby Fox, is this lore? Is this a joke? Is this a cheeky reference to something that only you and like one other person will ever get? I don't know, but we have to deal with the consequences. I'm mostly joking, but only mostly. But yeah, so this is the song, I believe, that plays in the room where the various characters in the Kaard Castle are partying. Specifically, I think it's Clover's birthday party. And yeah, this is the song that plays on the jukebox or the what do you call it? Boombox? Yeah, I don't know. It's what's there. That's just the song that's playing. Let me give it a listen. I'll see what my thoughts are. Interesting. I don't have much to say on this one. It's a very basic, very short, kind of little party theme. Supposedly it has Gaster's leitmotif in it. I can't really hear it, but I'm not very, like I said, I'm not very good at pinpointing those things. But even if it's true, I have no idea what that could possibly mean. You know, like unless the song's being used arbitrarily in this part of the castle, and they're just trying to say that the date of April 2012 is important to Gaster, but that's it. Like that's the most of a stretch you can get with regards to the meaning of this song, and even then, I don't know if it's true. Because Gaster's theme, or his leitmotif, is so basic and so short that you can sometimes hear it or find it in songs where it might not have been intentional, simply because it's such simple notes, and those notes just sometimes show up near each other in a way that superficially resembles his theme. So even this strand of meaning is almost meaningless. So, and then the song itself is not something I love. I mean, do I like it more than Weird Birds? I think I'm going to put this in D tier. I don't know if I actually dislike it enough to put it in D tier, but I don't like it. Like, I'd rather listen to Weird Birds than listen to this. And if I'd rather listen to generic Weird Bird sounds over your song, then it might be obnoxious. I might change my mind on this later, but I think I'm going to call this my least favorite so far. It's not a song I enjoy listening to, and its meaning is vague and annoying to try and suss out. So, yeah. Those are my thoughts on that. Next is Hip Shop, and this is a recurring shop theme in Deltarune. We first hear it here with Rouxls Card's shop, but I do believe it becomes the theme of the Color Cafe in Queen's Mansion in Chapter 2. I think. Let me take a look. Yeah. There's no additional shop track, I don't believe. So there's not even, I don't think the Color Cafe track is even an evolution of Hip Shop. I think Hip Shop is just used twice because it's all it is. And it's interesting because the existence of this song and its usage in both Rouxls Card's shop and in the Color Cafe actually makes Lantern that much more interesting, because it shows that Toby Fox isn't trying to give special meaning to these shops, but is trying to give special meaning to this one. So that's interesting. Let me give this song another listen, and I'll see what my thoughts are on it. Wow, what a pretty song. Like, this is the most, like, this would be a perfect song for an outro. Like, it's just so chill and pretty and just relaxing, and it just works so well. It works better in the Color Cafe because it actually feels like a chill, relaxing place, whereas Rouxls Card Shop is like, it's a little more sus. I did notice a few things, though. I was doing a little research to double check and see if there's anything interesting with the leitmotifs. I didn't find anything for Hip Shop. Well, I did find one thing that's kind of interesting, which someone pointed out in a video, and I don't know if this is true. I'm not a music guy. But they pointed out that Hip Shop and... where is it? Dialtone. They pointed out that, and Dialtone is the song that plays in Spamton's shop, and they pointed out that supposedly Hip Shop and Dialtone are in the same key signature, and I don't entirely know what that means. But then they also played like a hip shop-ified version of Dialtone, and it really sold me. And it made it feel like Dialtone is a degraded, broken down version of Hip Shop or a similar kind of theme. Like it's a shop theme that has degraded as Spamton is broken down. So that's interesting. We'll talk about that more when we get to Dialtone. But that was the only interesting thing I found about Hip Shop. There was one other thing that that I noticed though, which is that there was a leitmotif in Lantern that I didn't notice, and it's actually from well, it starts with the legend, but it's specifically it's most prevalent in the Card Castle section, not Card Castle, Empty Town, the Empty Town section of the theme. Namely, in the legend, there's this bass line that's sort of a waltz kind of bass line where it's like do 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 do, like that kind of I don't know what you call that, 3/4 type. I don't know. I'm just throwing out random music terms that sound correct. But it has that bass line in the Castletown section of the legend, and that same bass line is used in Lantern, and that's kind of cool. It kind of shows how Sham really is this legendary figure who's like, you know, legendary. Like he's of a similar ilk to the heroes and, you know, villains of old, of prophecy. So that's cool. I just thought I'd point that out. But Hip Shop on its own, it's held back by the fact that it is, as far as I can tell, a isolated shop theme. It has no greater meaning beyond that. It is a theme for shops that's chill. And as a result, even though it's very pretty, and I do like it a lot, I'm not sure if it can get any higher than B tier, as it just doesn't quite have the meaning and the depth and the storytelling that a lot of these other tracks do. I think it's of a similar ilk to Scarlet Forest, where like its storytelling is, like, I'd say Scarlet Forest is a more clear storytelling element, but it's storytelling a fairly simple story. And this is, you could argue, Hip Shop is the story of showing up at a shop. So, and I like the theme more. So, yeah, I think this is about where it goes. I don't think I can put it above Rude Buster, because Rude Buster's tied into Susie's character and characterizes her. And Scarlet Forest, I think, is, like, these are very comparable. But I'd say Scarlet Forest is better storytelling, but Hip Shop is more my jam. Like, it's pretty good. Field of Hopes and Dreams had very shallow meaning as well. But Field of Hopes and Dreams is, like, way more complex than Hip Shop. So, no, I don't think it quite gets up to there. Yeah, I think Hip Shop gets right around here. It's a mid-B tier track from Toby Fox. And, you know, obviously I should say a Toby Fox B tier is still pretty amazing. As you can tell by all of the amazing tracks that I have consigned. Is that a word? Sentenced, doomed to B tier. Clearly being B tier does not mean you're a bad track at all. In fact, it means you're still a pretty good track. It just doesn't quite have the pizzazz, the meaning, the depth, the emotion as some of these other tracks. So yeah, Hip Shop, pretty good. I like it. Gallery. I've actually got a note in my video ideas just bringing attention to the track Gallery. This theme is interesting. For one, it's not, you don't see it here, which is a shame, but in the actual OST, it's all capital letters, which is interesting because generally that's only done with themes relevant to Gaster, or at the very least to whoever the another him is. Like, there's a deeper narrative tied in with themes that have all capital letters. So the fact that Gallery has it makes it very interesting to me. I haven't yet decided, like, I haven't taken the time to really think about it and really figure out what this means. Because the term gallery, like, obviously a gallery could be like an art show where you go around looking at different art on the walls. But it can also refer to, like, an audience, like a section where people hang out to watch something unfold. And this song is used twice in Deltarune. It's used in the scene right before you fight King, when he's threatening Lancer's life. And it's used in the moments right before you fight Queen, when she's threatening Berdly's life. And in both scenes, it's when they're right in front of the Dark Fountain. And it's when both characters are at their most villainous. And what's interesting is that a comment from Toby Fox implies that the Dark Fountains and proximity to the Dark Fountains alters your emotions. It makes you more intense. It makes you more drastic. So if Queen is like a bit cold and a bit cruel and a bit like willing to do amoral things to achieve her dreams, then when she's near the fountain, her coldness and her cruelty and her pragmatism gets even more intense. That's why she's at her most like unlikable right before you fight her. But the difference is that Queen ultimately is a robot. And thus she's generally less emotional than other characters. So even though she is affected by the fountain, she's not as messed up by it as someone else is, namely the King. The King goes from bitter old man to violently rage, violently furious, and a threat to not only himself but to his own son. Now, in chapter 2, he implies that he was confident, he had no intention of hurting Lancer. That was just a bluff. And I actually am inclined to believe him, because he does clearly care about Lancer. And while he's a bit of a violent jerk, I also think the fountain kind of made him more violent and more jerky than he would have otherwise been. So, as a whole, I'm a little softer on the Chaos King than some other people probably are. It's easy to kind of just lump him in as Asgore if he was actually evil, but I think Chapter 2 does a good job of characterizing him and making him feel more three-dimensional and more nuanced, I should say. But I digress. Point is, the gallery is an interesting term to use during these scenes, though, because, like I said, let me look up the exact term just to make sure I'm using it correctly. Yeah, a balcony, especially a platform or upper floor projecting from the back or sidewall inside a church or hall, providing space for an audience or musicians. So yeah, that's about what I thought. A gallery is a place for people who are not involved in the action, who are not involved in whatever the main center of attention is, whether that's the ceremonies in a church. And it's interesting that galleries are common in church, considering churches and religious iconography are all over Deltarune. But also in an opera or a play or any other hall where you're watching entertainment, you would hang out in a gallery if you're an observer. And I think it's very interesting that this theme, all about observing, is only used twice, and it's when you're right in front of the Dark Fountain. It's almost like the fountain itself is the observer, or, perhaps more accurately, something inside the fountain is the observer. So, yeah, that's interesting. And given the all capital letters, there's some inclination to think there's a specific person observing us. But I digress. I'll let the people in the comments run wild with that little bit of lore. As for how I actually feel about the track itself, because I've done a lot of discussion of it so far, and I haven't even discussed what the contents of the music is, let me pull it up and give it a listen, and I'll give you my thoughts. Oof. Yeah, Gallery is short, it's really simple, and it's just a tension theme. It's just, oh man, things are getting tense, things are getting serious, you're about to fight the boss. Like, that's all this track is. And while I adore the lore that we get from the name, I'm not sure if I can really give it too much credit in that department in a ranking like this. Like, am I ranking these songs based purely on their musical quality, or does the name of the song contribute to my opinion of them? I think it does contribute. There's been several instances where I was like, yeah, I think like for example, Fields of Hopes and Dreams, it only it gets in a slight edge by its name, tying back to some important concepts, and those concepts characterize the theme. So yeah, the name is important because it characterizes how you view the song. And the tension implicit to someone in a dark fountain watching us is super scary. I think... I think this is a bottom of B tier kind of track. I'd say it's even below Door. Because if you took away the name of this song, it would be like right next to Imminent Death, because they just do the same thing. They're just, oh man, things are getting real. Just sort of generic tracks. But the name boosts it. This is either a bottom of B tier or top of C tier kind of track. I forget what my justifications were for putting The Door at bottom of B tier. I think my conclusions were that it was really simple and basic, and I wasn't really sure what the leitmotif of it was or what it meant, because it just sort of ties into like the chase and nothing else. It confused me was the issue. But it worked well and it had meaning. I just don't understand the meaning. And that keeps me from enjoying the song. Whereas Gallery, I understand fully, but it's not as long or as complex or as good of a track. It's actually really basic and way more basic than The Door. The Door has actually got some complexities, but not Gallery. Which is better? A song that's better as a track, but has confusing lore? Or a track that's super freaking fascinating as far as lore goes, but is actually just a really basic and not very great song? I think The Door is better. And I don't think this deserves B tier. Like, this doesn't deserve to be on the same level as all these other tracks. It's just not there. Like, Gallery could have been a better song, and it would have been worthy of the lore that its name provides. But as it stands, it's really, really basic. I'll put it at the top of C tier because it's like, this is the epitome of tons of lore in the name, nothing underneath, you know? And I think that deserves high C tier. Top of C tier, in fact. So yeah, those are my thoughts in Gallery. Very interesting song, as you can tell. But the music itself is where it kind of falls flat. And then we reach the Giga Chad, the Chaos King. First off, what a title. You never hear him refer to this in game, but this is what he represents. And what's so freaking cool about this name is that it's Lancer, but chaotic evil. It's because Lancer, where'd he go? Yeah. Lancer is very much like chaotic neutral, leaning towards chaotic good by the end. Like, that's his energy, that's his vibe. Like, he's theoretically the king of the Kaard Castle Kingdom, or the Kaard Kingdom, and yet he just sort of leaves his subjects behind in Rouxls Castletown to go with us on a wacky adventure, you know? So, Lancer's very chaotic. Chaos is integral to him and his family as a whole. But Chaos King is the embodiment of evil chaos. Like, he has taken control by force, not through charisma, and he keeps control not through any sort of good leadership, but through fear. People are terrified of him. He's like King K. Rool, or any other, like, villainous, like I don't know, bandit lord. Like, he's not austere, there's no nobility to him. He just rules with an iron fist and maintains power through fear. So he very much embodies chaotic evil in that regard. Which isn't to say that he doesn't have somewhat, like, understandable goals. He wants to help his people, but he's entirely motivated at heart by a raw, emotional hatred and bitterness. And that's what motivates his character. And it's interesting because when he very much showcases how when you give power to that kind of person, they become a monster. Whereas in Chapter 2, we see that when you take power away from that kind of person, they're just sad and bitter. You know, like, you pity them. You don't hate them. You don't fear them. You just pity them for having such a sad, miserable heart. And that's what Chaos King is, and that's what and like, I can get all of that to a degree from these names and how they're relevant to the depictions of the characters. And of course, I'm going to rank this song really high just through the fact that, like, I can actually, I don't even have to listen to the song. I can already tell you, it's at least as high as Lancer. And in fact, it works so well because it takes Lancer's theme and integrates it to a degree into the Chaos King because he's his father. And it gets above Thrash Machine. It gets above... It's probably an A tier. I haven't even listened to the song yet, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be an A tier. Because it's just so good, and there's so much lore, even just in the name alone, and what it represents. I think King is actually an underrated character. I'm going to go out and say that. I think he's an underrated character. And I think there's a lot more value to be found in a character like him than people expect. So, yeah. Let me listen to the song, and I'll give some more specific opinions on this track. Wow. What an incredible track. Oh my god. So, the first thing, the first thing is that it's an absolute bop. Like, what a freaking fantastic track. Like, I understand why everyone and their grandmother did covers of the song immediately after Chapter 1 dropped. Because it's so good. It's so good. And what's interesting is that, you know, even though he is, at a glance, a sort of evil Asgore kind of character, his theme is not like Asgore's at all. Like, not even close. Because they're not really the same kind of character at all. And that's what's interesting, is because the very first thing I noticed when listening to this track that makes it very distinct from Lancer is the electric guitar. That guitar is constant in this song. And you know who that makes me think of? Susie. Susie's internal pain and suffering and bitterness and rage is all encapsulated in the electric guitar. And I think it's very, very revealing that the Chaos King also has a prominent electric guitar. And what's interesting is, and I've pointed this out in other videos, but Susie and Chaos King are very, very intentionally parallels of one another. In fact, you might think, oh, Chaos King is what Lancer could end up being if he goes down the wrong path. But no, that's not the case. Lancer is a sweet little boy, and it'll take a lot more trauma and misery before he gets anywhere close to being like his dad. No, Chaos King is what Susie could become if she continues down the path she's on. The path of loneliness, of abandonment, of betrayal, of bitterness and regret and rage towards the world. That's the path she's on at the start of the game. And the end of that path is the Chaos King. That is where she will end up. That is who she will be if she doesn't change. And whether Susie realizes it or not, her whole story in Chapter 1 is about growing and changing her course to not be like him. And that's why they share the same lines. Like, they both, it's interesting because, he says at one point, I'm the bad guy at the start of the fight. And what's interesting is that this is a callback to Lancer, but it's also a callback to Susie, because Lancer at one point, specifically in, where's that track? I'm Very Bad. It uses the electric guitar but like with Lancer's theme, and it sounds super dorky and silly and fake because Lancer's not actually a tortured soul. And so it's very cleverly designed to be a derpy version of it. But then you get Chaos King, and it's like, no, this is what a bad guy looks like. This is how you use the electric guitar. Like, I'm just imagining him whipping out an electric guitar. Battle of the Bands with Susie. And just that fact alone feels very intentional, the use of that instrument. And the parallels between them are fantastic, both from a narrative point and a musical point. But what's interesting is that Susie, and even versus Susie, are not as chaotic as Chaos King, which obviously that seems a little like, of course not. But it's actually kind of important, because when you listen to Chaos King in full, like, there's complexities to it, there's depth to it. Like, you can almost hear a hint of lost nobility hidden within the tracks. Like, there's so many individual elements within Chaos King. You hear, like, the bit of Lancer in him that once maybe was more prominent. You hear a bit of, regality in there that was once more prominent. You hear the electric guitar constantly hinting at the suffering and pain and bitterness that has consumed him. But when you actually get to the song itself, there's madness, especially towards the end. The ending of this song is pure madness, because it gets to this point where it just starts looping the same bit over and over and over again. It does it once and you're like, okay. Then it does it 2 times and you're like, okay, we're gonna do like a triple. And then it does it a 3rd time and it doesn't resolve. It goes like da 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 da, but then it just keeps going. It just keeps doing that over and over and over again, never resolving until the song ends. And to me, that screams madness. That screams at the just stuttering, unstable mess that is the king's psyche. And, like, it's hard to imagine someone with a more blatant mental illness than Chaos King. And it just oozes from every orifice of this track. And that's beautiful. I adore Chaos King. It's not only a bop, it not only has immense storytelling that links up several key themes and parallels narratively, tying him into Lancer and into himself, but also into Susie, while also being its own thing and telling the story of a king gone mad. And that's incredible. What an incredible song. How high do I rank it? I think it's better than Susie. Just baseline Susie. It's not as good as Versus Susie. Not even close. Versus Susie is like, this is like base form Susie. This is One Winged Angel Susie. Like, this is Ultra Susie. Like, you can't beat this. I don't think anything's going to beat this. But this, I'd say this is the full form, the final form, and only powerful form of the king. Like, you know, if you want to make a comparison, like this is to Chaos King what versus Susie is to Susie, whereas Susie is to Susie what like Kaard Castle is to Chaos King. So like the base form of Susie is way better than the base form of Chaos King, but the final form of Chaos King is better than base Susie, if that makes any sense. Do I rate it any higher? I do. I do rate it higher. It's better than Lantern. Lantern is fascinating. I love Lantern. But this tells a much more personal story about the actual characters and their stories and their character arcs and the symbolism of who they can be if they're not careful. I think it's very interesting from a pacifist perspective how it's seeing Rouxls' kindness towards King get betrayed by the Chaos King with him attacking Rouxls, that ultimately sends Susie over the final hurdle of her character arc. I think that's interesting. Because while that moment is often focused on for how it shows Rouxls that sometimes helping people can hurt you, it's very interesting to me because it's what Susie did already. She, like, Rouxls was trying to be kind to her the entire story, and she turns on him and becomes violent and attacks him. Same thing the Chaos King does. The only difference is that Susie wasn't going to kill him, whereas Chaos King was. But I think on some level Susie realized in this moment that not only was what Chaos King was doing horrible, but that she was eerily close to being just like him. And I think that's what propels her to change. That's what makes her realize she needs to be better. She needs to grow because she doesn't want to be this guy. And that's just such a compelling narrative that beats out... Like, Lantern has a compelling narrative, but it's a mysterious narrative. It's a narrative about a character from the past, whereas this is about characters from the present. And that's just so compelling. Does it beat the Legend? Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. The Legend is more important to the grand narrative of the characters. But like I said, if this is in many ways the Rouxls theme. But this is, like I said, this is like the base form of Rouxls. This is our introduction to him, just like this is our introduction to Susie. And whereas this is the final form of Chaos King. And I just think there's so much more emotional weight and narrative weight in this version of this song than there is in this version of this song. So I think I'm going to put it at least in A tier. Does it get S tier? That's hard. That's really hard. The Legend is an A tier song. It's definitely not an S tier song. I'd say Chaos King is an A+ tier song, but it's held back by it just not being as integral of a character. The king himself is just not as important at this stage of the story that you hear this song for me to rate this song any higher. Whereas versus Susie is integral to the arguably the most prominent main character who isn't our puppet. And it is so important to understanding her. And she's so important to the story. Whereas Chaos King, as a character, he's just not as important. And so as compelling as this is, I don't think it can get quite to S tier. It's an amazing song. It tells an amazing story. It's a high A tier song. I love it. It's really good. Yeah, and I think that's all I have to say on that. Next is Darkness Falls. So this is a track that plays if you get a game over and you choose not to reload, or in other words, not to continue. And then the game over screen, the another hymn will say that then the world will fall to darkness, or the world falls to darkness because we died. And then this track plays. It is the track of Darkness Falls. And it's a gorgeous track. But how high does it get carried by its themes and narrative and quality of music? Let's find out. I'm going to give it a listen real quick. God, what a gorgeous track. It's interesting. It's so interesting. Because this is a far more nuanced and deep and well-realized version of a different song that we'll be discussing in a little bit. I'm not sure where it is. Faint Courage. That's it. Faint Courage is the other Game Over song. But this one is much more bit-tuned. And it almost sounds like a Rouxlsified version of the Game Over screen. Which is to say, it sounds almost like a fake version. Like there's almost like trying to give it some optimism that it doesn't normally have. Whereas Darkness Falls feels more real. But that isn't to say that Darkness Falls is grim, doom, and gloom. There's this grandiosity to this song. Let me double check and make sure grandiosity is a word. It is, in fact, a word, thank God. But there's this grandiosity to Darkness Falls, where it's like, this is the end. Darkness is falling. The world is coming to an end. But it's a grand end. That's the vibe this gets. It's like, this is the ending. But what an ending it was. Like, look at how great we are. We're going to make for an awesome final moments. Like, there's this sort of, it's not a sad song. I mean, it is sad because it's an ending, but it's not sad that there's an ending. It's the beauty of an ending. That's what this gives me the vibe of. It's the beauty of sadness. It's the beauty of that loss. It's almost like saying, don't grieve that it's gone, be happy that it happened. Like that's the vibe that this song gives. And the way that it's used in chapter 1's Game Over, but not in later chapters, or I forget, I always get this mixed up, but I forget when this song plays versus when Faint Courage plays. I think this is a chapter 2 thing while that's a chapter 1 thing, but I don't remember now. I've gotten this wrong before, so don't take my word on that. But point is, there's something so emotional about this track that really gets to me. And the fact that it's Darkness Falls, and I think this might be another one of those like all capital letters tracks. Let me double check. Okay, yeah. Interesting. So I need to clarify something real quick. When I was saying that gallery, where'd it go? Yeah, gallery was all capital letters. It is in the files. It's not in the OST, like the soundtrack that you can see on Toby Fox's website. So that's interesting. And it's the same thing with Darkness Falls. It's not capitalized all the way in whatchamacalls. It's not in the soundtrack. It's capitalized in the files. So yeah, that's interesting. I digress. Point is that this is a song that very much wants, like, it makes me feel so much, and I kind of lost the train of thought I had going about it before, but it's very much a song that is tied in with lore and has so much emotion behind it, and it feels like this is a song we're going to hear at the end of the game. Or some iteration of the song at the very least. And just because there's so much emotion behind it and lore behind it, in addition to it being a gorgeous track, it gets this it just really does well for me. Yeah, it's at least right there. Because it's very similar to another hymn in that it hints at lore, it's a Gaster theme, or at the very least it's tied to him in some way since it's all capitalized. Or if not to Gaster, then to whoever the other hymn is. Maybe it's another Onion-san, who knows? Is Onion-san a he? Now that I think about it, I think Onion-san might be a they. Okay, no, maybe not another Onion-san. Fine, it's another Royal Guard. There you go. But yeah, Darkness Falls, it's very much, it gets like all the benefits of this, but it's also just gorgeous and emotional. If a song is gorgeous and emotional and has lore, that probably means it deserves A tier. Because this is a fine song, but it doesn't make me emotional. It's just very good. It's good. It does what it does do well, but it's very hard carried by its symbolism. And it's not enough to get it out of B tier. Whereas this has so much more. Yeah. I feel confident in this choice. I think this is an A tier track. Is it better than Rouxls Kaard? Yeah. Is it better than Susie? Yeah. Barely. Barely. Is it better than Lantern? I'd say this gets a slight edge on Lantern. I think Lantern is just too caught up in the past, whereas this is the future. And it feels a lot more personal for the characters. Obviously, this kind of ranking will change since it factors in my understanding of the characters in the world. So as the characters develop, my opinion of these songs is going to evolve. Like, if Lancer becomes my favorite character somehow, obviously I'll have a lot stronger positive emotions associated with him and his various themes. But for now, Sham is not a prominent enough character for me to really rate him higher than that. Darkness Falls versus The Legend. The Legend gets as high as it is through technical quality. Like, it's just got so much going on, and it's so interesting and so engaging. It doesn't make me feel things as much as this does, but this isn't as complex of a song as this is. But these songs are so much more important because they're character themes, whereas this is like, but this is the main, this is like, this might be really important to the overall story. Okay, I'm going to put this here and call that good because I don't know enough about the story and what these themes represent and how they're going to evolve. So I can't. Okay, after listening to The Legend again, that song goes hard. It's so complex and so, like, it feels like it's just bulging with emotion that we haven't reached yet. Like, stuff that's going to be so compelling eventually. But at this stage of production, I can't put it like as high as something like Chaos King. Because this is something that's making me feel things right now. This is going to make me feel things eventually. This is stage one of this leitmotif, and we'll get to its super forms later. For now, though, it's great, and I don't think Darkness Falls quite reaches the grand, like, complexities and scope and impact of The Legend. So yeah, I think Darkness Falls caps around here. And admittedly, Darkness Falls only is this high because it ties into my personal theories and views on Deltarune, where I believe it will have a dark ending. And like that, there's tragic beauty in that. So my enjoyment of it is very much amplified by my own viewing of the future of Deltarune. So on the flip side, when we actually get the ending, if it's not what I expected, or if it's something I don't like as much, then this song will fall substantially. But for now, in my head, this song is crazy, and I love it, and I want it to be A tier. So yeah, we're just going to leave it here. I've given it enough thought. Next is The Circus. The Circus is the track that plays in the lead up to Jevil. It's not Jevil's theme, it's the theme that plays outside his jail cell. So let me pull that up real quick. So yeah, I gave it a listen, did a little research into some leitmotifs. It's interesting because the world revolving leitmotif is really important to the secret bosses, both to, Spam, obviously to Jevil, but to also Spamton, which is really interesting. And it kind of, it's interesting on a narrative level because it makes you wonder, is Jevil important to this world? Because it would be one thing if Spamton had no interactions with Jevil, and yet Spamton still had that leitmotif. Because if that was the case, then the leitmotif connection would be a thematic connection. It'd be like they're both tackling the same themes, and that's why they both get the world revolving. Or the freedom theme, as some people call it. But the fact that Jevil actually knows Spamton, or Spamton knows Jevil, they had an encounter that didn't go well for Spamton. That also almost implies that, it kind of makes it unclear where Jevil's influence ends and where the truth of the world that he has discovered begins. Like, how much of the world revolving is about Jevil, and how much of the world revolving is about the truth that has shaped Jevil's worldview. In many ways they overlap because, you have a truth that that is incredibly important to the series or to the narrative, but you also have a character who has been greatly molded and affected and shaped by that truth. And it has, significantly altered how they behave and how they interact with the world around them. So it's interesting because if we get to chapter 3 and there's a secret boss and the secret boss has no canon connections to Jevil, but they still have the world revolving theme, then that will confirm that this is about the grander idea that Jevil represents, or the ideas that Jevil is tied to, rather than just Jevil himself. Only reason I bring it up is because this is an example of a song that is very much part of the Gaster leitmotif. Not Gaster, the Jevil leitmotif. And it specifically has like I guess they don't have names, but it has like one of the chunks of world revolving littered throughout the circus. And it's just a slow, creepy, kind of mysterious version of that theme. And it works fine. It's very kin to Basement in that it takes a piece of the boss theme and then stretches it out to make it spooky. However, unlike Basement, the circus has its own identity. It's a circus theme. It's not just meant to be Jevil's theme, it's meant to kind of give the vibe of the whole place. And it doesn't sound like it sounds like it's its own genre, like alongside World Revolving, in that it's this kind of, polka, clownish, circusy kind of vibe. Whereas Basement just feels like they took a chunk of Chaos King and slowed it down and didn't do much to make it stand out beside that. The question is, does Circus get B tier? There's no great meaning to it. It's called the circus because this is where the clown is, and the clown hangs out at the circus. And it has his theme because he's here. Yeah. It's fine. It does what it sets out to do well enough. But it's not very meaningful, it's not very important, and it's not very interesting from a musical standpoint, since it's just a spooky, slowed down version of an existing boss theme, which is a trick that Toby Fox pulls a lot. And as you can tell from Basement and, I don't know, what's another one? Well, there's no other examples so far, but from Basement, you can tell it's not my favorite trick in the book. So yeah, interesting. It's fine. But let's move on to the actual meat and potatoes of Chapter 1. The iconic The World Revolving. The World Revolving. And yeah, I haven't listened to it closely yet, but if it gets below S tier, I'll be shocked. Okay, so yeah, let me get the thematic symbolism out of the way first, especially with the name. The name, The World Revolving. Something interesting to note is that it's the world revolving, not the world rotating, not the world spinning. And, this is something you learn back in elementary school. But the Earth, in real life, it rotates and it revolves. It rotates on its axis, meaning it's spinning in place. But it also revolves around the sun. So the title of The World Revolving is inherently referencing the idea that the world is revolving around something. It's not just the world is spinning. The world is spinning around something. There's something at the center of this universe, at the center of this world, at the center of this narrative. And Jevil knows what it is. And I think that's the truth that has shaped his worldview. It's the truth of what is the world is revolving around. And of course, if you're into my theories, you'll know exactly what I think that the Deltarune world revolves around. And it's interesting. I never really realized that that's what this song was referring to until this moment, but that's clearly what it's talking about. Jevil discovered the truth of this world, understood that the world is revolving around a specific entity, and everyone else, like the world, people often in real life, there's a turn of phrase where it's like, well, the world doesn't revolve around you. And that's meant to emphasize that someone is overly egotistical or narcissistic. They think everything's about them. They think the whole world revolves around them, and they're the center of everything. Jevil's theme here is basically saying that, yeah, in this world, it actually does. There really is something that the whole world revolves around. And, some people might think, oh, maybe it's talking about Gaster, maybe it's talking about the player. But obviously, fans of the channel will know exactly what I think it's revolving around. So that's a fascinating little detail that I never even realized. So that's a great fact. And then there's the fact that the theme established in this song, the freedom theme, the world revolving leitmotif, it goes on to be so important to the secret bosses, who all seem to be tapping into this truth. And it seems to be, warping them in various ways. And so, as a whole, this theme is so important. This theme strikes at the heart of the Deltarune narrative. And that's alone, both in the title and the importance of the leitmotif, gives this a lot of weight and meaning. And just epic scale. There's something so epic about this concept that this concept brings to the table, this song brings to the table, that already makes this very intriguing. But that's all I can say without listening to the song itself. Let's give it a listen. Yep, it's still fantastic. So, not only does it have this circus, polka, oompa, 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 throughout the song, which just right out the gate makes you go, this is a bit of a farce. But it's not a farce in the way that, beginning is a farce. This is it's a lie. This is a farce in the way that a circus is a farce, where this isn't the normal world. This isn't the world you're used to. but rather this is how Jevil views the world. He views the world as one big circus. It's just a like this facade of entertainment, but it's a facade of entertainment that knows it's a facade. It's not trying to pretend otherwise. It's a circus. You're here to have fun. You're here to laugh. You're here to have a good time. And Jevil is here to have a good time. He has accepted that his world is a game, and that it's just a place to screw around in and have a good time because nothing matters. And if that's the case, then he's going to have a grand old time. Like, it's not a bitter kind of nihilism. It's a well, you know, it's hard to, I don't know how to quite describe it. It's like, I mean, it's the correct term would be something like, it's not sadism. It's hedonist. That's it. Hedonist. It's a hedonistic nihilism where it's like nothing matters, so let's have a good time. Like, that's the attitude. Let's just do whatever sounds fun. Do whatever. Take away all inhibitions. Just go wild. You're a clown, and the whole world's a circus. So, time to have some laughs. And yeah, he laughs constantly in the fight. Like, Jevil is having a grand old time, and that's that's why the theme of him being a clown works so well, because he's actually he's the court jester. So he's always been a guy who exists to make people laugh. But at some point, he wasn't doing that because he thought the world was a farce. He probably unironically enjoyed being a clown and screwing around and having a good time. Like, he was probably, like, back in the good old days when he was friends with Sham, he was probably like a chaotic, neutral, chaotic, good kind of character. Someone who was, screwed around and had a good laugh, but he wasn't a bad guy. Whereas now, because he doesn't think anything in the world matters, he just does whatever he feels like doing at any given moment. And that includes fighting and killing and causing chaos and mayhem, because that's just how his instincts go. And of course, this is all tied in to the main theme of the game, that your choices don't matter. He's accepted that his choices don't matter, and he's swinging with it. He's going with it. He's having a good time. He's like, well, my choices don't matter, so I might as well have a blast. Might as well do whatever I want. It won't change anything in the end. That is what Jevil represents, which is why it's so funny to me that people still argue with me about whether that's the theme of the game. They're like, oh, it's the kill or don't be killed of Flowey, and it's like, I mean, you're free to believe that, but I disagree. The whole point of these secret bosses is that they're despairing at they're not despairing, they're reacting to their choices not mattering. And that's what these themes embody. The world revolving is a nihilistic, hedonistic reaction to your choices not mattering, whereas something like Spamton Neo, or Big Shot I should say, is all about futile resistance against that reality. It's about trying to make your choices matter even though they don't. Like, they're both clearly thematically meant to be tying into the same concept. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, if two of the most powerful entities in the entire series, Jevil and Spamton Neo, can't make their choices matter, then I think choices probably don't matter. I don't think it's a trick or a lie, because people forget, like, with Flowey's kill or be killed, like, that gets disproven instantly. Instantly. Like, throughout the entire game, from at the very end of the ruins, or not even at the end of the ruins, the very first, scenario again to the very first fight, after Flowey, it's, oh, you don't have to kill them, and they don't have to kill you. You can end this peacefully. Like, that worldview ends immediately. It's not until you get to Asgore that you actually even have to use violence. And even then, you don't have to kill him. You never have to kill Asgore. It's always Flowey that kills Asgore. Or Asgore who kills Asgore. Asgore kills himself in one timeline. But point is, Flowey's worldview is constantly disproven throughout the game. Whereas your choices don't matter is constantly reinforced throughout the game. both in terms of practicality and like your actual choices as the narrative progresses, and in terms of themes. So yeah, and it's like people are like, oh, but Snowgrave, you know, it's like, yeah, it's crazy how Snowgrave had no effect on the ending of the game, and how it only had any permanent effects on Berdly, a character who is almost certainly, without fail, going to be next to irrelevant for the rest of the game. It just kind of boggles my mind a bit. I mean, I guess I suppose people still want an optimistic interpretation of Deltarune. They want to imagine it'll have a happy ending. And you can't really have a happy ending if the theme of the game is that, yeah, your choices don't matter. So, yeah, I guess people have to deny that interpretation in order to maintain their optimistic hopes for the future of the game. But as far as I can tell, all of the signposts are directed towards your choices don't matter. And I think the fact that Snowgrave requires the most esoteric nonsense to even get it off the ground, and even then its impact is inconsequential compared to the impact of your choices in Undertale. I think that pretty clearly says that, yeah, our choices don't matter. But I got distracted. It's a slightly unrelated topic. I just thought I'd rant about that for a minute because it's I don't know. People are funny. They yeah. It wouldn't be a Jaru video if I didn't point out how I have opinions that lots of people don't agree with. So, but that's fine. It's fine to have different opinions and different perspectives. And, you know, I could be wrong. It's always possible that I'll be wrong. But I'm going to assume I'm right for the time being and say that that's what the world revolving is all about, is about that response to your choices not mattering. And it's such a good theme because of that. It just ties into the core theme of the game. It represents a recurring concept, the idea of freedom. Jevil finds freedom in his nihilism by accepting the way things are the way they are, and accepting his lack of agency. That is what lets him be free. That's why he says he's the only free one, because everyone else is in denial. Even Spamton's in denial. Everyone else either thinks they have free will or have agency or have choices that matter, or they're trying to acquire the ability to have choices that matter. Whereas Jevil's the only one who just accepts that his choices don't matter and moves on. Well, I say the only one. Sham also accepts that his choices don't matter. But unlike Jevil, Sham just kind of goes the more traditional nihilist route of kind of devolving into a squalid mess, where he's just sort of a shell of his former self. Whereas Jevil took it and ran, you know. Yeah, so The World Revolving is a phenomenal track. It's just so hype and so fun and so energetic. And what's interesting is that even though it represents all these dark concepts and it's the embodiment of hedonistic nihilism, it doesn't feel like a bad time. It doesn't feel like fighting Sans or fighting Asgore or fighting Flowey. It doesn't feel like you're fighting a force of darkness or that you're fighting a force that embodies dark themes. It feels like you're dealing with someone who's having a good time. And I think that's just so interesting. It's not even trying to vilify Jevil, really, the song. It's almost like the song is trying to thematically praise Jevil while also somewhat, like, only lightly condemning him. It's like the song is so focused on praising Jevil for doing what everyone still needs to do, which is accept how things are. Accept the things that you cannot change. Because that's, like, step one to inner peace, you know? And, like, it's praising him for achieving that. Whereas no one else has pulled that off. So even though it led to him being a hedonistic nihilist, at least he's at peace with himself. He's at peace with himself and the world, and he's accepted how things are, and he's fine with it. He enjoys what he is and why he is, and he doesn't let it bother him. And And just to really hammer home that this is all tied into the core theme of the game, the ending of The World Revolving is a loop of, don't forget, the main theme of Deltarune. It's, it's almost like they're trying to emphasize, hey, this is important. Don't forget this. This is integral to understanding the themes of the game, So, yeah. I don't really know where I should put The World Revolving. Actually, I think I'll just put it right where it's at. Like, The World Revolving, in many ways, is the embodiment of Deltarune's core story. It's, at the very least, it's the embodiment of it for now. Or it's the cornerstone of the theme of the game. So it's super important. It's super good song. It's just phenomenal and fascinating all at once. Even the name is interesting. Versus Susie is so much more simple and narrow and focused by comparison. But it's so emotional. That's the one thing World Revolving doesn't quite have going for it, is emotion. And I think that's why I won't quite put it above Versus Susie. Is that this doesn't make me feel much. It's just awesome. I just appreciate it for what it is and as a writer, I appreciate everything this embodies. I just don't feel anything, at least not to the same degree that I do with Versus Susie. So, yeah. Right here, it's an S tier song, obviously, but I don't like it quite as much as Versus Susie, I think. At least for now. So yeah, there's that. Those are my thoughts and my lengthy, probably somewhat insulting rant about the theme of Deltarune. I hope no one gets too upset at that rant. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I just find it kind of funny at times because it's just weird to me because it's even though we're talking about the same game, we're disagreeing on something so fundamental that it almost renders any conversation between us meaningless, It's like, it's sort of like, I don't know, it's sort of like if, like, a super religious person and an atheist discuss the meaning of life. It's like, they disagree on such fundamental truths that it almost feels pointless for them to discuss the topic. And so, like, that's a more extreme version of this, but we're disagreeing on the fundamental meaning of what Deltarune is about. And so because of that, it kind of undermines, I don't know, it's just sort of funny to me, because it's like, when I get a comment that's like, oh, I disagree with that, but, and then it goes on to talk about other things, it's like, well, I mean, you disagreed with the core ethos of what I think this game is about. It's from that ethos that I build upon everything else. So disagree with that's kind of like, I mean, you might as well disagree with everything, I don't know. It's just kind of silly to me. I don't know. It's just weird. I guess that's the main thing, is that it's weird to me because it feels like such an obvious truth that this is what the game's about, but not everyone agrees. So go figure, I guess. Anyway, next song is Friendship. I don't remember what this song is. Let me pull it up. Interesting. So this is the song that plays when you're saying goodbye to all your friends at the end of Chapter 1. Fascinating. So it's a really long song, and it's primarily a kind of pretty simple, like, very Rouxls-esque rendition of the main theme, which is, Don't Forget. It feels very, because of the 8-bit theme, it feels almost kind of like there's this weird sense of artificiality to it, almost, because of that 8-bit thing. Just because everything about Rouxls and about this tune, or about this sort of vibe to songs that fit into this, like, genre within Deltarune, have a certain, like, it feels like he's trying to build a certain image of the world for the sake of Chris and Susie. Like he's trying to shape the narrative, and that's what this this kind of instrument, like this 8-bit kind of instrumentation represents, is that kind of Rouxls style manipulation, but it's also tied in with the main theme of the game. And friendship being integral to the main theme is absolutely important, because I'm pretty sure that the main conclusion of the game is that there's meaning and worth in the relationships and connections you make in life. Even if you can't affect things on the grand scale, the people you meet and the bonds you share give you meaning. Even if the world itself refuses to give it to you, those bonds do. So it's absolutely integral to the core ethos of the game, this theme and the song, even if it's a bit, I don't know. This definitely feels like a song that could get future iterations that are more heartfelt and more fleshed out. Like there's a song in Undertale, which I use in most of my videos, which is the Respite song. It's the song that plays after you beat Azrael, and it plays throughout the underground during the time that you can backtrack to go meet everyone and say goodbye. And that's a song that feels like a much more fleshed out and heartfelt and real version of friendship, whereas friendship is a little bit more artificial. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a more deeper version of that down the line. Or not. Maybe not. Maybe it's too dark of a game to have that. But point is, I can definitely see all the deeper thematic symbolism at play here. And the parallels to Undertale. What is kind of interesting, though, in which I never noticed before, but now that I've had it pointed out to me, I can't really deny it, is that there's a bass line throughout the song, or throughout most of the song, that is just unabashedly Gaster. It is just Gaster's theme. Like, some Gaster themes people point out and go, I'm kind of like, I'm a little iffy on, but Friendship is, like, undeniable. It's just there in your face. It's like, when you're looking for it, it's like, oh, that's pretty blatant. So, that's interesting. And why that is the case is obviously up for interpretation. Like, what role does Gaster play in this sequence where we're saying goodbye to everyone? But it is worth noting that the majority of the area in which you hang out in while you say goodbye is right in front of the Dark Fountain. It's in the same place that Gallery was playing just a little bit ago. And, the Dark Fountain is still there. And if there's anything inside it watching, it's still watching. So that would probably be my best guess as to why Gaster's theme is here. So that's interesting. Yeah. So how do I feel about the song as a whole? Well, obviously, thematically, narratively, I quite like it. I think it has a lot going for it. But as an actual song, it's pretty basic. It's pretty bare bones. It does what it sets out to do pretty well. It probably... Is it better than something like the Circus? I think it is. It's actually a pretty long song with like some swerves and some complexities in addition to all the symbolism. Because this really is its own thing. Like, it doesn't, like, it obviously it heavily integrates the Don't Forget, and it has the Gaster theme throughout, but it feels very specific to this moment in time. So I think I appreciate that. And I think it's more interesting than Empty Town. It's definitely more interesting than Checker Dance. Or Card Castle. How does it compare to School and Beginning? I think it's definitely kin with School and Beginning. Like, it definitely fits in there. Because, these are, Beginning is definitely... And, originally the School theme had a prominent don't forget leitmotif to it. But Toby Fox decided that was too much. Don't forget, and decided to switch it up a bit. But still, this is all very similar tonally in functionality, or functionally, I should say. Do I like Beginning more, or do I like Friendship more? I think Beginning's better than Friendship. I think Beginning has more meat on its bones in terms of the overall story, where this feels like a very specific moment that's being portrayed. I like it. It's interesting. But it's, it's a mid to low B tier. It's fine. It does what it does well enough, and it's decently interesting. Next is The Holy. Let me check, make sure I'm still recording. I am. And my audio is still good. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. So, The Holy. This is the track that plays when you're sealing the Dark Fountain. As well as Your Power. I think these are both play. Like, I think they play back to back. Like, this comes after... Well, I think this is what plays when you're walking up to the fountain and looking at the fountain, whereas this is what plays when you're actually sealing the fountain. So, okay, yeah. So we'll start with The Holy. Let me pull it up and give it a listen. Wow. What a beautiful track. Like, it's interesting too, because this is there's been some vocal bits kind of hinted and secreted away in the background of like a handful of these songs. They're usually pretty edited to make it to where you can't really tell they're vocals anymore, or if they might not even be vocals in some of these songs, where it just kind of sounds like vocals. But that kind of choir aesthetic of that is very much the focus of this track. And it's called The Holy, which is very interesting. Because when you're right before the Dark Fountain, this is the thing that brought this place life. It's this bizarre, almost beyond our comprehension, source of power and life and color and just everything. And the fact that it's called Holy, The Holy, it's not even just, holy, it's like the holy. Like, it's the holy Dark Fountain. And there's something so interesting about that, because, let me look up the definition of holy real quick, just to make sure I get this right. So holy is dedicated or consecrated to God or a religious purpose, sacred. So it's a sacred religious thing. And I mean, that makes sense. There's few things more sacred than a mystical source of incredible power that gave life to an entire kingdom, that literally brought them to life. So that makes sense. This is also another one of the tracks that is all capital letters. And unlike some of the others, which are only capitalized in the files, this is capitalized in the OST itself. So that ties it into some you-know-who. And furthermore, if it wasn't obvious enough, Gaster's theme even appears in this track briefly. So that's interesting. But it's notable that Gaster's bit is very much a minor part, which gives me this distinct impression that the Holy is mostly describing the essence and energy and vibe of the fountain itself. Like, once you're standing before it, you kind of understand why it's worshipped by the king and the other Darkners, because it's this incredible supernatural source of life. Like, of course they worship this. Of course they think of it as being holy. And in fact, the only other time I believe that the term holy is used in Deltarune is by the king in reference to the Dark Fountain. So that's interesting. So already, from a purely thematic and narrative standpoint, there's a lot going on here. And then it's also just beautiful on top of that. And it hints at something more, because it's like, what is this fountain? what is this darkness, this energy that it's unleashing? Why can we unleash it? Where does it come from? And why is it so holy? Why is it so pure and beautiful? And why does it make people more intense? Because notably, while it made King and Queen worse people, that was because it was amplifying their negative emotions. So in theory, a good person, someone filled with love and kindness, would be amplified in the opposite way. So it's not that the holy is a corruptive force. It's more like the holy is an amplifier. It makes you more of what you are. Like, and that makes perfect sense. It literally brings the darkness to life. So of course it makes them more energized as they get closer to their source of life. It makes them more of what they are. So there's so many fascinating questions raised by this thing, this force, this power. And of course everyone already knows why and what I think it is. But just the way that it majestically presents itself is so compelling and so interesting. And just listening to it and thinking about it is so much fun, purely because of how good the song is and how compelling the way it's composed is. So, yeah, I quite like The Holy. The Holy's kind of goated, honestly. Like, it makes you feel things. It makes you think. It's narratively important. I think this is an A tier. Yeah. Like, this is the theme of the Dark Fountains. And the Dark Fountains are literally at the center of this plot. It's hard to get more relevant than this. Probably more relevant than that. And that. And that. Darkness Falls and The Holy have similar vibes. But I think Holy's better. The Holy versus the Legend. The Holy really makes me feel some type of way, in a way that the Legend doesn't. Or at least the Legend doesn't as intensely. The Legend has moments where it's like, dang, this is actually kind of crazy. This is kind of hype. This is kind of epic. This makes me feel like we're heading towards something crazy. This feels crazy. This feels like we've arrived at the crazy. Like, this is the layup, this is the dunk, you know? How do I feel like this compares to something like Chaos King? I have to acknowledge the shortcoming of The Holy, which is that it's a relatively simple song. Relatively. Compared to some of these more crazy songs. Does it beat Chaos King? Chaos King is a bop. It ties in some core narrative themes and some core character arcs and some emotional themes. Is this better than the entire core narrative of Chapter 1? That's basically what I'm having to ask myself here. Because I don't feel as much listening to this as I do listening to this. But this is much simpler and less narratively. Oh, but it is pretty potent narratively. But it's potent in a mysterious way. It makes you want to know what the truth is, but it doesn't give you the truth. Whereas this is the truth. This is a truth presented. I think I'm going to leave this here. This, like I said, if this is like the base form of a song, well, this is a final form, this is also a base form. This feels like it's building to something much grander. Like there's going to be an iteration or an evolution of this track that's going to blow our minds. And it's going to be the most beautiful one-winged angel, crazy, awesome, majestic, godly thing ever. But I think I'm going to leave it right here for now. It's a gorgeous track. Underrated, even. Then there's Your Power, a much shorter track, and this plays after you start sealing the fountain. Let me give it a listen. Oh, wait. Before I continue with the ranking of this, another detail. I just wanted to point this out because I almost forgot. I just listened to it again and happened to remember there's another detail to the Holy that caught my attention. And that's the fact that this is the first time since, I want to say, the Cliffs, that we've had that staticky candle record speaker sound effect that I mentioned in the Cliffs and the Door. And that's really interesting, because that seems to heavily imply that the Door, like, what do these three things have in common? I forgot where this was. Whoops. It was probably better than Imminent Death. Did I like it more than Chase? I think I did. I think I liked it more than Chase. Let me double check. I gotta check the footage. Okay, Cliffs was below the Chase. Sorry about that. But yeah, the thing that Cliffs, the Door, and the Holy have in common is they're all about darkness, the power of a dark fountain. Like, darkness pours out of the Door. Darkness coats and envelops the cliffside. Like, there's darkness literally oozing from holes in the walls. And then the Holy is us right in front of a source of darkness, of incredible dark power. You can interpret that to mean, like, this is what it's... Maybe what they're suggesting is that staticky, candly, kind of strange, sketchy sound is the sound of reality getting stretched and broken apart. Like this, like it's reality itself. Like, it sounds like the record is scratching, but it's actually reality that's scratching. And that's the effect that intense darkness has on reality, on the fabric of existence. That might be what that means. Okay. Interesting. All right. I just wanted to throw that out there before I forgot. All right. Back to your power. Let me listen to it real quick. It's like a few seconds long. It's just the don't forget motif played once with like an intense electric guitar, very epic. There's like a rumbling in the background as you seal the dark fountain. It's kind of crazy. But it's not even really a song. It's a jingle. It's a very brief snippet of a track. I can't put that in C tier. It just does what it does. It's kind of like the Circus, where it's like it's a leitmotif, or a leitmotif, excuse me, but it's nothing special. It's just using the leitmotif in a, you know. Yeah, like right here. Like, it's fine. It does what it's supposed to do, but it's not really a song, you know. Not a proper song, anyway. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Next is a town called Hometown. What are my thoughts on this one? Okay, well, it's a town called Hometown, and like, for one, this gives us some lore. Like, this actually gives us some pretty important lore, believe it or not. It's literally confirming that the name of this town in Deltarune is Hometown, which is very clearly a callback to Undertale, where, you know, home was the name the monsters called their new city when they first were trapped underground. And then when they moved deeper into the cavern, they made a new city, which they called New Home. And by they, I mean Asgore, because Asgore's not good at naming things. But why is the town called Hometown if Asgore's not the king in this timeline? Well, it can only imply that either he was the king and gave up his crown at some point. Yeah, like he gave up his rulership and became a normal citizen. Or he was always the ruler in this time. Or they're like, he was the one who founded this place. Like, he founded the town because he's still a boss monster. He still lives for an absurdly long amount of time, if not forever. And he was there when the town was founded, and he got to name it because he was still the leader. And while he's no longer a king, he's decided to, you know, dissolve the monarchy in favor of a democracy. You know, he still likes to, you know, he still makes cheeky callbacks to being a king, by naming his shop Flower King, you know? So there seems like you could interpret it a different way, but it seems to me like they're trying to emphasize that the lore of this world isn't as dissimilar from Undertale as you might think, which obviously ties into my own theories in a heavy way. But point is, I think this is supposed to be, this at the very least gives us the name of the hometown, which is that it's hometown, but it also implies a lot of other stuff about the lore. So it's interesting just from like the name of the track. But what else? What else is going on in this song? What else is interesting about it? Well, let me give it a listen real quick. Wow. What a good song. Like, there's so much to love about this track. It's so comforting. It's so peaceful. And it also integrates a number of other prominent Deltarune and Undertale leitmotifs. Most obviously is the Snowdin Town theme. The Snowdin Town theme is interesting because it's known as the Snowdin Town theme, but it's used a lot in Undertale, in a lot of different places, in a lot of different dramatic moments. Like, it is one of the prominent leitmotifs in Hopes and Dreams, the final boss theme, you know? It's like, it's not just symbolic of Snowdin. It, in many ways, seems to be symbolic of just the community, of the monster community as a whole. It represents them. And that's why it's in Hopes and Dreams, because Azrael has ascended by absorbing all of these people. They are part of him. And that's why their theme is a prominent part of Hopes and Dreams. Hopes and Dreams is the three prominent leitmotifs of Hopes and Dreams are the Undertale theme, for obvious reasons, Your Best Friend, for obvious reasons, and Snowdin, for now more obvious reasons. It's just a really clever way of integrating all your themes together into a climactic and exciting way, whereas this is kind of a different spin on that, where instead of integrating a bunch of themes together to make something climactic, it's integrating them in a way to make them comforting. It's the classic Snowdin theme, the community theme, but it also integrates the core theme of Deltarune in there, and there's probably some other theme. I mean, like I said, I'm not the best at spotting these things. But at the very least, it's the community's theme and it's the Deltarune theme combined together into a really comforting, cozy little tune. And it's just really good. I quite enjoy it, and it's decently lengthy and decently complex. Yeah, there's really not much more for me to say about it. It's just a really, really good, thematic, compelling song that utilizes its relevance in a good way. How do I rate it? It's very cozy. It's very nostalgic. It definitely feels like a song that's going to be iterated upon in later chapters as the hometown changes. Is it an A tier? Like, does that feel right? Does it feel right to put this up here with all these character themes and these iconic, like, crazy emotional moments? Or is it more like a Field of Hopes and Dreams? It's better than Field of Hopes and Dreams. Field of Hopes and Dreams is complex and engaging, like as a musical track, but A Town Called Hometown is no slouch in that department. And while it's not as complex, I do think it's more engaging and nostalgic and meaningful. Which is ironic, since they're both prominently feature the Snowdin theme. Or, well, this doesn't. I don't think. Huh. Let me double check. No, as far as I can tell, there's no prominent, like, Snowdin or Your Best Friend or Undertale theme in A Field of Hopes and Dreams, which is ironic considering it's called A Field of Hopes, Field of Hopes and Dreams, yet it has nothing really tying it to Hopes and Dreams. So that's kind of funny. Honestly, the only connective tissue is that, A Town Called Hometown has the Deltarune theme, and it has it's important to Hopes and Dreams. And then this also has the Deltarune theme. So that's really the only connective tissue there. Yeah, A Field of Hopes and Dreams, like I said before, and I keep having to remind myself of this, it's a fantastic track. It's a bop. But it's just not very meaningful. And A Town Called Hometown is so much more meaningful. Is it better than Another Hymn? It's nostalgia, and that makes me like it a lot. But is it really contributing something more to the narrative? I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. I like Another Hymn. And I like A Town Called Hometown. Another Hymn is nowhere near as good of a song, but it's far more important to the narrative. I think high B tier is a fair spot for A Town Called Hometown. I think right around here is perfectly sufficient. Yeah. Okay, I think that's... I'm going to take a short break, and I'll get back to this in a little bit. And I'm back. Took another break. I'm now on to a different day, so if my voice sounds different, that's why. Back on topic, let's look at the next track. We finished with A Town Called Hometown last time, and now we're back with You Can Always Come Home. Yes, this is the track that plays when you get to your house after Chapter 1. I'm sure it plays at some point in Chapter 2 as well. Alright, let's take a listen, and we'll see what my thoughts are. What a fascinating and beautiful track. Wow. So the most fascinating thing for me was going back and comparing this song to the original home theme from Undertale. And they are actually... I mean, the baseline melody is the same, but there's also some distinct differences. The original home theme is extremely bare bones in terms of its instrumentation. So there's a guitar, and then when we get to the Undertale theme coming in, a piano starts playing. So it's really like a 2-instrument deal in Undertale. Whereas with this, right out the gate, it sounds like 1, if not 2 guitars, and they dive into the Undertale leitmotif with a flute instead of a piano or some other woodwind or wind instrument, And then also in the background, you hear some sort of high-pitched ding kind of instrument. I'm not sure what that is. It could be a xylophone or a triangle or a piano. But point is, it starts off with multiple layers, whereas the original home is just one instrument. And I feel like that's actually narratively relevant, because when you first go to the home in Undertale, it's in the tutorial. It's the start of the game. You don't have major emotional investment or impressions of this place yet, or of these characters. But when you hear it here, it's so much deeper and richer, because it's not just about home anymore. It's about how you can always come home. Home in Undertale was about encapsulating the feeling of home, whereas this is about encapsulating that nostalgic, comforting feeling of coming back from something horrible, only to realize there's a nice, beautiful, safe home with people who love you that you can always come back to. And that's a distinct concept. And that's why I think it's fascinating that the song is so different. It represents so much more, and so it has a lot more layers to it. And then, of course, the big difference is that in the original home theme, it is purely just the guitar playing the bass melody before transitioning into the Undertale leitmotif. Whereas with this, it starts off with the main melody, very quickly integrates the Undertale leitmotif, and then it ends with the Deltarune leitmotif, which is aka Don't Forget. And that's awesome for one, and interesting as well. It's because it's one thing, because it's interesting to me from a storytelling perspective, because if you wanted this to just be the home of Deltarune, you could have that guitar throughout to recapture that, that tone of home, but don't bother with the Undertale leitmotif and just focus on the Deltarune one. But they didn't, or he didn't, Toby Fox. Instead, he chose to keep that Undertale leitmotif, and he arguably gave it even more emphasis than it had in the original song. But then it transitioned from the Undertale to the Deltarune. And I feel like that could be read as both the feeling of what it's like as an Undertale fan stepping into something new, yet familiar in the form of Deltarune as we transition from the Undertale theme to the Deltarune theme. But it could also be symbolic of how, on a macro level, Deltarune itself isn't that far from Undertale. The characters, the world, the setting, the relationships, the narrative. Undertale represented the story of that world and of its people. That's what that song represented. The song called Undertale. And the fact that it's still here, that you hear it in things like, where is it at? Beginning. And also here, both scenes where you're hanging out with Toriel, your comfort character. It's interesting. And obviously, if you're into my theories, you'll know that I consider Undertale and Deltarune to be, two peas in a pod. They're very much nearly identical realities. Deltarune just had a particular event that caused it to spiral into a different kind of setting, but it's still, the fundamentals are still the same, and at least within my interpretation. And I feel like this theme contributes to that in a lot of ways. And of course, there's something very poetic about integrating a theme called Don't Forget into the theme that's about home and about how you can always come home. It's like it's saying, don't forget, you can always come home, which is just beautiful. You could also read it as don't forget, you can always go back to Undertale as well. Although, given the way that Undertale discourages repeat playthroughs, I'm not entirely sure if that's the intended reading. I digress. Here's the thing. I really like this song. It's so emotional. When you hear this for the first time, it hits you with that nostalgia. It hits you with that warmth. It hits you with all those comforting feelings that you've come to associate with Undertale. And if you're like me and your first playthrough of Undertale ended with you accidentally killing Toriel before reloading to bring her back, then this can be a theme very much associated with the emotional high of the game, the emotional high point of Undertale. So to come back to it here, it has so much potency. And it's interesting. It integrates multiple themes. It has a lot of emotion. It tells a story. Yeah, I can't put this any lower than A tier. It's just too good. And it feels so... And I mean, the difference between this song and things like Lantern or Susie or Kaard is that this has the weight of Undertale behind it. These are new characters, new stories, new concepts. And while I may love them just as much as Undertale by the end of things, for now, Undertale's where my heart lies. And this calling back to it gives it a lot of potency. Yeah. it doesn't help that this song is also just a straight up improvement in every way on the original home theme, which was already a gorgeous theme. So the fact that it's just taking an iconic Toby Fox song and making it better, that definitely makes it hard for me to rate this low. Is it fair to put it above Chaos King? Yeah. This is definitely one of those things where it's like, this will change probably over time. Like, as I fall more in love with the story and themes and characters of Deltarune, then all of these new Deltarune themes will hit a lot harder. But for now, they really can't pale in comparison to the sheer potent, nostalgic love, just explosion that is this reimagined Ultra Deluxe home theme. Like, this is just too powerful. Way too powerful. I won't put it in S tier. Or should I? Is it an S tier? Ooh, it might be. Here's the question. Will any of these tracks ever, with any amount of context, become better than this? And I don't know if they will. We might get new versions of these tracks that are better. But will these songs on their own ever outclass You Can Always Come Home? I don't think they will. I don't think it's an S tier. I feel like that's not fair or reasonable. Something that's nostalgic for something else can never be as good as something that's like peak of something new. But nostalgia is still really powerful, and this is a gorgeous reimagining of a classic theme. So I'm going to put it at the top of A tier. Yeah. That's my conclusion. It ties in so much, and it makes you feel so much, and it just represents so much. I can't put it any lower. Gorgeous song. High tier. Oh, man. It's your boy. Don't forget, if you expect me to be able to play this song, like, other than on, like, the lowest of volumes, then you're having a laugh. But yeah, no, this is the track that plays, and it's the vocal track. The track that is, I think her name is Laura Shigahara, if I remember correctly. You know, it's funny, I actually was familiar with her work before, because she did the ending song to Plants vs. Zombies, which is a game I quite love. So it was quite the pleasant surprise to hear her voice again. And singing the main theme of the game with vocal lyrics, that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy, Mr. Fox. So, all right, let me listen to it, and I'll give you my thoughts. I mean, what can you say about it? It's the first purely vocal track. It's not exclusively vocal. There's a piano. But this is a complete departure from everything that came before. From the 8-bit intro sequence of Undertale all the way through to the end of Chapter 1, there had never been a track that literally had a human being singing words. Until now. And it's the main theme of the game. A theme we've heard throughout all these tracks up till the end of this game. And it's only now, only here, that we finally know what that theme means. That leitmotif. Don't forget. And if that isn't the most potent, beautiful, and fascinating storytelling through music that I've ever seen, I don't know what is. Like, I mean, it has to be S tier. What else could it be? It embodies too much. This is the main theme of Deltarune. Putting this any lower would be like putting the Undertale theme lower. Like, admittedly, this is like probably just the first iteration of this song. We'll probably hear versions of it. We've already heard in one version that we'll cover later. Until next time, I think is the track in question. But it's still, this is at the heart of this world, and it's so potent, and it's only going to get more potent as time goes on. Yeah. I think this has to be top of S tier because it's already amazing and it's already important and it's already emotional and compelling, even just with the first chapter, and then it just gets better in chapter 2. It only gets more potent, and the more we learn about the story, the more we learn about the game, the more we learn about the themes and the characters. We're gonna get to the end, and this song's gonna play, and we're gonna be bawling. We're gonna be bawling as we hear this song for the last time. It's gonna destroy us. And that's not even like a theory. That's not a prediction. That's just a fact. It's just, I know that's what's going to happen. And yeah, S tier. This is Deltarune. We won't get a theme called Deltarune in all likelihood. Or if we do, then, oh, well, God, if we do get a theme called Deltarune, it's probably going to destroy us just as hard as the Undertale did, if not harder. But point is, this is too good. Like, all these things, like, they might be better bops. They might have more immediate emotional weight or narrative weight. But these are pieces of the story. The Susie story. The freedom story. This is the story of Deltarune. This is what's at the heart of it all. And I think that it has to be this high. I don't think you can put anything higher than that. Yep. That's my conclusion on that. Don't forget, top of S tier. Peak Toby Fox. Crazy choice. I love it. I know some people probably wouldn't rate it that high. They're like, well, it's not like his other work. It's not like, all his iconic classic bops. It's like, well, I don't care. I don't care what your metric is for judging songs. We're doing my metrics, and my metrics say this is a bloody masterpiece. A top tier. Next, and that's mostly it for chapter 1, I believe. Like, I think that's it. And now we're moving on to chapter 2. Hopefully I can record all this today and start getting the editing done. I want this out by Friday. All right. Next up is Before the Story. I do believe this is the track that plays on the main menu after you've created a save file. And I can already tell you it's at least A tier. I use this song a lot. It's beautiful. It's compelling. It's fascinating. Just the name alone. Like, you can read this in a super shallow way and be like, oh yeah, it's on the main menu because before you watch the story. But it's like, it also feels like it's so much more than that. Like, because you think about it and it's like, which story? Before which story is this track playing? Like, this track, the name of this track raises questions. And I'm going to listen to it real quick and come back with my thoughts, but I'm pretty sure questions will continue to be raised. So freaking gorgeous. What a bloody masterpiece. So it starts off with a very quiet solo and a piano piece. And it's very melancholic. It feels lonely. And sad. It's this... It feels like if Chris was alone at the end of the world. And then, before the despair can overwhelm you, you hear another instrument come in. And it starts playing, slowly but surely, the Undertale theme. And there is something so potent about just that 1-2 punch. It just tells us such a simple story all on its own. It's like at the pit of despair, a light of hope appears. And that hope is something familiar. Something that we all know. And then just to add mysticism to, salt to wound, mysticism to emotion, we start to hear some holy in the background. Something very similar to holy. The sound of a dark fountain. And it just conjures this image. And it's the image that you see on the title screen of lonely heroes finding hope in something familiar. And you don't even need to know anything about the lore or plot of Deltarune to appreciate that simple storytelling. The despair into hope shrouded in mysticism. Like, that's just compelling all on its own. And then the idea that somehow it'll be the power of Undertale that gives hope to the heroes of Deltarune is a concept I find extremely compelling. Needless to say, I love the song. And it has a lot of the potency of You Can Always Come Home. Yeah. I think You Can Always Come Home has more complexities and narrative tied into it than Before the Story, so I don't think I think Before the Story goes below You Can Always Come Home. But I think it has all the same advantages, and it just kind of blows past all these guys. Just because, again, that nostalgia, that love of Undertale burning through, it's too powerful. And it might feel like, oh, wow, you should be more fair to the Deltarune stuff, the original Deltarune stuff. Don't just give it all to the Undertale remixes. And it's like, well, you know what? If Toby Fox wanted me to focus on only, loving the thing that's new, he probably shouldn't have put a bunch of gorgeous reimaginings of his classic Undertale themes in this game. So, yeah. I hope I don't see any comments being like, well, I think you should judge Deltarune on its own merits. Listen, if Toby Fox didn't want me drawing connections to Undertale, he wouldn't be putting a bunch of Undertale characters in this game and reusing a bunch of his Undertale themes in brand new ways that are compelling and emotional and storytelling. So, yeah. I got Don't Forget and Versus Susie in the World Revolving in S tier, so, relax. Oh, man. Yeah, gorgeous song. That reminds me of, when people were mad about my Des Skies Forever Blue video. And they're like, there were so many people white knighting for those people who did the song. Being like, why are you insisting on tying it in to Deltarune and Toby Fox stuff? Why don't you just respect the artists? And it's like, dang, you really just you invented a fight for yourself to be the hero of. Like, no one asked you to do this, including the people who made the song. and here's another crazy concept. Toby wrote Skies Forever Blue and wrote the concept and story behind it and scenario. So even if it has no actual connections to Deltarune, it still does through the fact that it was written by Toby Fox. And any piece of writing from an author will give you greater insight into their writing style and into their other stories. So even if you don't think Skies Forever Blue has anything to do with Deltarune, It still does. It just does simply because it was made by Toby Fox. If you didn't want me comparing it to his other works, he shouldn't have made it. He shouldn't have had his name attached to it. But he wanted to have his name attached to it. He wanted his fans to see it. And, if you're going to integrate a bunch of story concepts that are very reminiscent of stuff in Undertale and Deltarune, then people are going to draw connections. And that's just how things work. Getting mad about it is pointless. I'm sure Toby Fox didn't get mad about it. I digress. Did I shift some of these songs around? 1 second. Okay, no. Back a drink. Anyway, small, quick ramble. Let's get back to the music. Next, we have Faint Glow. I don't quite recall where this plays. Let me give it a look. Okay, yeah, this is another menu track. This plays on, I believe, the save file menu as opposed to the overall main menu. It's a very mystical sounding track. Like there's these like what sounds like a choir of dudes in the back going, oh, just like adding mysticism to it all. There's these it has this enchanted glade kind of vibe. Like you've stumbled into the forest temple in a Zelda game or something like that. Like there's these drums and twinkling sounds. It's very interesting. And then, of course, the main theme that's playing throughout is the Deltarune theme, don't forget. And the fact that it's called Faint Glow, that can mean a lot of things. The mysticism around it, it could be referencing the Dark Fountains, or it could be referencing your soul, which is still shining in the cold. So, lots of ways to interpret it. It's a good track, but it's a little lacking in context. Yeah. This is a track that could hit harder if I knew what it was trying to say or what it was trying to represent. Yeah. It's a B tier track for sure, but it's hard for me to rate it too highly when I don't know what it means. It almost, it's like it's a secondary menu theme, so it almost feels like it doesn't matter, in a way. I mean, it probably gets above Empty Town. But in many ways, this feels like a degradation of a different theme. Kind of like how Card Castle is a degradation of Chaos King. So... But unlike Card Castle, which I understand, I don't really understand Faint Glow. I think I'll put it right here. I think I like it more than these guys. No. Yeah, okay. I feel content with that. Solid song, not much to say on it. Next, we have Girl Next Door. Oh boy. So there's a lot of interesting things to point out about this title. The classic, the trope of the girl next door. Well, let me pull it up, just so I quote it correctly. Yeah, according to Oxford Dictionary, the phrase of the girl next door is typically used in reference to a person or type of person perceived as familiar, approachable, and dependable, typically in the context of a romantic partnership. So that's interesting. The fact that we first hear this track when Noelle approaches Susie and Chris at the start of Chapter 2 is revealing, considering this is when she gives her first present to Susie, if you chose the right option in Chapter 1. Yeah. So, even just the title of the track immediately encapsulates everything that Noelle represents in the narrative. She's literally the girl next door in that she's Chris's neighbor, but she's also the girl next door in that she's the familiar, dependable, approachable, nice girl who's also a romantic interest for at least one, if not more, of the protagonists. So, yeah, the fact that we get all that just from the title alone already bodes well for the ranking of the song. Like, this is already very effective storytelling. Let me pull it up, and I'll give it my thoughts. Yep, this is a pretty classic track. This lays the foundation for all of Noelle's themes. Like, this establishes her leitmotif, and it's interesting because you could even argue that Girl Next Door isn't even really... Because, like, in the files, it's labeled Noelle at School, whereas there's an unused version of the track called just Noelle, which is a very different version. I might rate it in this tier list, I might not, we'll see. And this version, so you could argue that this is the theme that represents what Noelle's like at school, whereas the other theme represents Noelle in general, etc. You know, it's hard to be clear with the symbolism there since it's an unused song. But with Girl Next Door, very much used, very much represents Noelle. And I think it represents Noelle very well. It establishes the two halves of her leitmotif, which are used in different ways with her various songs throughout Chapter 2. I do think this is probably... I do find this song slightly obnoxious, just the tiniest bit. It's a little too in your face, a little too high-pitched, a little too... I don't know, Rugrats? I don't know, there's something about it that just kind of... I don't know, it just doesn't quite click with me. Other Noelle songs hit me a lot harder and are a little bit more, okay, we've calmed down. And we'll get to those later. But this is the one that establishes it all. It's a character theme. It tells us a lot about her story. My personal taste is the only objection, and everything else about it's great. The only downside is that the main interesting part, like, Noelle's status as the girl next door is the least interesting thing about her. It's like, oh, she's a nice girl who's approachable and a romantic interest, and they're friends from childhood with the main character. Wow. That's not a trope I've seen 1,000 times before and found intensely boring. So, like, that's the part... This song represents the part of Noelle I don't really find very engaging. So... It's like, if we compare it to something like Susie, like Susie's theme, this is the base form of Susie's theme. This is the base form of Noelle's theme. Susie's base form instantly compels you. It instantly makes you feel things. Girl Next Door does not. And it's not even compelling in the way that Kaard is, because Kaard is it tells you a story, and it's a unique story. It's the story of this self-obsessed buffoon who thinks he's just the coolest thing ever. Like, this is something that compels me because, you know, I don't see it very often. Whereas I see the Girl Next Door trope done every single thing ever, you know. So, which isn't to say that Noelle isn't an interesting character. It's just that this aspect of her, like this represents to me Noelle in Chapter 1, where it's like she's just this you know, pleasant, approachable, nice girl who is pleasant and has a crush, and it's like that's it. Like, that's her entire character in Chapter 1, and that's all this song really represents. And it's just not very interesting to me. It doesn't compel me as much, but it at least beats out all the Lancer leitmotifs, because at least I know for sure she has way more interesting relevance in the plot than Lancer. So even the base form of her theme beats out Lancer, because like I have similar feelings about both of these themes, in that I find them both a little grating, purely through personal tastes. Yep, I think right here is probably fine. Girl Next Door it's a good song. It's a good track. Establishes her leitmotif, establishes Noelle's character, it does some amazing storytelling with just the title. It's a great theme. My personal taste for it just kind of keeps me from ranking it too highly. And rest assured, the evolutions of this theme will rank higher. So yeah. Next, we have the evolution of Empty Town, which has now become the Castle Town. Or My Castle Town, specifically. And yeah, I got let me go listen to this real quick, and I'll give you my thoughts. This track is crazy. So the evolution from Empty Town to My Castle Town is one of the biggest glow ups ever. It's actually bonkers. Like, this is an 8-bit game, like RPG from the 90s sounding thing. It's designed to sound basic and almost artificial. This has no 8-bit. They have the same bass melody, and they are both in the same time. Like, which is to say, like, they have that, like, is it 3/4 time? Is that what waltzes are in? It has that waltz bass line where it's 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Yeah, it's 3/4 time, I think. And so they both have that. They both have this sort of like you're going to a dance at the palace of the king. Like, they have that kind of regality to them. It's not quite regality. It's not like you're actually going, but it feels like the whole place is just, there's something high, not high class, but like formal, almost like it's just, I don't quite have the words for it, but there's just this very, like, you know, almost aristocratic vibe to the place because of that, but not in a bad way. It feels like that because that feels like an attribute of Rouxls. He's the prince, so it makes sense that it'd be this like regal element to him, and that's very much what the vibe that the waltz gives me. But aside from the bassline melody and the waltz 3/4 time, the My Castle Town is totally different. It doesn't have the 8-bit. Instead, it has a piano, and it starts off pretty simple. You might think, oh, if you first listen to it, you're like, oh, it's just a piano version of the 8-bit that was Empty Town. But no, it expands and evolves. First off, one of the first things is that once it gets through the first cycle of the theme, it gets into the second one, or just to the next stage of the track, and you start to hear like it almost sounds like maracas or some other kind of similar, or maybe like one of those, I forget what they're called, but those little hand cymbals, they're like a drum, but also like little cymbals on it, and you shake it in your hand. I forget what that's called. But it might be that. But more importantly, in the second stage of the song, you get this strings coming in the back. These really long, low strings. And the instantaneous vibe it gives me is of the Clock Town from Majora's Mask, where it's like, it almost feels slightly ominous. Like, it's not quite ominous, but you could see it evolving into something ominous. Yeah, listening to it again, ominous might not be the right word. It's sad. Like there's this unspoken tragedy. But not like tragedy sounds too intense. It's just this essence of grief. Or not even grief, like just sorrow. Like just this current of sorrow. Which is so strange, considering that all these people are so chipper in the chapter 2. But it's an evolution of the Rouxls theme. And there's definitely a current of sadness in his character. Not grief, not like tragedy, like pouring out his eyeballs, but like just this quiet, controlled, but persistent sorrow. Or sadness. I think, yeah, just sadness. And not even in an intrusive kind of way, just like, that's just part of the story. And that's just the second stage. That's just the second, and it's already grown so far beyond Empty Town. Let me just put this up here. It's already grown so far beyond Empty Town. It's not even funny. And the implicit storytelling it has, due to it being tied to the legend and therefore to Rouxls, is fascinating. But it gets better. And then we get to the final stage of the song. And this is where things get even crazier. The sad strings in the back transition into angelic choirs. And wow. People might be sleeping on this track in terms of its insane just storytelling. It's like it's a song about people, and there's this 3-4 times like you're in a dance. Like, I'm just imagining Chris dancing with Rouxls, or Susie dancing with Rouxls, or Rouxls dancing with nobody, and just the story of his life playing. Like, this is his story. And, like, it was hollow and artificial and alone in the Empty Town version. But now that there's people, it's becoming fleshed out. The regality, the underlying sadness, but still like something like put, you know, a stiff upper lip, you know, like he's putting up with it, like he's accepting it and, you know, putting on a good face, you know, in spite of the sorrow. And then we get to the angels and the angelic choir singing over it all, and it just really paints Rouxls in this fascinating light. This angelic yet regal yet sorrowful prince. Hot dog. Rouxls is gonna end up being my favorite character, I'm pretty sure. Like, wow. The more I think about this, the more I realize how incredible Rouxls might end up being. I love regal characters with an air of nobility. Like, you know, back when I watched the MCU, I loved how T'Challa, the Black Panther, was portrayed in Civil War, because he just carried this nobility about him that just, it instantly appealed to me. It felt like I was watching King Arthur. Like, there's just something so compelling about nobility, and not necessarily like aristocracy, but just that noble, just the way a noble, like someone who's truly noble carries themselves. Like, there's this confidence, but virtuous and yet also calm demeanor to it, and wise. And the way Rouxls walks with his hands behind his back, you know, some people interpret it as him being, you know, super villainy, and but I don't think that's the case. I think he's just regal. I think he's just a very calm and composed and thoughtful person. And I think there's a lot of character flaws and tragedy and weaknesses inside him, but I also think there's a lot of strength and nobility that is real. Like, it's not a facade. That, because like nothing about this track feels like a facade. This felt hollow and empty, the Empty Town, but My Castle Town doesn't feel hollow or fake. It feels real, and it feels super compelling. This is the first prominent evolution of a Rouxls theme. Do I like it more than Chaos King? Chaos King is a very compelling narrative about Susie and the King and Lancer and the effect that bitterness and rage can have on one's psyche. Whereas this is it feels like a very specific character piece on Rouxls. Wow, you know, this really brings such a stark attention to the fact that there's really two sides to Rouxls. And not in like a good or bad kind of way, like in a, oh, he has an evil alter ego, you know, like nothing like that. But like, one moment he sincerely seems to enjoy being like this cutesy, plushy, like naive little goofball, the kind of guy to get tied up in in string and in a yarn ball attack from a cat, the kind of guy to just be a little goober. But it almost feels like that is, and I don't think that's fake. The vibe it gives me, because, well, like, you have that side of him, but then you also have the side of him that's completely composed. Hands behind his back, expression serious, giving calm and very direct advice and observations. Like, there's just this, like, beyond his years vibe to him sometimes, where he goes from your goofy little friend, or not goofy, but like your silly, like kind of naive, funny little guy, goat friend, to suddenly feeling like he's so much older than he gives on. Or like, maybe not older, but like he's gone through stuff. Like, if you've ever met a kid who comes from a really troubled home, like, and I mean like a little kid, they mature real fast to survive. I've talked to like a 6-year-old who felt like they were as mature as like a 20-year-old. And it was very bizarre. And that's kind of the vibe that Rouxls gives. Where like one moment he's doing relatively childish antics with Chris and Susie. And then the next, it feels like I'm looking at a prince. And I feel like almost like the childish side of him is like him recapturing like a childhood he never had, almost. I don't know. It's interesting. It definitely feels like there's two sides to Rouxls. There's the side that wants to be a good person, or rather the side that wants to have fun and be a youth person, be a young person with his friends. And then the side that's like, I'm the ruler of this kingdom. I am in charge of its safety and its security and its future, and I will do what I must to preserve it. Like, there's that other side of him that it's just such a fascinating duality. And that's what this song kind of reminds me of. So yeah, I don't think I'll put it above Chaos King. I think Chaos King's a little too important. But here's the thing. I like Rouxls more than I like Susie, and I like him a lot more than I like King. So, yeah. This provides insight into characters who I find relatively simple. This provides insight into a character I find fascinatingly complex. So, yeah, I think it goes right about here. I don't think it quite cracks into the Undertale nostalgia-destroying emotional bombs that these two have, but it definitely gets this high. And I'm certain, I would not be surprised if future renditions of My Castle Town end up getting even more insane and just destroying me. So, yeah. Stage 2 of Castletown, huge leap, went from bottom of B tier to top of A tier, so quite the improvement, to be certain. Next, we have which is otherwise known as the snobby laugh that every snobby female anime character ever does. Which is, I mean, on the one hand, it's absurd, and on the other hand, I kind of love it. It doesn't help that I just adore that archetype of characters. There's something so appealing to me. Well, it's just a case of I like strong female characters in fiction, and a lot of the time, the strongest female characters are utter snobs. So, yeah, like Pacifica Northwest is my favorite Gravity Falls character, for example, and it's like, utter snob. Best character in the show. Say what you will about what that means regarding how we characterize strong women. But regardless, it does have a soft place in my heart. I don't quite remember. Is this the song that's literally just Queen's Laugh? If it is, I'm gonna I'm gonna be annoyed. It was indeed the song that is literally just Queen's Laugh. It's 10 seconds long. Next, we have Queen. And this is the theme that plays, I believe, when we're first introduced to her. This is the classic. This is the first form. This is base form Queen. It is absurd how accurate of a term that is to use on a character like Queen, considering how many forms she has. I digress. So this is the base version of her theme. It's what introduces her leitmotif. So yeah, let me take a listen. Wow. What a good track. So coming in with I think that's like a harpsichord, just full what's funny is this is a song that would be it's already very aristocratic, it has that energy right out the gate. And what's funny is how interesting it is to compare this to something like My Castle Town, because initially the song sounds like if this was nobility, then this is aristocracy. This is, you don't have to be an aristocrat to be noble. You can be an aristocrat. It's like this says this is nobility. This says this is aristocracy. There's a difference there. And that's the vibe that the song initially gives off. And something else that's funny is that the speed that it plows through the melody feels just like the slightest bit too fast, and it gives it this slightly manic energy to it, or eccentric energy, or perhaps just like ADHD energy, just this kind of just kind of wildness to it, where it's like she's an aristocrat. She's going to show up in her chair, sipping wine or battery acid, but she's also a bit of an over-the-top dork. And I feel like that's encapsulated in her song really well. But then, towards the latter half, things start to change. Around the halfway point, the song really changes. And the first thing that you notice is that the waltz bass line comes in. The same thing we hear in the Castletown. That 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And again, just like in the Castletown, it gives you that vibe of nobility, that vibe of, high class. And, if it just ended there, you might get the vibe, yeah, okay, so this is someone kind of like Rouxls, but without necessarily all of the high-flying virtue. But then the rest of the instruments come in, and it just suddenly becomes this, it doesn't go back to the manic beginning. It has the manic beginning, where it's like, here's this crazy, wacky character. And then once the waltz comes in, it's, there's still a bit of high energy, more high energy than in My Castletown for sure. But right when you think it's about to, crescendo back into manicness, instead, it doubles down on the waltz and brings in more instruments to fill it out and make it sound so much more regal. Not in a, look at me, I'm a fancy aristocrat, Cruella de Vil kind of vibe. Suddenly it's like, oh, maybe this person actually is noble. There's this bravado and energy and sincere virtue there. And I'm not quite explaining it as well as I can. It's hard to explain without literally having the song playing, to point out what I mean. But it suddenly makes it feel like there's a lot of more emotion that suddenly comes pouring in. It went from look at this quirky aristocrat to look at this regal leader of a kingdom getting ready to do what she can to better the world for her subjects. And it's it's in that moment where you see the overlap between her and Rouxls. And you also see how utterly different she is from the Chaos King. Because while Queen's a bit more manic than Rouxls, they both just want to help the Lightners. She has a slightly more radical plan, but her plan is based on faulty information. At her core, she wants to do the exact same thing that Rouxls wants, which is to help Lightners. And I think that's why they have that similar grand orchestra with the waltz to emphasize that underneath it all, Queen is sincerely, truly noble. She wants to help the world and to help people. There's this element of, I'm the best. You know, she still thinks very highly of herself. That's the difference between her and Rouxls. But she's also a good person who wants to help people and cares about people. And that's awesome. And it's only now, after having encountered 3 different royal rulers of dark worlds, that you see just how far the Chaos King has fallen. Because of these 3 regal leaders, he's the only one without the waltz. He doesn't have that 3/4 time. It's just chaos. The madness has consumed him. He is degraded into so much rage and hatred and violence and bitterness that all semblance of nobility has been completely lost. There's no composure. There's nothing virtuous there anymore. And I think there's something supremely fascinating about that. And it's just such great storytelling. Subtle, but beautiful storytelling. Yeah, and it helps that I just unironically love the Queen's theme. Like, just unabashedly. Like, her theme's great. How high do I rate it as a character theme, though? The thing with Chaos King and My Castle Town. My Castle Town is an evolution that tells us a lot about one of the most important characters in the game. Chaos King is important, and it gets this high, because not only is it a character theme for the Chaos King, but it also tells the story of Lancer and Susie. The legend is basically like, not only is it an over-the-top spectacle of a song, but it's also the bass line for Rouxls. And the Holy is just so narratively potent and awe-inspiring. Darkness Falls has a similar vibe. Lantern... Queen and Lantern have similar energy in that they both feel like they're telling really cool and compelling stories, but they're about characters who aren't going to be as important moving forward. I mean, obviously, Lantern could change. Right? You know, Sham could bust out, his superpowers and be like, yo, it's time to go nuts and become the most important character. But Queen, I would be shocked if she continued to maintain much relevance after Chapter 2. But she has been more relevant thus far than Sham, so I think she probably gets above him. Yeah. I think that's about where I would put her. At the very least, that's where I would put the baseline Queen theme. Like, I'd say it's above something like Susie. Because even though Susie's a main character, her baseline theme is pretty basic. It doesn't tell you a ton. Whereas Queen's baseline theme is a lot more informative and ties into stuff like My Castle Town and Chaos King. Those rate higher, though, because they tell us more about our main characters, whereas this is just about a side character. Or, a minor antagonist, I guess. So yeah, I think that's about where it goes. Queen is a good character. Better than perhaps people give her credit for. Next is A Cyber's World. Oh boy. Man, when this song first played, it was magical. Like, just the reaction of you coming down that slope, you play the notes to the song, and then you turn a corner and see the city landscape. Super awesome. Like, great moment. How high do I rate A Cyber's World? Well, let's take a listen and we'll see how I feel. I mean, it's hard to imagine a better field theme than A Cyber's World. Like, it easily beats out A Field of Hopes and Dreams. Just the way it's integrated, just the hype, like, it's just so fun. It's just such an exciting theme. And, the name doesn't really say anything. A cyber's world. What's a cyber? Using cyber as a noun, like a cybernetic organism? I don't know. Cybernetic life form? So it's just kind of a silly way of putting a cyber world, but it's a cyber's world. I don't know. I don't know if that has any meaning to it. And don't get me wrong, this is a gorgeous song. It's super cool how well it's integrated into the overworld and into that intro. It's like, this is the song we heard when we were first properly introduced to a new Dark World for the first time in years. So it was a pretty magical experience. But as far as I can tell, there's nothing really meaningful about this track. It's just the theme of the cyber world. And it introduces the cyber world leitmotif, I suppose. Maybe. I'm not sure. But it's... The issue is that it just doesn't have much meaning. It's just a great song that plays it is integrated into the game in a really cool way. But there's nothing in it that's emotional or narrative or character building or anything of the sort. So I don't think I can really give it A tier, unfortunately. And I don't even think I can get it like on the level of A Town Called Hometown. Because that is calling back to Undertale. It has that Undertale juice in it. And I just can't really say with certainty that I like this more than I like this. This just has me feel things, and this doesn't. So I'm sure some people will be disappointed by that take. So I know a lot of people love Cyber's World, but it's a great field theme. It's just not anything more than that, unfortunately. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. Great song, fantastic song, just doesn't compel me the way these others do. Next is A Simple Diversion. Okay, I'm not familiar with this one. Let me give it a look. Okay, so this is the song that plays when you're playing Punch Out against the Queen on the arcade machine. It's fine. This is another one of those tracks that's a degradation of an existing theme. In this case, it's a degradation of Attack of the Killer Queen, which we will not get to for a while. Jeez. So it's just like a bit-tuned, extremely simplified version of that song. So how do I feel about it? Where is Kaard Castle? It might be right around here. Ooh. Give me a second. Yeah, no, I don't think it's on the level of Kaard Castle. Kaard Castle is characterizing a location, and it's characterizing the tone of that part of the story. Whereas A Simple Diversion is just it's a simple diversion. There's not much to it. It's a cute little piece of foreshadowing, but it beats Basement. Yeah. It gets right there. It's fine. There's nothing much to say about it. It's a greatly simplified version of a much better song. So it serves its purpose well enough. Don't have much to say on that. Next is Almost to the Guys. So this is the track that plays, I think, when you're doing some platforming and you're about to get to the fight with the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. So let me give that a listen, and I'll tell you what I think. Yep, that's certainly a song. I mean, it's very pretty. It's very cool how it's integrated into the platforming with you dodging the notes. It's also extremely short, and its only relevance is that it's introducing the leitmotif of the Sweet Cap'n Cakes, who are characters that I do not care for. So, yeah. Yeah, it's like a low C tier, or mid C tier, I'd say. It's fine. I'm sure some people really like it. Don't get me wrong, it's musically more lengthy and engaging than most of these in C tier, but it's so much less meaningful. Stuff like the cliffs, the chase, Basement, Simple Diversion, Quiet Autumn, Your Power. These all tie in to much more important characters and concepts. This just ties into the Sweet Cap and Cakes, and I do not care about them. They do not matter. They don't matter in this game, and they barely matter in Chapter 2. And they, like, don't get me wrong, they're like a plot device in the final battle, but I do not think they're ever going to be relevant as far as plot is concerned. So, yeah. And I also just don't like them very much. the gag of, oh, it's 3 different types of weird dudes hanging out. They're Ed, and Eddie. They're the oddball squad. You know, it's like, cool. If you were real characters, I might care, but you're not. So, yeah. Next is Cool Beat. I assume this is another Sweet Cap and Cakes track. Give me a moment. Yep. It's literally just a beat that plays in conversation before you fight them. Next is When I Get Mad, I Dance Like This, which I think is the song that plays when you fight them. Maybe? I don't know. Let me check. Yep, that's certainly another Sweet Cap and Cake song. Next is Cyber Battle, which I think is actually the song that plays when you fight them. Hopefully, maybe. Free me from my suffering. That is certainly a song that plays when you fight the Sweet Cap and Cakes. It's long. It is multi-layered. It's cool that it integrates the song into the combat with you having to dodge the music notes and such. Yep. That's certainly the best meaningless track ever. The Sweet Cap and Cakes don't matter. I'm sorry, they don't matter, and I don't like them. And this is like sure, it's a good song. It's a good song for characters who don't matter, and it's going at the bottom of B tier. Oh dear. Next is When I Get Happy, I Dance Like This. All right. Let me just put that right there, and I'll give the song a listen. Well, it's better than When I Get Mad, I Dance Like This. Yep. I think it goes above almost to the guys. And not an ounce higher. Okay, I think we're almost done with the Sweet Cap and Cakes. Yay! Sound Studio. Woo! Alright, yep. Studio. It's just the shop version of Cyber Battle. It's fine. It doesn't have the appeal of being an actual fight, so it's not as high, but it's still a full, complete, competently made song. So, bottom of B tier. I'm sure some people will be greatly distraught at my distaste for the Sweet Cap and Cakes, but they are obnoxious. I'm sorry. I don't like them. I don't think they matter, and they just kind of feel like a waste of my time. It's like, oh, yeah, Chapter 1, you got Sham with Lantern, a freaking A-tier shop theme. And then you got Rouxls Kaard in the second shop theme. What do you get for the first major shop of Chapter 2? These dorks who don't matter at all. Yeah. Not a fan of the Sweet Cap and Cakes. Next is Berdly. Ooh, the Berdly theme. Okay. Alright, give me a moment. What a great track. Just really good track. It's very fascinating. It's interesting to dissect. For one, the instrumentation feels like it feels akin to Queen's theme, but not the same. The melody's not the same, and the instrument's not the same, but it still somehow manages to capture a similar pompous attitude to queens. But then what's different is that with Queen, she thinks really highly of herself and looks down on others, but underneath it all is a legitimately noble and regal soul. Berdly is a little snot-nosed brat. And so this feels like if you took Queen's arrogance and put it into a person, like, and you just completely separated her arrogance from the rest of her character and drip fed it into the soul of the creature known as Berdly. Like, that is what Berdly's theme is reminiscent of. And what's funny is that there's a bass kind of tone, like a bass line that sounds like it's trying to be 3/4 time. Like, it sounds like it's trying to be a waltz. Like, it sounds like it's trying to reach that aristocratic vibe, but it keeps like it keeps being like 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5. Like, it keeps like not quite doing it. And if that doesn't encapsulate Berdly's character, I don't know what does. Like, pompous, thinks super highly of himself, but is nowhere near as high class or intelligent as he thinks he is. And also a bit annoying. And like, his theme embodies his character perfectly. As for where I'd put it, I need to take a break for a lunch, so let me figure out where I'd put this song. Berdly, I mean, it's another character theme, but unlike, is it an A-tier theme? Here's the thing, unlike Rouxls, Kaard, and Susie, Berdly's theme isn't actually fun to listen to. It's just a really good character piece. So I think it ends up around here. It's definitely right next to Girl Next Door, which feels appropriate. I just don't know. I'd say Girl Next Door is more pleasant to the ear, so I'll put it Berdly just below Girl Next Door. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. Good song, effectively characterized as Berdly. It's not pleasant, super pleasant to listen to, but it doesn't need to be. It just tells a story, and it tells a story really well. So, really good stuff. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll give it right back to the songs. And I'm back. Okay. Last time we were looking at Berdly. That's right, Berdly. And now, time for Smart Race. Aha! Well, I can already tell you it's going to be above Berdly. But let me take a closer look. I'll give it a listen. Give you my thoughts. Yep, really good track. It's a lot of fun, high energy. It takes the Berdly theme, turns it into a fight theme. And it's a fun fight theme indeed. This is probably an A-tier track. And I only say that because, you know, if it was just a combat version of a regular character theme, then it would probably stay like right here. You know, it'd be like the versus Lancer to the Lancer, or the Lancer to the Thrash Machine, or anything of the sort. But the thing that makes it more interesting, the thing that ultimately earns it a higher spot, is the beginning. The very beginning of the song, very faintly, in your right ear if you're using headphones, you can make out Queen's leitmotif, faintly playing, hinting at the fact that Berdly is a pawn in her schemes, whether he realizes it or not, and how it's her influence that's controlling all of this. And just that kind of hint at that nuance and that hint at the dynamic of Berdly and Queen in Chapter 2 is, in addition to it being just a bop, makes it better than a lot of B-tier tracks. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it's... Where would I put it? The issue is that Berdly is not a super major character or a super interesting character. And Queen is better, but even she's probably not going to be super relevant after this game, or after this chapter. So, I mean, I can probably put it above the base Susie theme. Comparing it to Lantern, though, I can't put it above Lantern. Actually, I'm not sure I can even put it above Susie. It's true that I respect the cleverness and subtlety of Smart Race, but the raw emotion of Susie is pretty potent. Yeah, I think right about here is probably fine. Like, it's better than Rouxls Kaard, for sure. But I can't... Like, it's not as good as the Queen's theme. Because it's like, her Queen is slightly in it. I think it actually, you know what? This position makes perfect sense. It took the Queen's theme, the Berdly theme, and they kind of met halfway. So it makes sense it would be below Queen, but above Berdly. Yep. So anywhere from low A tier to high B tier is probably an appropriate spot for Smart Race. And I'm going to settle for low A tier. I think it's enough of a bop, in addition to its subtlety and cleverness and storytelling, that it deserves about this spot. Next is Faint Courage. Now this track, where is it? Darkness? No, is it Darkness Falls? Yeah, I think it's Darkness Falls. So Faint Courage is kind of the 8-bit version of Darkness Falls. It's sort of, what's interesting though is that we get Darkness Falls in Chapter 1, but later on, I forget if it's in Chapter 2 or what, it might replace it in Chapter, I don't remember how it works, like I said, I get that mixed up. But it's interesting because Faint Courage came after it, and yet it's 8-bit, which is kind of the opposite of the Empty Town to the Castle Town, where the Empty Town started off 8-bit and then became a full, proper instruments, whereas this kind of went the opposite direction. And that's interesting in and of itself, but it also tells a kind of a story. I mentioned this before when I was discussing Darkness Falls, I think, but Darkness Falls feels more real, and it feels like it's discussing the fate of the game, and the only person you talk with in this version of the game over scene is another him character, whereas in Faint Courage it pulls an Undertale and has different characters calling your name, whether it's Susie or Rouxls. I don't know if other characters other than them do it, but it's usually one or the other. And that's interesting, and it feels very intentional, because that makes it to where Faint Courage, not Darkness Falls, but Faint Courage is a parallel to Determination, which is the track that played in the game over screen in Undertale. And similarly, the Undertale game over screen game over song is also a very 8-bit kind of tune. So that's interesting to me, because it feels like this is talking about something grander than the personal triumphs and failures of our protagonist in their little fantasy quest. Whereas this feels more... but it still has interesting relevance, because when Frisk dies, their game over song, the one telling them not to give up, is called Determination. Whereas Chris's version is called Faint Courage, which is interesting. And it also parallels Faint Glow in a way. It ties in the concept of... yeah, the fact that they both start with Faint seems to suggest that whatever's glowing is Chris's soul, and it's Chris's soul glowing with Faint Courage. That would be my guess. Because we already know that courage is actually a soul attribute from Undertale. So it's possible that that is either what Chris's attribute is or what it will be. And it's only red because they're being possessed. That's a possibility. But either way, it ties in the idea that courage is kind of the determination of this game. And what is the definition of courage? The ability to do something that frightens you, or strength in the face of pain or grief. Wow, that's Oxford Dictionary. So either the ability to do something that frightens you, or the having strength in the face of pain or grief, which is if that tied together with Darkness Falls, faint courage in the face of something that causes you great grief, yikes. This is some storytelling. This is some potent storytelling. And I haven't even listened to the track yet. So I'm going to go listen to Faint Courage, and I'll probably listen to Determination as well, just to see if there's any interesting parallels. Interesting. Yeah, Faint Courage very much feels like a determinationified version of Darkness Falls. It's like it's Darkness Falls wearing a determination skin, in a way. I don't like it as much as Darkness Falls on a purely musical level. I generally don't love 8-bit music. The reason I love Toby Fox music is because he doesn't just use 8-bit. Like, he'll use it, but he'll integrate lots of regular instruments as well, which I think is the best way to use 8-bit music. However, I do consider regular instruments to be superior, generally speaking. There's a reason My Castle Town is here, and Empty Town's over here. So, Faint Courage is definitely not as good as Darkness Falls. But it is interesting, nonetheless. Because it's definitely it's not like a lot of the sorrow and like the tone is very different. Even though it's the same melody, the same theme, it has been substantially altered in such a way that the tone is changed. Like, Darkness Falls feels like Darkness Has Fallen. It's like you're standing up straight, looking your fate in the eye. There's some nobility in it, but it does have that sorrowful Darkness Has Fallen, this is the end kind of vibe. Whereas Faint Courage completely, it reminds me of those videos where they take a song and they change it from minor key to major key to make it go from a song that's sad to make it a song that's happy. And that's the vibe that it feels like here. Where, even though it's the same melody, the tone is totally different. And it feels more like you've gotten knocked down, but you can get up again. Like, you got this, champ. There's like this, we believe in you. Stay strong, stay determined, stay courageous. You can do it. Like, there's this, like, underdog vibe to it. Like, you've got this. And that's interesting. And the fact that it's this 8-bit thing, which is very associated with Rouxls in many ways, makes it, and the fact that Rouxls can now talk to you during the game over screen, it's interesting because it makes it feel more artificial. Although, I just realized, you only get a game over if all 3 health bars are depleted. Yet, it's only Chris who dies. Because you can hear Rouxls or Susie talking and telling you to get up and not give up. That's interesting. So that either implies that the soul really is taking the blunt of the harm in these combats, and that Susie and Rouxls are not getting hit as hard, if at all. Or, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. This is obviously foreshadowing. You'd think I hadn't played Undertale. It's like, yeah, you know what the dialogue from Asgore is during the game over in Undertale? It's a flashback to the line that he said to Kara. Clearly, Faint Courage has lines from the future as well, or the past if you believe in the time loop theory. So yeah, clearly these are lines that we're going to hear later on, and this is just referencing that, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. I digress. Point is, this is a very interesting concept, but it's not as interesting as this, and it's not as good as a song as this. And yeah. Where would something like this go? Because this very much feels like a degradation from the original track. And I don't really love it. How do I feel about this? Is it better than Berdly? I don't think it's better than any character themes. Is it better than Rude Buster? It's not as good of a song, even if it has a little more meaning. Perhaps a lot more meaning. I think it goes right here with Faint Glow. That feels appropriate. Because I think the implication is that they're based off of a similar track or a similar concept and idea. And I like Faint Glow more as a song, while Faint Courage has slightly more clear meaning, but they give each other meaning. So I think right here is an appropriate spot for Faint Courage. It's a good song. It's solid. It's just not something like it's just kind of outclassed by Darkness Falls is all. Next is Welcome to the City. Oh boy, I've heard this one many times. I've used this in videos many times. Yeah, I think this is the song that plays after you split up with Susie and Rouxls. So it's like you do the bird race, you fall down to Spamton's neck of the woods, and then you kind of wander through a bit of like spooky areas, and you split up from the rest of the party, and then the song plays as you enter the city. So I think that's where this plays. So very sorry about that. Someone was knocking at my door. Let me see, where were we? Welcome to the City. Let me take a look at that real quick. That is another great track. It's fun, it's energetic, it's very appropriate for the setting. It's unfortunately just not as interesting, though, as it could be. And by could be, I mean, it doesn't even... It's a really good overworld, like, field theme, but it doesn't tell any stories. Like, even Scarlet Forest feels like it tells a story. Whereas Welcome to the City just sort of feels like this high-energy, fun piece that just... I mean, it doesn't... I guess you could say it sounds like a city theme, but in an Animal Crossing kind of way, but it doesn't feel like it tells the story of journeying through a city or anything like that. Let me give it another listen. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, and the integration of all the like digital cat sounds is... I mean, it's cute, I guess, and it certainly makes it unique. And I guess you could argue it kind of foreshadows that there's cat creatures in the city. But that's really all it does. And yeah. Is it better than the school theme? It's definitely better than the school theme. Like, it just, yeah. School theme is, it serves a very specific purpose, but it does have a certain artificiality to it that kind of doesn't quite get it higher. So Welcome to the City gets this, I think, beats it. But I don't think I can really put it above Scarlet Forest. Scarlet Forest actually feels like it's telling me a Peter and the Wolf style story. Whereas Welcome to the City just feels like kind of a meme. It's like, welcome to the internet city with cats. Like, I don't know, it's fun, it's energetic, it's cute, but it's not meaningful in any notable way. So, yeah, it's good. I'd say it's a B tier. Oh, great. Mini Studio. Oh, and Holiday Studio. Great. You know, I was getting so sad at getting so few opportunities to listen to more Sweet Cap'n Cakes. Okay, let's get this over with. So, yeah, Mini Studio, I think it's just Sound Studio, but 8-bit. So, and also it doesn't have the full song, I don't think. Let me double check. If I'm gonna roast it, I might as well roast it properly. Yep, they just took a song that I thought was okay at best and made it more obnoxious. Yeah, it definitely drops down to C tier, at least. Is it better or worse than these two? Let me take a look. Actually, thinking on it, yeah, this is another D tier. It's not as bad as Cool Beat, or When I Get Mad I Dance Like This, but it's so stripped down and so high-pitched and obnoxious, like, it's not even as good as April 2012. So yeah, that's another D tier. Honestly, April 2012 might not deserve D tier. No, never mind. I listened to it again. It's pretty bad. It's brief and kind of obnoxious. It's almost a C tier, but like this is a D plus, and then these are just solid Ds. So yeah. And then after Mini Studio, there's Holiday Studio. Let's take a listen to that. Okay, you know what? Credit where it's due. Holiday Studio is cute. It's literally just Jingle Bells, but I appreciate it. It's a cute little joke to, you know, commemorate Noelle, and that's sufficiently. It's a cute little Easter egg. Like, I'm glad it's in the game. As far as being a song is concerned, it's, I mean, it at the very least beats out all the other guys' tracks. Or does it? You know, yeah, this doesn't annoy me as much as those do. Yeah, I'll just throw it right there. Yeah, that feels fair. It's fine. It's a cute gag. Okay. Hopefully I don't have to talk about the bloody guys again. I apologize profusely to any sweet Cap and Cake fans out there. This is not the video for you. But you know what? The disrespect is over. I don't think I'll have to talk about them again, so at least you got that going for you. Next is Cool Mixtape, and this is Queen's mixtape of her own music, which is really funny. Let's take a listen. Okay. That's interesting. So what's funny is that this is yet another degradation of Attack of the Killer Queen, but unlike a simple distraction, where is it? I don't remember where I put it. Is it in C tier? A Simple Diversion. Unlike A Simple Diversion, which is like the most stripped down version of Attack of the Killer Queen, this one is actually, it maintains enough of the core melody to be still pretty cool. Like, it's still a pretty cool rendition of that theme. I would consider it on par with something like Kaard Castle, where it tells you it's characterizing a part of the game by using the main boss's battle theme. I'd say this is more ominous, whereas this is more funny. Both characterize them, but I would say I think I find Queen to be a slightly more compelling character, and I think this track is a slightly more entertaining track than the Kaard Castle version. So I think it definitely beats that out. But I don't think I'd put it any higher than that. Yeah. Friendship. How have I already forgotten what the Friendship song is? One second. Oh, I remember now. Okay. Yeah, Cool Mixtape's definitely not better than Friendship. Yeah, Cool Mixtape goes here. It's a mid B. It's fine. It is a solid degradation of the Attack of the Killer Queen track. It's an interesting choice, I must say, on Toby Fox's part, to have multiple renditions of Attack of the Killer Queen, starting with, you know, a really basic, simple version, then a slightly more interesting mixtape version. before slowly building up to, you know, the Pandora Palace and then finally Attack of the Killer Queen. So it's like, on the one hand, you risk overexposing the audience to a theme and making the final reveal less impactful. But on the flip side, you could also interpret it as being a sort of a form of musical escalation. Like, it's a narrative. Like, as you get closer and closer to Queen's stronghold, her theme becomes more well realized as you get closer and closer to having to fight her. So I think those two interpretations kind of balance each other out. Yeah, solid version of Attack of the Killer Queen. Next is "Hey Every!" exclamation point. This is the ba ba da ba 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 da ba like weird track that plays when Spamton first appears coming out of the dumpster. It's not Spamton. We know, like, that plays after. This is like his little jingle as he appears. So let me give that a listen real quick. Yeah, it's very short and simple and bad, but like not in a, but like it's intentionally bad. It's supposed to be like this, the jingle that plays when the celebrity host of the game show comes on stage, but it's a trash tier, like left out in the rain version of that kind of jingle. So it's like it's just this complete, like, oh my god. It's like whenever you find one of those old toys, like, that's been like left in the rain and it has like a voice box and you turn it on and it's like this cursed, like, hello, I love you. Like, that's the vibe that this track gives off. And it works. That is a perfectly suitable introduction to Spamton, in that it's like, yo, here's a dude who's trying to be this kind of grand entrance sort of celebrity, like this like talk show host or game show host celebrity vibe, but literally in a garbage, you know, what do you call those? A dumpster. Like, literally in a dumpster version of that. And it's perfectly appropriate. I don't think I don't think I could put it in B tier, because this is ultimately like 5 seconds of music. But it works. Like, you could argue that it's basically the Circus for Spamton. Maybe. Yeah, I would put it above Gallery. But, like, would it be fair for me to put Hey Every above something like Sound Studio? No. I don't think it deserves to be in a B tier. It's not a good song. It's just an effective sound clip for introducing a character. It honestly probably doesn't even qualify as a song, but it's on here, so I'll give my thoughts on it, and yeah, it's perfectly suitable. Then there's our next character theme. God, I love character themes. Like, I haven't listened to Spamton, just like regular old Spamton theme, in a minute, but I'm just going to throw this up in A tier. Before I even listen to it, I'm probably going to... I would be surprised if I ranked it lower than A tier. I mean, it's Spamton we're talking about. Okay, let's give a listen to Spamton. Okay, so I'm actually going to have to pause the song multiple times to give my thoughts, because it's so much to go over. Like, right out the gate, Spamton, as a track, it instantly establishes the tone, which is, you are in a back alley dealing with a very, very shady individual. And shady is the perfect word to describe the tone of this track at the very beginning. It's just, and what's interesting is that you've got this like kind of energetic, like do 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 do, like kind of like, hey, I'm gonna, like, the fast talking kind of nature of the character, but in the background you have these strings going that are just like just adding this tension to be like, this is not safe. This is not, like, you're not facing a demon, but you are facing someone dangerous. And like there is some like bad things could happen if you're not careful. That's the vibe that the song immediately gives off, and that's before we get any of the lyrics. So, all right, let me listen a little bit more. Okay, I was able to finish it on the second listen. Yeah, then the lyrics come in, and this is, I want to say, only this like ever after Don't Forget. This is probably the only other time in the franchise that there's been a prominent vocal component, like actual lyrics. Now's your chance to be a big shot. And that instantly catches your attention. Like, if you're listening to this track, you might think, oh, this is some sketchy side character. And then you hear the lyrics, and it's like, wait, who are you? Are you important? Is this weird dumpster diving tiny goblin man clown thing? Is he important? And the answer is yes. Well, relatively speaking. And that's incredible. And I really appreciate, because like I mentioned, there was those ominous strings, and those fade away for a moment once he starts talking. Because the implication is that the lyrics, like the voice you're hearing in the song, is Spamton. And you start hearing that, it's like, saying, now's your chance to be a big shot. And, they even integrate like a rotary phone ringing sound as part of the track, which is inspired, for one. And it, of course, ties into his whole obsession with phones. And then, but after like the first like loop of that, the strings come back in. And it's like, oh dear. It's like even the song itself had a moment of, what the heck? And then like as it continued, like the tension came back, and you're like, oh, this might be a problem. So yeah, and that's the introduction of the Spamton leitmotif, which will pop up several times. In fact, upon closer inspection, Hey Every is a I've mentioned the concept of a degradation, like a track that is a reduced version of an existing track, several times in this video. And it's just really funny because Hey Every is just the most degraded version of anything that I've ever seen. Because it's actually like a super like janked up, super short snippet of the Spamton theme. Namely the dun 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 dun, like dun dun dun. Yeah, it's like I think that's what it is. I think it's supposed to be a jank, like messed up version of that. And then, there's something so appropriate about the idea of the most degraded degradation belonging to Spamton. It's like, of course it does. So how do I feel about the song as a whole? I mean, it's pretty great. Now's your chance to be a big shot. Like, these are iconic words. And this is bass form Spamton. This is the bass form of the Spamton theme. It is the Susie of Spamtons. And, it'll evolve pretty hardcore in several instances over the course of this list. So, but how do I feel about the bassline version? What's funny is that the more intense versions work in combat, and whereas the Spamton version works really well out of combat. Like they feel, because like sometimes there's like combat versions of songs like Versus Lancer, which don't actually feel like particularly inspired renditions. That's why I put Versus Lancer below regular Lancer. It just feels like, oh, you made Lancer slightly faster. It's like, it's not interesting. Whereas the combat version of Spamton, which is how Now's Your Chance to Be A, which is something we're going to be covering shortly, definitely feels like a very different kind of track from the Spamton theme. Whereas the Spamton theme feels very appropriate for a skeezy, sus salesman to try and, pull some con on you in a back alley. So it's incredibly interesting. The question is, because it's definitely going somewhere, like, here's the thing. I don't feel bad putting, like, this is definitely an A tier. I think we can all agree this is an A tier track. Is it better than Rouxls Kaard? Yes. Is it better than Smart Race? Yes. Is it better than Susie? I'd say yes. Just the baseline Susie. It's not anywhere. It's not on Versus Susie level, but it's better than regular Susie. Is it better than Lantern? No. I think it right here is where Spamton goes. It's an A tier. It's a great track, but it doesn't quite tell, because Spamton's a complex character, and you really need to see the evolutions of his track to fully understand who he is. Whereas Lantern feels like it tells the story of Sham really, really well. So yeah, I think Spamton goes right here. It's a great track. No one's arguing. You know, it's an A tier. But this higher tiers now, the S tier and even the A tier, it's getting, this is some steep competition. You getting above even like the bottom 3 is no easy task. So yeah, this is a solid A tier track, easily. Now let's talk about Now's Your Chance to Be A. Okay, so I'm gonna have to listen to it again, but let me know. Go down to the comments below and tell me where you think I'm going to end up putting Now's Your Chance to Be A. Do you think I'll put it in S tier or A tier? Did you know that only 0.1% of my audience is actually subscribed or something? I don't know. I didn't check. Let me listen to this song real quick. Freaking A. How is it so good? How is this version? I was ready. I was ready for Big Shot to be S tier. I was ready for Big Shot to be S tier. I forgot how absurdly good even this version of the song is. Jesus Christ. That is the only song in this entire list thus far to make me want to get up and dance. Where I'm just like here pumping my arms, being like, ooh, this is a jam. Oh my God. And that's just purely on how fun it is to listen to. On pure fun alone, it's already a god tier. And I wasn't sure. It'd been a minute. But when I said that this is a drastically different version of the song from the regular Spamton theme, I was more right than I even knew. This is a drastically different experience. It goes so hard. And that's not even tackling the narrative aspect of it. The warping music, the voice lines, the glitching, all the craziness. It paints this picture of this intense, deranged, salesman, bizarre, nightmare fuel, cocaine-addled experience, and it does it perfectly, all while being the absolute jam that it is. This is why Versus Lancer is such a disappointment, because Spamton is low A tier. Now's Your Chance to Be A is an S tier. It's that good. Wow. Just wow. I wasn't prepared. I forgot. In my ignorance, I forgot the way. And we haven't even gotten to Big Shot yet. Oh my God. Big Shot might kill me. I might die on the spot. Which is better? Now's Your Chance to Be A or The World Revolving? What a horrible choice to make. Spamton versus Jevil. Okay. I think I know what needs to be done. This is going here. It's going on the bottom of S tier. I say bottom. Bottom implies that it's S minus. It's not. This is a rock solid S tier. But this isn't even its final form. This isn't even its final form. Whereas this is Jevil's peak. This is his pinnacle. And I think because of that, it just feels right that this be above this. Big Shot is another story, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Yeah, this is another S tier. Don't forget Versus Susie, The World Revolving, Now's Your Chance to Be A. These are amazing. Also, can we just talk about how Chapter 1 had 3 S-tier tracks? How crazy is that? I hope. I wonder if Chapter 2 will have more S-tier. Yeah, that's something I should have kept track of. I should have checked to see, like, what the score is. In terms of, like, which tracks do better. Chapter 1 or Chapter 2? Like, did Chapter 2 have the better music or Chapter 1? I mean, Chapter 2 is probably going to have its average weighed down by these schmucks. But it also has Spamton picking up the slack. So, that's funny. Yeah. God tier track. We've still got a few more to get through. So, we're going to move on. But, holy cow. I forgot the glory that is Spamton. I made a whole video talking about him, and and I forgot how awesome his theme is. Incredible. Next is Elegant Entrance. I do not remember this track. Well, only one way to find out. I'm going to give it a look, and I'll be right back. Wow. What a beautiful track. Like, that is actually kind of nutty. That's fascinating. So, what's interesting to me about this track is that it's the Queen's theme, but much slower paced. And, interestingly enough, much sadder. This is the track that plays during the main entrance areas of the Queen's Mansion. And to me, this almost feels like a more accurate look at who she is as a person and the emotions she carries. Because, with her main theme, there's so much snootiness and ADHD, eccentricity, and just all around kind of meme lord or meme lady energy that it's easy to kind of overlook the kind of darkness she's carrying. But upon closer inspection, with looking at Elegant Entrance, this feels very much like the My Castle Town of Queen. It feels like this is the theme that plays, in the place... Obviously, this is for Rouxls land, and this is for Queen's land. But it also feels like it gives a calmer, more introverted... not introverted, but introversion. It gives us some insight into her deeper character. And I find it so interesting that there's these sad background tracks playing. It really layers. It starts off sad, and then it gets darker. It's which, in my opinion, is representation of how Queen felt terrible about the suffering and misery plaguing the Lightners, especially Noelle, and wanted to do something about it. And it was that dedication to do something that led her down her dark path towards trying to create a Neo-Dark Fountain, and led her towards her conflict with us. I don't know, it's hard for me to not exactly put my words out there regarding how I feel about this. It's a really good track. It gives insight into Queen, it's a development of her main theme. And it's interesting because it's not just a slowed down version. This isn't like how the Kaard Castle is slowed down Chaos King. It is, but Elegant Entrance adds a very different tone to the piece that makes it tell a different aspect of her story. And it also makes her feel more reminiscent of Rouxls. So this is a much, much better version of Kaard Castle, for sure. Cool Mixtape I put Cool Mixtape above Kaard Castle. And Elegant Entrance is way better than Cool Mixtape. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a gorgeous track. I don't know which one I like more, Queen or Elegant Entrance. It's difficult because one is a character theme, the other is an area theme, although they are both reflecting on the character of Queen. This reflects some of her more positive and comical aspects, whereas this, and her just personality as a whole, whereas this is mostly hinting at the darkness that she carries. I think I'll just put it right here. I think this is only as good as it is because Queen is as good as it is, and it doesn't quite develop the theme in enough interesting ways for me to put it substantially higher. So yeah, I think right around here feels appropriate. It's an A-tier track. It's really good. Yeah, I feel like it's almost like it's not quite compared. Like The Legend and My Castle Town are like technically one's an evolution of the other. I mean, it is. It's not even technicality. This is My Castle Town is an evolution of The Legend, but My Castle Town is substantially different from anything in The Legend. Whereas Elegant Interest is not substantially different in this, not to the same degree. It's a slowed down version of Queen, and they do add some changes to make it different, like substantially different compared to like the Kaard Castle comparison, but like it's not a whole new song the way that My Castle Town feels like a whole new song from The Legend. So yeah, I think right around here is fine. It's a high A tier for sure, or a mid A tier at least. Next is Bluebird of Misfortune, which is the track that plays during Berdly's flashback sequence, if I don't recall, or if I do recall correctly. Let me give that a look real quick. Bluebird of Misfortune is just Berdly's theme, but it's definitely a degradation in that it takes the theme and it boils it down to like a single like 8-bit like note that plays throughout, like or instrument or whatever you want to call it. It's just a very stripped back, slower paced version, and while it works perfectly fine for the scene that it's in, it's not a great track. Yeah, it's a bit boring, to be honest. Is it comparable to something like Sound Studio? It's better than Sound Studio because Berdly's better than anything that have to do with those guys. So yeah, I'd say it's below Cyber Battle but above Sound Studio. It does what it needs to. It's fine. It could be a worse degradation. It could be Sound Studio or Holiday Studio, or no, not Holiday Studio, but more like, Cool Beat or Mini Studio. That was the one. Wait, am I mixing up the studios? I think I am. Oh, okay. No, I was mixing up Sound Studio with Mini Studio. Okay. In that case, I don't think I could put this in B tier. It's probably worse than Circus. It's probably worse than that. It's probably worse than that. Ooh, a Simple Diversion. This is a good comparison. Yeah, it's definitely like... Yeah, okay, right here. This is perfect. It's better than Basement, but it's worse than A Simple Diversion because Berdly as a song is worse than Killer Queen. Killer Queen! Bites the dust. Anyway, yeah, that's a fine spot for Berdly. Little thing. Next is a much better song, Pandora Palace. Let's give this a listen and I'll see what I think. Okay, yeah, this is great. I swear every song with the Queen's leitmotif is a bop. Like, it's so good. So this is up here with these two at least. It's very similar to Elegant Entrance in that it's very much the Queen's leitmotif very prominently, but Pandora Palace feels nothing like Elegant Entrance, which feels nothing like Queen. Like, these are all very tonally different. If this is like taking a moment to slow down and make you think about the tragedy and darkness of Queen, this reminds you, but you know, she's still a quirky oddball. And she has Mona Lisas with her face on them that breathe fire. So, like, you know, this is the appropriate high energy for the utter madhouse that is the Queen's Mansion. So, yeah, pretty good. Pretty great track. How do I rate it compared to these? Oh, and one thing that I note that I appreciate actually is that if you pay close attention, while this is way higher energy than Entrance or Elegant Entrance, there's still that sad strings very faintly in the background. And I appreciate that detail immensely. It's like it's saying, you know, even whenever things are, you know, crazy and Queen's being wacky and we're, you know, dogs are carrying us through hallways and, you know, all sorts of wacky stuff is happening, there's still, like, the darkness we discovered in Elegant Entrance hasn't gone away. We're just not focusing on it right now. So I appreciate this song immensely. It's very good. Do I like it more or less than Elegant Entrance? I think I'll put it like right above it, but they're very interchangeable. It's just, I'm very impressed with the way that this, like the progression, like you evolve from Queen, you get like a few reduction versions, like stuff like a Simple Diversion or Cool Mixtape. You also get the Elegant Entrance, which is a more slowed down, dramatic, and tragic kind of vibe. Then you get Pandora Palace, which is, you know, this crazy, way more high energy version that still feels like a natural progression, like musically and thematically, from Elegant Entrance. There's just this interconnectedness to it all that I really appreciate. Yeah, really good. Another solid A tier. I wouldn't rate it substantially higher or lower. It's just good. It's really, really, really good. Like, yeah, A tier. Next is KEYGEN. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what this is in reference to, but we'll give it a listen. KEYGEN feels like a reference I don't really get. Like, people have explained it to me before. It's some, like, old YouTube poop or something. Like, it's some old YouTube reference. The song isn't very long. It's like 10 to 15 seconds. It's just this kind of cool sounding loop. It's very reminiscent of something like Fanfare, where it's just this over-the-top, dramatic, short thing that happens. Yeah, it's fine. It's too short and too basic and too meaningless for me to really give it much attention. Next is Acid Tunnel of Love. So, what are my thoughts on this one? Okay, well, the fact that Berdly and Chris, not Berdly, Rouxls and Chris go on a tunnel of love ride together is the most shipping fodder stuff I've ever seen. Like, like, I don't really ship characters, but I don't know, man. After watching that video, I watched a video recently, like, explaining all the evidence for, like, Riku from Kingdom Hearts having a super hardcore gay romantic storyline with Sora, that I'm just like paying more attention now to these sorts of things. And this is like this is like a nuclear bomb in terms of subtext. It's like, it's, yeah, I'm not saying that that's the direction Toby Fox is going to take it, but this is a choice. Let me put it that way. This is a choice. Yeah. Let me take a listen to it and see what my thoughts are on it. I'll be honest, this has like a polka kind of vibe to it, and I'm pretty sure if I ever go to hell, the sound of hell will be polka music. So, out the gate, I'm a little biased. It's fine. It like suits the moment in the game. It feels like a carnival or circus sort of attraction. and that very much is the vibe given by the music. It feels like this sort of whoop, boop, 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 boop. I don't know, I can't quite do it. It has that kind of clownish undertone. Yeah. It's appropriate for the setting and the scene. I don't necessarily like the song, though. Do I like it more than Sound Studio? Here's the thing. I don't think I dislike it more than I like Sound Studio, and they're both about equally irrelevant parts of the world. But this actually characterizes a sequence, whereas this is characterizing some dorks who I don't care about. So I think Acetone of Love gets like B- tier. It's okay. This is me being generous. You could honestly put like all three of these down into C tier and I wouldn't cry. So yeah, low B tier, it's fine. But it does provide a baseline for the remix that becomes It's Pronounced Rouxls. What's so funny about this is that if I go to the Deltarune OST for Chapter 2, let me pull it up, and I go down to It's Pronounced Rouxls. Oh, okay. No, it's... oh, never mind. It must just be labeled like that in my list. Although now I'm curious. Let me check the music file real quick. Yeah. It's what I thought. So in the files, this track is just called Rouxls Battle. And I find that really funny because it basically, like, this would probably have been called Versus Rouxls if people didn't constantly think his name was Rouxls or whatever. Which is really funny. Or at the very least, I like the interpretation that Toby Fox changed the name of one of the songs just to be like, it's pronounced Rouxls. That's just a comical concept to me. And I do know from looking at it a moment ago that this is in many ways like a fusion dance song between the Rouxls Kaard theme and Acetone of Love. Like the melody of Acetone of Love is actually integrated into It's Pronounced Rouxls, and it makes for a pretty fun tune. I'm going to listen to it again to get my full thoughts, but give me a moment. What a hilarious song. So not only, it's so funny, because on the one hand, it has this like leftover remnants of polka, clown, circus energy, but it's fusing together with the pseudo-aristocratic like superiority complex of Rouxls Kaard, and it blends together into the most comical stew that you've ever seen. He literally, like, there's, like, initially it's like, you know, you've got his theme playing, it's on the violin, it's just, you know, being kind of silly and absurd. Then it gets to the halfway point, and there's just this moment where, like, an opera voice comes in, and it's just like, oh, and it's just like, what the heck is happening? It's like Rouxls is like, oh, it's not sophisticated enough. Put some opera in my absurd polka clown acid love tunnel remix. Oh my god. And then the way the track ends is even funnier. It ends with a ba-ba, 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 hey! Like it's some crazy Russian dance number, which is the most... That's so funny. It's so absurd. It's incredible. Rouxls Kaard is clearly the most powerful character in Deltarune. He's... It's so good, man. I love this. It's at least on par with Rouxls Kaard. Let me listen to it again. To Rouxls Kaard, that is. I just got to refresh my memory. It's so funny because it actually integrates some really lovely like violin pieces in there, but then it's also just this utterly goofy clown fiesta. What a masterpiece of comedic music. Uh, it's incredible. Like, it's better than that. It's better than Smart Race. It's better than Susie. Maybe? Is it better than Susie? It has no emotion other than laughter, but it's way more complex and entertaining. Yeah, I'll give it a boon. I'll say it's better than the Susie track, the bass form Susie. Is it better than Spamton? No. I think that's going a bit far. I think It's Pronounced Rules is pretty fantastic. I think it's hilarious. I think this is probably the pinnacle of what a purely comedy song can achieve. And that is low A tier, which is still very impressive considering. What a great guy. I love Rouxls Kaard. He's the best. Next, oh boy, we have Lost Girl. This is the song that plays when Susie goes to rescue Noelle, at least in the neutral and pacifist routes. And this is the direct evolution of Girl Next Door, and it's just vastly superior in every way. So I haven't even listened to it yet, and I can already tell you it's at least right here. It might be higher. Let me give it a listen. Also, before I even get to that, the name of the song is very revealing, and also showcases the much more interesting side of, I was going to say aspect, the most interesting side of Noelle, which is the the despair-filled side, the part of her filled with fear and doubt and worry for her family, the part of her that is lost. That's the part of her I find interesting, not the girl next door aspects of her. So this is the drama and the sorrow of Lost Girl is definitely what draws me to this song and to Noelle as a character. So let me give it a listen real quick. It's a very pretty track. I mean, it's interesting because the Noelle theme, the established in Girl Next Door, there's an A part and a B part, or part 1 and a part 2. And the part 1 is the chipper part, and it's the most prominent in Girl Next Door, while the more dour part is just sort of like a background. Like it appears in the song, but it's not very focused on. Whereas this starts with part 2 and then transitions into part 1. And the whole thing is like, these are opposite songs. The Lost Girl and the Girl Next Door. It's sort of like, this is who she presents herself as, this is who she really is. You know, this is what's in her heart, this is what's on her face, you know, that kind of thing. And it's very pretty. The question is, do I like it more than Susie? No, I don't. And I'll tell you why. It's because Susie's character and how it's embodied in this song is all about her vicious, intense, spiky attitude towards the world. In other words, when we're looking at the song that embodies Susie's darkness, it's about, there's an aura of, I'm hurt, so I'm going to hurt the world. Which is agency. That's what that is. Susie has agency, whereas Noelle doesn't really feel like it. She's the one who's kidnapped. She's the one who needs to be rescued. She's the one who doesn't have confidence in herself. And that's, don't get me wrong, that's literally her character arc. But it's not as interesting to me. The girl next door who gets kidnapped and then has to be rescued by her knight in shining armor. Like, this is, you know, the fact that her knight is a purple dragon lady doesn't change that it's a cliche. And I think that's why Snowgrave Noelle interests me so much more. Because it's a subversion of this concept. It's like, yeah, if you're going to be a passive, agency-devoid, tool for others, then, yeah, sure, you might end up being just saved by your friends, or you might get turned into a weapon of mass destruction. You might get used by people. And I find that a much more fascinating dissection of this kind of character archetype than I do just the way they play it straight in the, so to speak, in the normal and neutral routes, or pacifist and neutral routes. And yeah, it probably doesn't help that I'm not like super into the Susie Noelle relationship. It doesn't really appeal to me as much as it could. Mostly because I find Susie to be substantially more interesting than Noelle. So that's part of the problem. And even then, I don't like Susie as much as I do some other characters like Chris and Rouxls. So already this like relationship was kind of never going to rate super high for me. But I do still, I appreciate the agency that Susie's character has. She is a mover and pusher in the world of Deltarune. Noelle is not. And I feel like that's reflected in her songs. And it's like, there's some interesting tragedy there. But this song doesn't really tell me anything interesting. Not on the same level that Susie or some of these other songs do. Don't get me wrong, it's an A-tier song. But I'm just kind of thinking it through and realizing my lack of satisfaction in some areas with regards to Noelle. And I'm realizing that that is also reflected in my opinion of the music. So, yeah. It's a low A tier. It's good. It's great, actually. Very compelling. I loved it the first time I heard it. It's only with time and with a better grasp of Noelle's character that my interest has waned somewhat. But yeah, good stuff. Next is Ferris Wheel, which is what plays when Susie and Noelle are on the Ferris Wheel. Let me give it a listen. Well, this song is basically just an 8-bit version of Girl Next Door. And there is like some tiny flourishes here and there. Like I think you could almost make out one of the other Cyber World tracks faintly playing in the background at times. Like it might be like Cyber Battle or Welcome to the City, something like that. Honestly, the main revelation this song gave me just now was the realization that, well, two things, but one, the more noteworthy, was that in this scene where Susie and Noelle get on the Ferris wheel, it literally rolls away. It's not like a real Ferris wheel. It's a wheel that rolls along the ground. That's why it transports Noelle and Susie from one place to another. It's because it literally rolled across like Queen's Mansion to some other spot somehow. So go figure. I never noticed that before. That's hilarious. And then the other thing that I just realized is that the team splits up and you have Susie and Noelle riding on a heart-covered Ferris wheel while Chris and Rouxls go in the acid tunnel of love. Like, tell me, Fox, what are you doing? What are you implying? Are you suggesting these are real ships? Or are you suggesting that these are fake ships that you're going to destroy by the end of the story? Are you setting up ships in chapter 2 just to tear your fans' heart apart when Susie rejects Noelle and Chris rejects Rouxls? That's going to be great. I'm going to love that. It's going to be delightful. But no. Ferris Wheel is, I mean, it's fine. It's an 8-bit version of an existing theme. It's a better 8-bit version than some. Like, I'd say it's better than Cool Mixtape, probably. But that's a weird comparison because because Cool Mixtape is it's a degradation of, Attack of the Killer Queen, which is a way better song than Girl Next Door. So, is it actually better? I feel like there's more depth to Ferris Wheel than there is to Cool Mixtape. Like, Ferris Wheel actually does feel like it's not just an 8-bit version of Girl Next Door. There's more to it than that. Not much more, but there is more. So I'll put it like right here. I think this is a fair spot, like mid-B tier. Not as good as Girl Next Door, but it is fine. It's still good. Next, speak of the devil. It's Attack of the Killer Queen. Let me find Chaos King real quick. This is probably going to be at least like around here. Oh my god, this is exciting. We've been building up to this the whole dang time in the cyber world, so let's give this a listen. I'm very curious. Wow. So good. It's high energy. It's awesome. It's the pinnacle of her. Well, it's not the pinnacle. What's interesting is that this is not even the final form. This is not even the final form of her OST, of the Queen's incredible music. So this is so it's interesting because a prominent part of this song is Berdly's theme, because she's actually puppeteering him during this fight. Which is a fun flip on Smart Race from over here, because in Smart Race it's almost entirely Berdly with just a hint of Queen's manipulation, whereas this is the Queen is attacking and she's using her pawn Berdly, and it's very much a duet in that regard. Like there's almost as much Berdly in here as there is Killer Queen, which is fine. That's good. I mean, that very much characterizes this particular fight. And it's also just a bop in general. I forgot where I was. I think I stopped to go look something up, but I forgot what I was looking up now. But yeah, Attack of the Killer Queen, it's a great bop. It's got a lot of Queen in it. It's got a lot of Berdly in it. It's very interesting. I think I was looking up like what the tone might be on a technical level, and what I more or less found was that it was tense, but not overtly tense. Like, you're not fighting a Sauron, you're fighting the Killer Queen. It's not that big of a deal. And it's a good song. It's a really good song. However, there's no dramatic weight to it. Not in the same way that something like Chaos King did. Chaos King was ultimately telling the climax of the story of Susie, Lancer, and the King. And that was actually really important narratively. But Attack of the Killer Queen, it's phase 1 of her boss fight. And she has multiple themes across her boss fight. And I wouldn't say this one is the most potent or interesting of the bunch. Or, let me rephrase. It's not as potent or interesting as Chaos King. This might be the best of her boss themes. Don't get me wrong. Attack of the Killer Queen is pretty great. But on a, and like something to keep in mind, quality of the track and the fun of the track are only one factor for me when it comes to how good the tracks are. If it doesn't carry a lot of narrative weight, then it's not going to rank as high. And while this does carry some narrative, it's the narrative of Queen and Berdly, it's not anywhere close to the character arc conclusion that is Chaos King. In fact, I'd probably put this with the rest of the Killer Queen content. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a bop, and I would say this is like of the Elegant Entrance, Pandora Palace, Queen, Attack of the Killer Queen bunch, I'd say this is probably the best one. Yeah. I feel confident in that. But honestly, it is weighed down a bit by the Berdly theme. I like Berdly. I don't like him that much, though. And his theme being so prevalent in Attack of the Killer Queen does kind of pull it down a little bit for me. And I mean, it's still great. It's still an A-tier track, but I don't think it's quite as legendary for me as some of these other tracks are. Like, as a whole, I would say Queen has been a far more fun and interesting character than King. But in terms of the narrative potency of their boss themes, Chaos King, I think, trumps Attack of the Killer Queen. And at least that's my perspective on the matter. But don't worry, we've got like 3 more boss themes for you. Alright, had to take another break there, but I believe we were at Giga Size. That's right. Because we just talked about Attack of the Killer Queen, and then immediately after that is Giga Size. I think this is the song that plays when the Giga Queen first appears. I could be mistaken, but regardless, let me give this a listen, and I'll give you guys my thoughts. Wow, what a song! You know, I saw someone on Twitter mention that Giga Size is underrated because people don't listen through it all the way to the end, and I absolutely see where you're coming from. That is a very unique song. That, if it weren't for the Queen's theme being there on the harpsichord, it would be almost unrecognizable as a Toby Fox song. It feels like it's of a different genre. Like it reminds me of something out of Epic Battle Fantasy. Like it has that like hard rock fantasy kind of vibe. Like this is something I'd expect for a Gundam game. But like I guess that's the point, isn't it? Is that normally in Toby Fox games, the characters don't jump up into a giant transformer, you know, a giant freaking Megatron, you know, Megazord, Gundam, Pacific Rim, you know, take your pick. They don't jump up into a giant robot. That is extremely unusual for Toby Fox. This is usually coined, I mean, it's always had both fantasy and sci-fi elements. That's true. Like, we had a robot main antagonist in Undertale, but that had never been taken to its natural conclusion, which is, hey, what if you fight a Mobile Suit Gundam? Yeah, wow. And that's the thing, the dun 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 dun, or dun dun, I don't know how to make the sound, but it's that low, like rumbly kind of, I assume it's on the guitar, but it's what's used for the majority of this track, and it sounds like that is the musical equivalent of a giant mechanical footstep. That grinding slam of something big and powerful, and the way that it almost drowns out the Queen's harpsichord is actually kind of fascinating to me, because it almost gives this implication of power above everything. Like, this is her, like, this isn't Attack of the Killer Queen where her, you know, her refinement is still on full display. This is, all right, I'm getting into my giant robot, I am now going to beat you to death. Like, this is no longer very ladylike, I guess you could say. This is time to elbow drop you from orbit. Like, you know, and it's interesting. But then, even though I say that the harpsichord, the Queen's theme, is mostly getting kind of drowned out a bit, it then transitioned into this really intense kind of synthy kind of music towards the later half. And at the very end, the hard metal, like, mecha theme fades away, and you're left with nothing but the harpsichord playing the Queen's theme. And then the metal stuff comes back in and for the crescendo, and or the climax. I probably have misused crescendo. I'm not a music person. I'm an armchair music person. But yeah, and it's awesome. It's a very cool song. It's a lot of fun, and it's just yet another, like, the Queen does not miss. All of her tracks are awesome in one way or another. I think I have to listen to it again before I can really decide where I want to put it. Give me one moment. Man, and how the freaking, like, not only does, like, the harpsichord kind of get replaced with this sort of, like I said, synthy sort of sound, it's still doing the Queen's theme, but it has this synth sound that just really hammers home how distinctly out of genre this feels from a musical standpoint. This is not something Toby Fox does. This feels like something out of a totally different kind of game. But I love that. It feels so distinct. And the way that like the harpsichord like track, like, you know, sometimes it'll just go completely nuts. It'll be like woo woo as it like gets more synthesized. And it's the way I'm imagining it is like this song feels like the suit up sequence where the Megazord is forming around the queen. And like that's the vibe it gets. Where this elegant, queenly pilot has a giant Gundam coming into existence around her. And that's the vibe that it gives. Let's finish listening to it real quick. See if I have any more thoughts. Oh, and the horns. The horns are so fun. And the electric guitar, just so metal. Let me listen a little more. Yeah, fantastic track. It deserves to be right alongside the rest of the Queen tracks in A tier. Where would I put it? I do love it. I sincerely do. Does this feel fair? I think this feels pretty fair. I feel like it deserves to be above the field themes. Even if I don't think, like, I love the genre shift, I don't know if it's necessarily my preferred, like, the single best version of the Queen's theme, but I am glad that it exists. I'm very glad it exists. Yeah, I think right there. I think very middle of A tier is right where Giga's size deserves to be. Next is Powers Combined. I'll form the left arm, I'll form the right, and I'll form the head. Yeah, this is the song that plays when the heroes build the Thrash machine mecha. Freaking guitar. Such a meme. What a ridiculous finale to a chapter. It's so over the top. Yeah, let me give it a listen and I'll tell you how I feel about it. It's a little strange because Powers Combined instantly transitions into Knock You Down. It's kind of like how Bergen Truggen transitions into Asgore in Undertale. It's like technically they're different tracks, but they go hand in hand and one leads into the other. So it's a little weird to rate one by itself. In fact, I don't think I will. I think it's a little silly to rank them separately. I'm just going to put Powers Combined and Knock You Down together. One isn't better than the other. Well, obviously Knock You Down's better than Powers Combined because Powers Combined's only like 20 seconds. Whereas Knock You Down's a full song. So just keep in mind Powers Combined and Knock You Down are hand in hand. I'm not going to stop at just listening to Powers Combined. I will say, it very much doesn't sound like anything in Deltarune thus far. I'm not even sure if it has any of the leitmotifs. I'll have to double check. But yeah, let me give a listen to the full Knock You Down Powers Combined combo. It's interesting. Aside from a little bit of a little glimmer of the Queen's leitmotif, this is an almost entirely unique song, as far as I can tell. Obviously, I'm not the best at spotting these things, but even just, it would make sense if there's not much, because this is such an alien experience for such a normally relatively mid to low sci-fi level tech world and setting, that it just sort of feels like a situation that's never going to be repeated. You know, I doubt we're going to have another mech fight in Deltarune. But because it's so unique, it also feels uniquely unimportant in the long term. It's like, I doubt that our mecha combat skills are ever going to come back up or be relevant to our ability to win these fights. You know, or like, I doubt we're going to defeat the Roaring Knight by jumping into our, super robot. So the fact that it feels such a one and done kind of situation makes the song feel like it's also like, yeah, it's a total genre shift. And I can tell the vibe it's trying to go for. It's trying to go for that Power Rangers kind of sound. That, that classic Mighty Morphin theme song. I know because I have that still on my playlist. Like, I love that song. I love that vibe. But that's also why I can tell that this song, Knock You Down, Powers Combined, it doesn't really capture the same magic. Not for me, at least. And I think that's partially because there's not a sufficiently distinct and hype guitar riff that they repeat throughout, and because there's no vocals. This is another one of those tracks that could have really benefited from vocals of some kind, which is unfortunate. And like, don't get me wrong, it's a good track. It's fun, and it serves its battle purpose as well. But rather than feeling like the finale of the Queen saga, it feels like an almost like a non sequitur into some other bizarre combat situation. Even when you die in this fight, you don't get a proper game over, which just makes it feel that much more like a strange minigame. Yeah. Where is Rude Buster? So when I think of Rude Buster, do I think Rude Buster or Knock You Down is better? Knock You Down is such a meaningless title, whereas Rude Buster actually ties in the concept of combat with one of the protagonists. And I think I might actually prefer the song Rude Buster more than Knock You Down. It does feel weird to rate a boss theme this low. But the issue is that it doesn't feel like a unique boss theme. Like, it feels like you would use this theme in any mech fight. Almost. Obviously, the Queen's theme at one point makes it feel a little more distinctly unique to her, but the fact that the song doesn't utilize that more makes it feel like it's not quite in line with the, the quintilogy of Queen themes that we have up here. Yeah, I think it's about a mid-B tier. It's just not interesting enough. Like, I could respect Giga Size because it still felt like a Queen theme, just in a very different genre. Whereas this doesn't even really feel like a Queen theme. It feels like it pays lip service to Queen's theme at one point, but the vast majority of the song feels like it's its own thing, and it's its own thing. It's a thing that I don't find particularly compelling. The whole concept of the Queen boss fight, the Giga Queen boss fight, is kind of gimmicky, and I feel like that's kind of affects my opinion of the songs to a limited degree. Like, I'm glad it exists, it's interesting, it's fun. It's just kind of shallow in terms of its narrative potency. Especially considering the fight ultimately is, you lose regardless, so it's kind of whatever. Yeah. I feel kind of weird about it, conceptually, but in my heart, I don't feel bad about putting it below Rude Buster. It just doesn't appeal to me quite on the same level. Does it deserve to go any lower? No. No, I think it deserves to be right here. It has enough distinct identity, and it's tied in with Queen's theme, so I think it deserves to be higher than most of these guys, but I don't think it deserves to go higher than Rude Buster. Yep, that's my final answer. So yeah, some people might be disappointed by that one, but it is what it is. Queen, don't get me wrong, Queen had a pretty legendary string of tracks. Like, a significant percentage of A tier is now owned entirely by the Queen. And since if you include like Smart Race as a big part of that, then it's just even more so. So yeah, no, this has been a stellar showing for Queen. Yeah, absolutely. Then we have The Dark Truth. This is another song that I love and which I use frequently on my channel. And it's the song that plays when Rouxls reveals the roaring, the concept of the roaring, and basically smacks some sense into Queen with facts and logic. All right, let me give it a listen. This is a fascinating track. You might make the mistake of thinking it's like a continuation of the legend, but it really isn't. The legend is mostly this kind of 8-bit theme, and while it's grand and epic in scale, it's still that kind of Rouxls kind of genre. This is a intense piano with these like synth noises that are like a choir humming and then singing in the background. It's very different. It's more akin to the Holy than it is to the Legend. And it's really interesting. Something that people pointed out to me, or I don't remember when, but one thing that's really interesting about the beginning of The Dark Truth is that it's very much similar, if not outright identical, to the beginning of You Idiot in Undertale. The You Idiot has a 3-note pattern that repeats. It has a mid-note, and then a lower note, and then a higher note. And The Dark Truth has a similar thing going on, which feels very intentional, given that Rouxls and Flowey are very, very, very clearly parallels to one another. There's so much evidence for it, it's absurd. Regardless how you interpret that evidence, it's true that they are parallels in various ways. So the fact that the You Idiot theme got reintegrated into The Dark Truth, and considering The Dark Truth is the track that plays when Rouxls is effectively telling Queen that she's an idiot, is pretty hilarious and pretty amazing. Like, those are the sort of subtle details that you don't notice at first, but it's kind of brilliant. And the way it just sort of ties back into Undertale. And what's interesting, too, is that part of why this feels so different from the Legend is the Legend was something that Rouxls had been prepping for ages. It was a very pre-rehearsed speech. And that's why I think it'd go with the artificial sounding 8-bit kind of vibe. It was grand and epic and complicated, but it's still 8-bit. Whereas this is Rouxls reacting. It is him reacting to the events occurring around him. And he's sincerely baffled at the fact that the Lighteners, that Berdly and Noelle and Queen would almost bring about the end of the world. The way Rouxls reacts in this scene is completely different. He very much breaks character. Because normally Rouxls has that very timid, submissive, like, well, I'll just go with the flow, I'll let people do what they want kind of vibe. And it suddenly becomes overwhelmingly clear that is a vibe that he generates for specific people and specific circumstances. And the moment someone does something outside of those circumstances that he considers a problem, he is willing to drop the whole friendly, acquiescence and be like, hey, stop it, stop talking, stop doing anything. You're idiots. You're going to destroy the world. Like, he just completely snaps and breaks character in a way. I remember the expression he makes right before telling the story is like, it's the most "Are you guys idiots?" expression that I've ever seen a character make in anything Toby Fox has made, other than every expression Flowey makes. But that's also very clearly intentional. Now I gotta go compare their faces to see if they look similar in that moment. But I'll do that in a minute. For now, the point is the parallels between Rouxls and Flowey, the parallels thematically and musically between The Dark Legend and You Idiot. And, they're both about darkness and like a force of darkness taking over the world, So there's just so much parallels there. But then there's just the music itself. It's mostly a pretty simple blend of that You Idiot thing and theme and the classic Don't Forget theme, along with some spooky, choiry synth in the background. And it makes for a very intense and beautiful track. As for where I'd put it, it's a mid to high A tier for sure. Where does it belong, though? It's probably above the Holy. Let me go listen to some of these again. Upon listening to it, I realized that my feelings on The Dark Truth are almost identical to my feelings about Darkness Falls. Which is to say that they both capture that sort of, well, they both feel like they're talking about the same thing. They're talking about the end of the game. They're talking about the end of the story, when the world ends. It's just that The Dark Truth is told from a sort of storytelling kind of perspective, whereas Darkness Falls is told from the much more personal, witnessing the end sort of perspective. I like them both a lot. I think I'll put them right next to each other. I think I'll put Dark Truth a little lower. I like the personal feel of Darkness Falls, but The Dark Truth is also really good. Yeah, I feel good about that. Very good track. Yeah, very, very good. Next is Digital Roots. Let me just put it up here for simplicity's sake. If I recall correctly, this is the theme that plays in the basement of the Queen's Mansion. And I'll go ahead and give that a listen. Okay. It's pretty simple. It's pretty basic. What's interesting is that this does tie actually back into The Dark Truth, funny enough, and You Idiot. Namely, in that the same three notes, there's this 3-note sequence that is used by Toby Fox to, it's oft, in Undertale, it's mostly used by Flowey because he's a serial killer, but he also uses it in other places of great danger. And it's basically the things just got real, your life is at risk, you are in danger theme. And it's like you are in the presence of death. And it's just 3 notes, just da 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 da, and that's it. But it's used in a variety of different ways. You hear it in You Idiot, obviously. It's very stretched out in that. A more prominent version of that is in the, I believe, in the actual beginning song of the fight against Omega Flowey. Let me double check that. Yeah, in Your Best Nightmare, it's very prominent at the beginning as well. And you might mistake that as being specifically tied to I think some people have even tied it to specifically Flowey, and then when they see that this song is titled Digital Roots, they theorize that this is all tied up with Flowey in some way. I'm not going to say that's wrong, but I am inclined to think that track is more so meant to symbolize I think that's just more Toby's go-to danger theme. Like, it's the theme of grave threat, serious threat, that it represents, because it's used in a couple places unrelated to Flowey as well. Then again, you could very much make the argument that it's meant to represent Flowey more so than anybody else, and that the outliers of it being, in the scenes where it's not used by Flowey, it's an outlier rather than the norm. I mean, it does say digital roots, and there are like vines on the walls. I mean, they're probably cables in the basement, so that's probably not literal vines, but it's still a similar vibe. And there's a very specific, the fact that it plays in a place that is specifically very similar to the secret lab, or the true lab in Undertale, which is a place that very clearly identifies the idea that the smiley face is directly associated with Flowey. And similarly, in the Queen's basement, there's like this plug thing on the wall that if you wait long enough, it'll smile at you. And similarly, this is the place where you see the friend, quote unquote, aka the smiling face floating, the Cheshire Cat grin with yellow and pink eyes floating in the darkness. And you know what else is directly associated with creepy, evil smiles in the darkness? Flowey. So I'm not necessarily saying that Flowey is connected to all this, because I don't think Flowey exists in this reality. But I do think it's trying to tie these ideas back into a specific concept, namely the idea of secrets and labs and experimentations to create abominations. Because keep in mind, Flowey, no matter where he goes or what he does, he will always be a product of the true lab. So you could argue that this dark theme of this danger theme is a theme he inherited from the lab, and the person who, Mr. You-Know-Who owned that lab. So, yeah. Because the idea that Flowey has anything to do with this basement makes no sense. But the idea that there is a connecting link between the mysterious, terrible stuff that happens in this basement and the mysterious, terrible stuff that produced Flowey in a different basement makes perfect sense. There is a connecting fiber there, and it's Gaster. I'm trying not to say the word because it's a bit of a curse word in the theory community, but I'm just going to say it. It seems very likely that the person who basically led Spamton down this path was Gaster. And Gaster's also the one who created the True Lab and did the initial research that led to the creation of Flowey. I know Alphys is the one who made Flowey, but she did it with the research she got from Gaster. So, you get my point. So yeah, I think that's the most logical interpretation of this theme being used here, because I don't think there's a Flowey in Deltarune. I feel confident in that. I think Rouxls is our Flowey. So yeah, I totally rambled about lore and theory crafting for a minute there, but point is, this is a very, very simple track that is super interesting from a lore perspective, but isn't necessarily some grand, interesting track. Does that make it like Gallery? I would say it's better than something like Gallery, because Gallery is interesting for lore reasons, but the song itself has no actual connections to anything. Whereas the Digital Roots track is a callback. So I'd put this more on some part of something like Kaard Castle, where it's not necessarily my favorite song ever. It's actually pretty basic. But it's lore. And I'd say it's more interesting lore than Card Castle. And I'd say it's... Does it beat Cool Mixtape? No. I'd say it's like right above Card Castle and no higher. Yeah. Digital Roots, perfectly suitable. It's fine. But it's very interesting from a lore perspective. It's just not a very amazing song. Next, oh my god, we've almost made it, my dudes. Next is Deal Gone Wrong. This is the track that plays after Spamton appears for the first time, but before the actual fight with him. And yeah, it's when your deal with him goes wrong. And if I recall correctly, it's once again using the Spamton leitmotif, and it's very slowed down, very menacing, which is interesting. It's kind of weird that Dialtone and A Real Boy... Well, A Real Boy makes sense. It's just kind of weird that Dialtone came after all these. I hope I didn't mess that up somehow. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so let me listen to Deal Gone Wrong, and I'll get back to you guys with my thoughts on it. Oh, one more thing on Digital Roots before I move on. In the background of Digital Roots, you can clearly hear what is either wind blowing or waves crashing, which is very reminiscent, which is the theme of wind and ocean being tied up with darkness is a very prevalent concept in Deltarune. Why and what it means, I have yet to decide. But it's definitely important, and it definitely hints at that. It further confirms, in my opinion, that this is meant to be referencing you-know-who. Because in the Spamton sweepstakes, one of the few hints we had about you-know-who was an image of a coat hanging on a chair, and if you clicked on it, it would play audio of like wind blowing or it was audio of ocean. And when you clicked on it, the chair became a distorted mass of darkness, and there was a chance that you would see the yellow and pink eye face, which would then laugh at you. Which is literally everything we just talked about in Digital Roots. But it's tied to this ocean concept and tied up with almost certainly you-know-who. So, long story short, I'm pretty sure that's what this is referencing. But I digress. Deal Gone Wrong. Let me give it a listen. Yeah, I don't have much to say on Deal Gone Wrong. It's just a really slowed down version of Spamton. And to make it more menacing. And it works. It's effective. It's just not very interesting. So let's compare it to some other slowed down versions of songs. Card Castle is one. It destroys Card Castle, obviously. Is it better than Digital Roots? Yes. I feel confident on that one. Is it better than Cool Mixtape? Yes. Ferris Wheel? Probably. Friendship? No, it's not better than Friendship. Friendship is its own proper song, whereas this isn't. This is just a slowed down, spooky remix of an existing song, which is cool. It's fine. It does its job. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just I'm not going to rank it super high compared to full blown new compositions and things. So yeah, there's that. Now, now it's your chance to be a big shot. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna preemptively put it at least right there. It might get higher, but it's at least going right here. And this is before I listen to it again. So, yeah. Let me give that a quick listen and I'll be right back. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I. What do I do? Where else could I put it? It's Big Shot. Do you have any idea how insane this song is? It throws everything at the wall and it all sticks. It takes Spamton, it takes Medita Neo, it takes freaking all the ghost themes, it takes up phone ringing, it adds vocals, and and then it adds the world revolving. It just goes mad. This song is. I have no words. It's it's a big shot. Like I remember in those formative years when we thought that nothing could be cooler than Jevil in the world revolving. And then Toby Fox went Super Saiyan 12 and was just like, yo, I have a little gremlin and he's got a song for you. Oh my god. I can't even explain why the song is so good. It does everything. It does everything right. It does everything right. It ties in a bunch of stuff. It sounds epic. It's hype as hell. It thematically tells the story of Spamton really well. It's oh my god. It's just so good. It's so good. And it's just so good. It's like it starts off with like the Medita Neo theme, and you're like, whoa, this is already good. And then like it just keeps building, and then the Spamton theme comes in, and then the vocals come in. Now's your chance to be a big shot, and it's just like, oh my god, it can't get any crazier than this. And then they hit you with the world revolving, and they don't even stop. They don't even stop there. You start hearing tinges and pieces of the ghost themes of Ghost Fight, of Napstablook, of Mad Dummy, aka Mad Mew Mew, and then just a random point, all the song caught out to just hear the do 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 from that bloody ghost fight, and then it blasts back in at full Spamton volume and power. It's mad. It's a madhouse. A madhouse. I can't even discuss the possibility of putting it anywhere else. It's Big Shot. What do you want from me? It's like, is Don't Forget more important to the overall story? I don't know. Here's the thing, and I keep bringing up this concept. This is base form. This is base form of Don't Forget. This is the pinnacle of so many unrelated things that came together inexplicably to make one of the best bops in Toby Fox history. It's I don't know how he wrote something like this. It's beyond my comprehension. I'm not saying Big Shot will forever be the best song. I'm certain there's some version of Don't Forget or Versus Susie or The World Revolving or Now's Your... Well, not that. But like any of these or some other song could get developed in some crazy way and then it blasts Big Shot. Well, nothing's going to blast Big Shot out of the water. But something could surpass it. It's possible something could surpass it. I'm not going to say that some version of Don't Forget won't come along that is better than Big Shot. I'm willing to accept that possibility. For now, I'm not open to discussion. There's no room for thought. There's no room for arguments. The fact that I can't even enunciate how amazing this song is all the proof I need. I'm lightheaded from just going mad over that theme. Just what a time. What a song. Did y'all know that Toby Fox is just an absolute mad lad, an absolute genius, an absolute Giga Chad? Because he is. God, amazing. Okay. Let me. It's getting pretty late. I might have to cut the recording pretty soon, but we can at least finish up the Spamton songs. Next is A Real Boy, which is the absurd, optimistic nonsense track that plays after Spamton's defeated Spamton Neo, and he's like, "Watch me, Mama! I'm gonna fly! With the power of friendship," etc. So let me give that a listen real quick. It's really short. It's really silly. It's just a super optimistic version of the Spamton theme. Although I do have to give it praise, there's this very, very quiet but sad, like I think it's a string instrument in the background that you can barely make out. That's just like ba, 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 ba. And it's like on some level, Spamton knows this is him being sung to his rest. And that's really sad. But ultimately, this is just a really short, simple thing. Where would something like this go? I mean, is it better than Hey Every? Yes. Is it better than Sound Studio? No. No, I think this is a fine little goofy... It's a fine little goofy gag kind of track, but it's nothing to write home about. It's too short and too basic and too... what do you call it? Derivative. It's for me to really rank it any higher than this. It's fine. It's high C tier. It does what it wants to do decently well without being a proper song. And then there's Dialtone. And Dialtone is the track that plays in Spamton Shop. It's interesting because to say that something is the dialtone, that's the sound that you hear when a phone, like a rotary phone, is off of its receiver, I believe. Let me double check on that. Yeah, so basically the concept of the dialtone is that it's a tone that is played to inform the user that you have the option to send or receive calls. And so the tragedy of this choice of, this choice of terminology is that Spamton has no customers. He's waiting and ready for his big comeback, but no one's interested. No one wants to call him. No one wants to hang out with him. No one wants to help him. He is, what was it? What was it I put in my thumbnail? Let me check. Abandoned, neglected, betrayed. So yeah, that's what the Dialtone's all about. But yeah, let me give that track a quick listen. It's very interesting. Dialtone. On the one hand, you have this track that is very... It has very small tidbits that are reminiscent of Spamton, with the phone ringing. There's some instrumentation that feels very Spamton. But then, the main melody is actually from the world Revolving, which just sort of further emphasizes that it basically embodies the concept of freedom and the obsession with freedom that Spamton has. And it's just kind of interesting. I mean, there's definitely a lot of... I mentioned in a previous, when I was discussing Hip Shop, how it feels like a degraded, but not degraded in the way I've been using the term, but it's a shop theme in shambles. that's been left out in the rain. That's the vibe of Dialtone. With hints of the Freedom theme, hints of Spamton, probably hints of Gaster, considering Gaster's theme is plastered all over this dang game. But also, an aspect of the song that I've always really appreciated is that it's trying to put on this presentation of a functioning shop and failing miserably. But then, in the background, towards the end of the song, you hear these really sad strings. And they're almost reminiscent of the sad strings that play at the very end of A Real Boy. Or it might have been throughout A Real Boy. I forget now. But it's just sort of like this hint that underneath the boisterous personality and exaggerated, everything that is Spamton, there is a deep-seated tragedy. And I appreciate that that's being referenced musically. Where is Hip Shop? There's Hip Shop. So, on the scale of shop themes, this is nowhere close to whatchamacallit's Lantern. But is it better than the regular Hip Shop? Hip Shop is definitely a better song, but Hip Shop is also kind of meaningless. Whereas Dialtone actually has meaning. Yeah, I think Right Here feels fine. I'd say it's an interesting variation on the idea of a shop theme, but it's also very simple and not the most fun to listen to. And I feel like it's only appropriate that a Spamton theme, Spamton shop theme that draws upon things like, the world revolving and just the shop themes in general would be somewhere in this ballpark. It's good, but it's too degraded and too simplistic for me to rank it super high. Yeah, it's a very interesting track. It's an interesting track within the context of the lore and Spamton's character. But as a song, it's only okay. I mean, it's good. It's better than okay. But, yeah, I think it's just good. Solid mid-B tier. And with that, we're in the final stretch. I'm going to take a break. It's getting late. I'll get back to recording this tomorrow. Alrighty, and I'm back. Next up is Sans. It's pretty funny, because if I'm not mistaken, this is the only song in the entire game that is just whole hog copied from Undertale. Is the only difference between this Sans and the other Sans songs being that there's a period at the end? Is that an actual thing? If so, that's really funny. I'm actually going to go ahead and go listen to this. And I'm going to listen to the original Sans too, just to see if there's any differences. But if there's not, then this actually just adds even more evidence to the theory that Sans Deltarune and Sans Undertale are the same person. Because nobody has an identical theme. Even Toriel's main home theme is clearly altered. So the idea of the only song in the entire OST is just Sans, the only one that's from Undertale that's unaltered, that feels very intentional. Yeah. Let me give that song a quick listen. Okay, yeah. Not only are they, I'm pretty sure, the exact same song in both games, but I was mistaken. The period after Sans is in both versions of the song. They are identical. That is so funny, because it's so, I feel like that's one of the most blatant hints at the Sans from Undertale and Sans from Deltarune are one and the same. I feel like that's pretty on the nose by Toby Fox's standards anyway. As for what I think of it as a song, I'll be honest, I've never loved Sans as a song. I love Sans as a character. But the Sans song is a bit of a goof. It's a bit of a goofer. Um, I'll put it above Sound Studio. And I don't even think it has any prominent leitmotifs. Like, I seem to recall in Undertale, like, Sans kind of stood apart on its own, and its leitmotif only appears in one other place, and it's in a song that might fight when you fight Sans, or whatever the name of that ridiculous song is, the unused Sans battle song. I think like that leitmotif only appears here and there, if I recall correctly. So it's not very. I mean, you could argue that in and of itself is intentional, where it's like, yeah, Sans is very much, especially in Undertale, an outcast, or not an outcast, isolated, disconnected from the world around him. Like, everyone else's themes and leitmotifs and stories, they're all interwoven with each other in Undertale and Deltarune. But not Sans. Sans, both literally and musically, is a bit of an outsider. And even in Deltarune, he's new in town. So that still is the case. Honestly, though, if my theory that Sans Deltarune is the original Sans and Sans Undertale is just Sans Deltarune, then it would make a lot of sense for us to actually get evolutions of the Sans song as he makes bonds with people, like real bonds with the people in the Deltarune town. Like, he clearly has a very positive relationship with Toriel. So imagine, like, if Sans came over to your house, I would not be surprised if Toby hit us with a bizarre, you can always come home Sans kind of mingling. Like a more cozy Sans theme, if you get my drift. I think that would be awesome. I would love to hear that. So yeah, that's a fun idea. I digress. I like it more than Acetunnel of Love and Cyber Battle. I think this is about as high as it goes. It's just that Sans is so irrelevant. It's like Sans is just not really important to the story thus far. And I'm not convinced he ever will be. Outside of like secrets and secret stories and secret endings. Like, as far as the main plot is concerned, I doubt Sans will ever be relevant. But whereas I feel like there's lore and secrets and hints. Okay, maybe not in this one. Maybe not in Checker Dance. But there's stuff that's relevant to the narrative in all of these. And it is also hurt by the fact that I'm not really a big fan of this song in general. I don't dislike it. It's fine. It's just a very one note. Not literally, but tonally. It's just a very, here's a goofball, goofball, doo-doo. Like, there's just, it's effective enough characterization, but it's not interesting characterization. At least not on a level that I can understand. Yeah, I think right around here is fine. For such a minor character. Like, at this point, Sans has about as much relevance to the narrative as the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. Actually, he has less relevance to the narrative than the Sweet Cap'n Cakes. I'm just putting him above the Sweet Cap'n Cakes because I vastly prefer Sans to them. So, yeah, I'll put it, like, right there. It's a B tier. It's good. It's a recurring track. Honestly, if there was more recurring tracks from Undertale, I'd probably rank Sans lower. But because Sans is the only track to return from Undertale, that gives it something a bit special. Like, it actually contributes to the storytelling in a way that's interesting. Huh. Now that I think of it that way, it actually does contribute to the narrative. It has its own story, just through the simple fact that it's here. Arguably, it has more narrative potency now than it ever did in Undertale. Yeah, maybe right there. Yeah, I'll give it a little boost. Does that feel fair? Yeah, I think I'll go with it. It doesn't matter that much, but it does hint at the lore of Sans, and Sans is obviously the best character, so, you know, he's the most interesting character in this entire franchise. So feels valid to put him above Checker Dance. I won't put him above any of these themes that actually have relevance thematically, since he still is very minor, but I do appreciate his inclusion nonetheless. Do I feel okay with putting it? No, the more I think about it, the more I don't like this. Putting him above themes that actually have relevance. And this one actually goes hard at points. I changed my mind. I'm putting it back here. Sorry, bit of a bamboozle, but I just don't feel right putting Sans any higher. I don't want to give it undue credit. It is very much subtext, the lore that this song provides, as opposed to the actual text that some of these provide, and the actual combat themes that like this provides. Whereas Sans, I don't love the Sans theme in general. I don't want to overhype it. So yeah, that's fine. Next is Chill Jailbreak Alarm to Study to. I love how the image that they put in this tiered list doesn't even include the whole text. I mean, that's actually kind of funny. That's cute. Yeah, this is the track that plays in the jail or in the police station that Naps to Blue made. So yeah, let me pull that up real quick. Yeah, it's certainly a song. It's a callback. It's a funny gag. It's an evolution. It's C tier. Yeah, like right here. Or here. Yeah, I'll put it like right here. It's like a low C tier. I'll be honest, I've never liked any of Naps to Blue's songs, so yeah, never been a big fan. Not to say I dislike them, but I wasn't. But I don't like. They're C tier in that game as well. So yeah, it's fine. Next, okay, we're starting to get to some niche tracks. So, well, not quite. First, we have Until Next Time. This is the altered credits theme. It's the first. Don't forget evolution. So let me pull that up. It's an interesting remix, I must say. It's very. It's a bit of a cacophony, I must say. I know it's not. I know there's a structure to it, but it is a bit wild. Funny story. When I first beat Chapter 2 myself, I actually experienced an audio glitch where in the credits sequence, the You Can Always Come Home theme continued to play into the credits. So I had Until Next Time with its glitchy madness with You Can Always Come Home. So it was an extra cacophonous experience for me. So yeah, it's an interesting remix. Narratively speaking, it does kind of hint at the idea that like things are, I don't know, we're hitting some glitches in the Matrix, we're hitting some road bumps in the narrative, we're hitting some, you know, the reality may be a little more unstable than we're realizing, stuff like that. Which would make perfect sense to play, considering at the end of Chapter 1, we were just regular, like the big plot twist was, Chris is possessed, ? Whereas at the end, the plot twist of Chapter 2 is, Chris just created a dark fountain in their house. So that's a much bigger twist, in my opinion. Or at the very least, it is a paradigm shift. Because before it was like, oh, Chris is possessed. But you could still, like, if you wanted to, you could say, oh, they're just possessed by the player. In which case, their character hasn't really changed. But with this, suddenly we can assign motivation to Chris. And their motivation, so far, seems to be somewhat destructive. At least from a surface level analysis. Just because we know dark fountains are dangerous and can damage the world. So it's a very interesting plot twist, and it makes sense to have the credits immediately after play a song that feels a little disconjointed. However, I will say I consider this to be a pretty massive downgrade from Don't Forget. I don't like it. I think it works well enough for what it's trying to do, but I will never listen to this song of my own free will. So, yeah. Maybe something like this. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put it like right there. Mid-C tier. The ending of the track is just pleasant enough for me to not completely consign it to D tier. I'll put it above stuff like Holiday Studio. But I don't regard this track very kindly. I find it to be just not very good. I'm sure there's that, I don't know, this sort of like dubsteppy remix, I don't know what you call it. I'm sure there's people out there who love that sort of thing, but I'm not those people. I consider this to be what would happen if you chopped up a good song and then reshuffled the pieces, and the answer is you get a bad song. So yeah, not a big fan of that one, to be honest. And with that, we've finished the core OST. Now we're on to some bonus tracks. Now, these, notably, are from the Snowgrave route, or the Weird route, as some call it. So these are still in the game and can still be heard. After we cover these, I'll cover a few bonus tracks from that you can't hear normally, or are from sources outside of Deltarune but are still connected to Deltarune, stuff like that. So we'll start with Welcome to the City Alternate. This is another track I'm quite familiar with, as I actually use this in my videos at times, just because it's a calmer version of Welcome to the City, and thus it works better as background music. Let me pull that up, and I'll give you my thoughts on it. Interesting. You know, I was prepared to rank this relatively low, since it's mostly just a slowdown version of Welcome to the City, or so I thought. But upon closer inspection, it's actually got a couple different additions that make it a bit more interesting. For one, there's this sort of harsh, metallic, crunching sound that you hear at points, which is interesting. Definitely adds to the spook factor of this whole experience. But more interesting than that is the very slow do 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 in the background. And there's a lot of tracks in this game, in this series, that have 3-note melodies or 3-note iconography attached to them. So, and like I said, I'm not a music guy, so it's a bit difficult for me always to spot it, but it does sound an awful lot like the really slowed down Snowden theme, like the one that you hear when you're doing Genocide, and the one that you sort of hear when fighting Snowdrake's mom, as an amalgamate. And that makes perfect sense for this sort of track, since this is effectively the Genocide route of Chapter 2. So, if that is indeed, well, whether or not that's the specific reference, it definitely feels like that is the genre that it's trying to hint at. And that's a very cool callback. How do I feel about... Where did I put Welcome to the City on general principle? Okay, here's Welcome to the City regular. So what's funny is I didn't rank Welcome to the City super high because it felt very whatever. It didn't feel like it was adding anything narratively. It was just like, yep, here's a part of the world you're in. But it actually works well as the layup for this, because this works way better. This feels like a very appropriate theme to the Snowgrave route for that chunk of the game. And it even tells an interconnected story with Undertale via the genocide background track. So I actually like this track a fair bit. It's not the most interesting song. It's the most interesting song. It just tells an interesting story. And I'd say it's very similar to Scarlet Forest, actually, where it's telling a relatively mundane story, but it's like at a very slow point of the narrative. But I would say I'd actually say Scarlet Forest is a little bit more fun to listen to. But Welcome to City Alternate definitely has more punch. I don't really think I'll put it any higher than that. It is still a fairly basic track, all things considered, relative to everything else. And it's not that fun to listen to. So, yeah, I think right here feels appropriate. Next is Versus Berdly Alternate, which is, I assume, the track that plays when you fight Berdly in the Snowgrave route. So let me pull that up real quick, and I'll give you my thoughts. Okay, so listening to these two tracks, I am realizing there's a bit of confusion here, because it's unclear which of these is which. Because there's the track that plays that's just basically like a dun 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 dun, like right before the fight, and then there's the track that actually plays during the fight. And I can only assume this is the one that comes before. It's just confusing because this comes before, yet it was after this one in the list here. So that's a little confusing. But I'm just gonna... These are not official names, by the way. The person who made this just gave them these names. So in the actual files, I believe... well, let me check. Yeah. So in the files, Noelle's realization is just called D, just the letter D. Presumably for death. And then the song plays against Berdly is a longer title, and it's called Berdly_battle_heartbeat_true. So, or just Berdly battle heartbeat true. So, yeah, for the purposes of that, I'm going to say that this is D, and is the track that plays before Noelle's fight, our fight with Berdly, and then this is Berdly heartbeat battle true, or whatever it's called. So, with that in mind, let me actually listen to the song again. Starting with D. It's only 6 seconds long. It feels very narratively similar to Imminent Death. In fact, let me pull up Imminent Death and let me just give it a listen, see how it compares. This is a very short track. For one. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. Imminent Death and Noelle's realization, aka Tense and D, which is what they're called in the files. They might be similar, but I think they're just kind of superficially similar. They're not really that similar. They just kind of feel similar in certain ways. I don't think there's actually any clear connection there. But yeah, so it's a 6-second track. And there's almost like a melody in there, but I can't really recognize it. And beyond, like, it might have Toby Fox's classic Danger theme in it somewhere. Like the flowy Gaster kind of things are about to get real kind of theme. But even then, I can't hear it clearly, so it's hard for me to tell. And it's only 6 seconds long. Yeah, it's very... I feel a similar way about it to how I feel about Imminent Death. Do I like Imminent Death more? They're both very short songs. I feel like Imminent Death is more narratively or musically interesting because it uses like Susie's instrument because it's about Susie, whereas this feels kind of random. Or rather, it just feels like kind of generic tension music. The fact that it's just labeled D in the files also is confusing. And it doesn't really give me any enlightenment on any deeper meaning it might have. So yeah, I'm just going to put it like right here. It's fine. It's whatever. It's 6 seconds long. Then there's the Berdly Heartbeat, True Battle, whatever. Let me give it a listen. Yeah, it's a very simple track that doesn't feel like it necessarily means anything thematically beyond this is a tense moment. It's just a really short, really simple track. Like, it's longer than the other thing, but not substantially so. It's like 17 seconds long. And it definitely lives up to the heartbeat element. There's like a prominent heartbeat beat in this track. And it works effectively for the tension it's trying to set. But it's still not like a good song. I would put it like right here with the Imminent Death. It's a tense kind of cookie cutter tension music, and it works. There's nothing wrong with it, but I don't have anything to say about it either. Then there's Flashback, and this is the track that plays when Noelle is flashing back. Or wow, rather, it's the track that plays at the end of Snowgrave. If you go to the hospital, you can hear Noelle talking to herself in the hallway, and the screen goes black, and this is the track that plays, I believe. So let me pull it up, and I'll give it a listen. Interesting. So right out the gate, we need to talk about its apparent connection to the Holy. It both in terms of its melody and in terms of its musical composition. This has this like piano track or something similar with strings, and then of course a choir esque kind of effect, which is very similar to the Holy. And they also, I believe, share a melody. So that's very interesting, narratively speaking. Especially considering this is actually called, in the files, Flashback Excerpt. Meaning, this is a piece, let me pull up the definition of excerpt, just so that way I don't mess this up. A short extract from a film, broadcast, or piece of music or writing. It's an extract from, it's a short piece of something bigger. So, that's interesting to me. Especially because it's called Flashback. Now, you might assume it's called Flashback because it's flashing back to the day's events. But it could also be flashing back to something else. We don't know. Although, it is interesting because from a Snowgrave narrative perspective, you could argue that this flashback is in reference to what Noelle did while Chris was in front of the fountain, aka where the Holy was playing. Because in Snowgrave, you fight Spamton Neo there. And it's there that Noelle comes to Chris's rescue and murders the crap out of Spamton. So it could very well be that this is meant to be a flashback. It's her thinking about that moment. That moment when Chris seemingly was able to summon her and control her to a degree, even when they were far apart. So that's a fascinating pile of lore. And then the track itself is super creepy when presented this way. Like, everything that made the Holy feel like you're looking at something grand and important and holy gets twisted into something cold and warped and just everything but holy, So it's an interesting detail. And the fact that it's called Excerpt pretty heavily implies that this is a piece of a grander composition, whether that's referring to the grander composition of the Holy, or a grander flashback composition, or a grander composition of the overall weird route throughout Deltarune. I don't know. So, either way, Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Man, when chapters 3 through 5 drop, my brain might explode. My brain might actually explode. Imagine getting this much lore through this much music, but like with 50% more. 50%, like if if chapters 3, 4, and 5 each have as much songs as chapter 1, 2, then God, we're gonna be overloaded. It's gonna be so overwhelming. It's gonna be so overwhelming. As a content creator. Oh my God. I digress. Flashback is a very effective creepy song. I don't think it's an A tier. I think it's creepy, but it's relatively simple. I think it worked. I think it's definitely a B tier. Do I feel similarly to it as I do to the door? No, I think the door is mysterious and a little spooky, but not quite creepy the way that Flashback is. I will say I think Flashback is more interesting than that. I think it's probably more interesting than Empty Town. Definitely better than Checker Dance. Faint Courage and Faint Glow. I'd say it's better than those for now. Better than Kaard Castle. I don't think it's better than Digital Roots. Or do I? No, it's definitely better. And it's better than Cool Mixtape. And Ferris Wheel. And Deal Gone Wrong. I don't think it's better than Friendship, though. Friendship is way too big and way too complicated and way too interesting and just more fun to listen to than Flashback. So I think, as a whole, I think Flashback is a solid mid-B tier. It does its job well, it's interesting, it has enough changes to be a distinct experience from the Holy. I wouldn't say it's as good as the Holy, but it is still a distinct and memorable experience in the Snowgrave route. So, yeah, pretty solid. And with that, we have ranked every single regular, every track in this tier list. So, I'm going to go ahead and switch to, I'm not sure what I'm going to put on screen for this next segment. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a hassle. I think what I'll probably end up doing is I'll continue to show you footage of the tier list, and I'll just point to where the songs I want to go. But in the actual editing software, I'll make in the editing process, I'll take an image of this and then edit over the image the bonus songs that I'm going to cover. So yeah, I think that's how I'm going to handle this. So yeah, we've got some bonus songs to look at. Those were all of the prominent soundtracks that are actually in the game and actually are hearable in the game. Now we're going to look at some bonus tracks that you might not experience unless you go out of your way to find them. So I'll be right back once I find one to showcase. All right, the first track that we're going to be covering, the first bonus track, is called Noelle, and it's actually an unused Noelle theme in the files of the game. I'll try and put it on screen, or not on screen, but like I'll play it in the background if I can get away with that. As a whole, the unused Noelle theme is, I would say, largely inferior to Girl Next Door. It's very like start and go. Like it has just a kind of uncomfortable beat to it that I don't quite like. This isn't even tonally. This is just, I don't really like this composition. I find it kind of obnoxious to listen to. I don't know if that would make it a C tier or a D tier. I mean, it was poor enough that it got cut from the game, so let me listen to it again. It's no D tier, it's a C tier, but I don't like it. Yeah, I would probably put it at the bottom of C tier. Like right here, after Ho Ho Ho. That might seem harsh, but it's like I said, I actually dislike the song. I dislike the the way it's composed. It irritates me to listen to it, which is normally something that would get a D tier. But it's actually well composed. It is still just the main. It has the main leitmotifs of Noelle, of Girl Next Door. So it's fine conceptually, but my personal taste drags it all the way down to the bottom of C tier. I'm glad it's not used where Girl Next Door is used. That's my 2 cents of the matter. Next up is the next bonus track is one of the ones that Toby Fox revealed on the Fangamer stream he did. And this was an unused school theme. It was actually the original theme he composed for the school. And it's heavily based off of the Don't Forget main Deltarune theme. However, he ultimately scrapped it and replaced it with, where is it at? It's in here somewhere. School theme, because he didn't want to overuse the main theme of the game, and it is very prominently used in the alternate school theme. But it is still a very distinct composition that I think was worthy of discussion. Side note, I'm not including every single tiny alternate version of every song that Toby Fox has made. I'm only going to add in the ones that I think are distinct and interesting enough to discuss. Because there's a few tracks that are like slightly altered or slightly sped up or slowed down that aren't really interesting enough to warrant their own spot on the list. So, with that in mind, alternate school theme, what are my thoughts on it? Well, let me listen to the original school theme again, just to kind of refresh myself on my opinion on that one. Yeah, no, I definitely prefer the school theme that we actually got. The school theme we got works a lot better for me. It feels like it has the right energy. Whereas the alt school theme, the one that Toby scrapped, it's a bit too sleepy. It's a bit too, it makes me fall asleep a bit. And I do, this, something he pointed out was that this version is based on the town theme, aka... a town called Hometown, whereas the alt version is just based on the main theme, and it shows. And I definitely think this version was the way to go. Not only because I think it's more narratively logical. I mean, both work narratively, but I do prefer this narrative direction, since the school segment of the game isn't the most important, and so I don't think it quite warrants that don't forget overtone or heavy emphasis that you get in the alt version. I would not say the alt school version is as good as Beginning. I would not say it's as good as Friendship. I wouldn't say it's as good as Flashback. Is it better than Deal Gone Wrong? I'd say it's better than Deal Gone Wrong. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, because the alt school theme is its own distinct composition, whereas Deal Gone Wrong is just a slowed down version of the Spamton theme, and that's not very inspired. It's used in a spooky moment and all, but it's not even that long of a moment. So yeah, I would say that if I were to put the track, I would put it in between Flashback and Deal Gone Wrong. That's where I put the alternate school theme. I think it's good. I think it's well made. I just don't like it as much as the school theme we got. Alright, let me find another track. Next up is a track called Checkerboard. And this was actually to be used on the Great Board area of Chapter 1, aka the massive chess/checkerboard that you can travel across. However, Toby ultimately cut this track because it seemed too grand and serious and interesting, however you want to put it. The way he put it was, I think his exact quote was, the area isn't very long, so I felt like if I played a song here, it would actually have the opposite of effect of making the area feel disappointing if it had its own unique music but didn't amount to much. So that was what he had to say on that. And I totally get where he's coming from, because Checkerboard is mad ominous. Like, it is bizarrely ominous. It has that harsh, metallic, ching, 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 ching kind of background track going, which feels very reminiscent of something like Giga Size, or even something from, like, you know, the Snowgrave route. Like, it feels very out of place with how harsh and disturbing it kind of is. But it also has a prominent component of that kind of empty, mysterious, creepy, kind of scary place vibe. It's very similar to Quiet Water from Undertale in that regard, but it's not quite like Quiet Water, because Quiet Water has an element of serenity to it, whereas Checkerboard feels distinctly alarming. And that is interesting. And the fact that it's used on the chessboard, with the Roaring Knight being the main antagonist, feels like that might be an intentional choice. But, and considering the fact that we never actually encounter any of the leaders of the chess people, that kind of inclines me to think that those are entities who will be making a return. But as for the song itself, I definitely agree with not including it, because I think it would have made what is ultimately a very brief segment feel bizarrely threatening for no good reason. Especially considering the section ends with the complete goofball energy that is Checker Dance. So, yeah, no, I think it was a wise choice to cut Checkerboard. But what are my actual thoughts on Checkerboard? Well, honestly, it's a very bizarre track. It makes me feel strange. It has weird bloop, 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 like bongo drums near the latter chunk, which is odd. It's just a very odd and disconcerting experience, but not in like a super compelling way. Mostly in a confusing kind of way. Yeah, I don't think I'm in love with Checkerboard. Yeah, I'd probably put it in C tier somewhere. Maybe somewhere with Basement. Actually, no. I think I'd put it above versus Berdly Alternate, but below Almost to the Guys. Yeah, I think I'd put it between these two, because it's basically just a tension theme similar to these, but it's actually has an interesting melody going on. It's just I don't understand what the melody means. And at the same time, I don't really love listening to it a ton, but it is a unique track, which is more than I can say for something like Berdly, which is very basic. At the same time, since I can't really discern any real storytelling going on with Checkerboard, I can't really put it on the level of some of tracks that have some meaning, like Cliffs or The Chase or The Basement, or Until Next Time. And I don't enjoy listening to it as much as stuff like Holiday Studio or some of these Sweet Cap and Cake tracks. So yeah, between this and this, that is my final call on Checkerboard. It exists. I don't hate it, but I don't really like it either. Oh boy. Next we have, you thought you'd seen the last of Rouxls Kaard, fools. Next we have the epic Rouxls Kaard remix, which is, or the epic Rouxls Kaard theme, which is like a serious Rouxls Kaard serious mode theme. I believe this is another track that was introduced, on the Undertale 6th anniversary stream. It was the third scrapped track after the school alternate theme and the Checkerboard theme. And it was scrapped because, to quote Toby Fox, I started to come up with an epic song for when you first battled Rouxls. After starting the song, though, I realized he's not very epic at all. Feels like if he had a song like this, you'd actually be able to defeat him. You'd actually be able to defeat him in one hit. So I didn't do anything with this one. That's so funny. The song was so absurdly epic that it feels like it must be a joke, and that you must be able to defeat this character in one hit, which isn't the vibe he wanted to go for. Which is interesting. It's interesting that that's his complaint about the track, is that it would give you the impression that Rouxls is someone you can beat easily. Which implies that he doesn't want you to think that, and therefore, Rouxls is not someone you can beat easily. And if you think about it, we've never actually fought Rouxls. We fought the checkerboard piece, the K round, when it was being mind controlled by Rouxls. And then in Chapter 2, we played a mini game against him. But even then, he attacks us using the Thrash machine. He doesn't actually use his own powers. And when he actually starts to use his powers, he turns to stone. That's so funny. That's so interesting that they were like, or that Toby Fox was like, yeah, we want you to think he's this pompous, over-the-top, windbag, but we don't want you to think he's weak. That's fascinating to me. As for where I would put Rouxls, the epic Rouxls card theme, or Epic Rouxls Battle is, I think, what it's called. Let me give it a listen and I'll tell you. Yeah, Epic Rouxls Battle is epic and awesome, and I love it. It's one of my favorite tracks. It's so silly conceptually, but then in practice, it's actually epic. It's an awesome remix or recomposition. And it actually, in the later chunks of it, it's a substantial song. It's like over 1.5 minutes long. And in the later portions, it sounds sincerely like kind of sad, which is fascinating. Yeah, I love it. I love Rouxls. I love his themes, and I especially love the Epic Rouxls Battle. I would put it like right here with Rouxls Kaard for sure. Would I put it above Rouxls Kaard? Yeah, I would put it above Rouxls Kaard. I'd say it, like, if the Rouxls Kaard song is only 20 seconds long, whereas Epic Rouxls Battle is over 1.5 minutes, and, like, the reason I love Rouxls Kaard is because it feels like this is how he views himself. Like, being in his presence, this is the music that should play, as far as he's concerned. And Epic Rouxls Battle feels like what he imagines a battle with him should sound like. Something grand and faintly tragic, but still amazing. Like, it's so self-congratulatory. I love it. Yeah, I'd put it like above Rouxls, but below Smart Race. Yeah. It's an unused track, and it's for Rouxls, so I won't pretend it's better than these actual tracks that are in the game and are for characters who matter, or at least matter more than Rouxls. So yeah, I'll put it right here between Smart Race and Rouxls Kaard. Next, I believe the next track on our list, yeah, there's a track, it's called Character Joined Long, and it's what would have played when Susie joined the party for real, but Toby scrapped it because it was too awkward being frozen for 10 seconds. So let me give this a listen. It's a very pretty little jingle. It's only 10 seconds. It's pretty simple. It's pretty cute. It actually has its own kind of unique melody. I'm not sure if it's referencing something or not. It's very sweet. Like, that's the essence of it. But it is just a jingle. And since I can't tell if it has any blatant leitmotifs attached to it, I'd probably say it's like a C tier. Yeah, I'd put it above Fanfare, I'd put it above KEYGEN or I'm Very Bad, but I wouldn't put it as high as Noelle's Realization. So I'd put it between Noelle's Realization and I'm Very Bad. That's where a Character Joined Long would go. So I'm not going to actually put one song that I'm not going to put on this list because it's not actually a full song. It's like incomplete, and it would feel weird to put it with these others. It's not even a jingle. It's like half of a song. But I do want to talk about it because it is kind of cool, which is the King Boss Orchestral theme that Toby only did like 40 seconds of. Like I said, I'm not going to rank it, but I just wanted to point out that it's actually really hype. It's a really cool track that starts off really like dun 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 dun. Like, it's just ridiculously hype, and then it like transitions into the legend leitmotif, or to be more precise, the Castletown leitmotif. And I find that supremely fascinating. Just the fact that Toby would even consider connecting that theme to the king either implies, well, most obviously it further ties the idea that, the king and Rouxls and the queen, there's a certain royalty connection there that musically connects them. But there's also the fact that the king is trying to bring about, a legendary event. And in fact, when you would have heard this song, it would have been when you're standing in front of the Dark Fountain. And the last time we heard the legend was when, specifically that part of the legend leitmotif, was when we were seeing the vision of the Dark Fountain on the horizon. So it actually just makes there's several layers of logic to including that theme here. It's just a shame we didn't get the full version, because even if it was never used, I still would have loved to have heard that. It's a really cool track. Next is the alternate version of the Legend theme. This is the 6th Deltarune track that was scrapped and then showcased at the Undertale 6th anniversary livestream. And this one's pretty substantial. It's very interesting. It's very different. It doesn't use the pure, mostly 8-bit kind of vibe that the final product uses. It's a lot more regular instrumentation, more classic epic fantasy kind of intonations. It definitely goes for a more classical fantasy legend rather than an 8-bit legend. It feels less like this is the prequel story you'd see at the start of an 80s or 90s PC adventure game, and more like something you'd hear in a fantasy game or a fantasy movie from the era. So it's definitely a different vibe, and one distinct difference is that there's no slow build-up the way that the final version gets, and there's no calming down towards the end. With the legend theme is pretty epic, but then as it wraps up, it transitions to the modern day and the discussions of the current issues, and that's when we get to the empty town theme, or the Castletown theme. And it's substantially more subdued and calm, whereas the alternate version of the legend does transition into the Castletown theme, but it doesn't lose any energy. It's still going full blast, epic orchestration. So it doesn't feel... Yeah, I definitely see why he wouldn't go with this, because the legend has a fantastic balance. It has a nice slow build up, it has the right tone for what we're going for, and it calms down when we get to the modern day, which adds this whole timeline kind of musical storytelling timeline effect that I greatly appreciate about the legend that is mostly absent from the alternate version. It's still a very good track, but I would not say it's on par with the actual legend. The legend, I should say. As for where I'd put it, I would put the alternate version of the legend above Girl Next Door, but below Field of Hopes and Dreams. I think it's still a gorgeous track. It's just not quite... I think it being a cut song and it being not quite as interesting to analyze gets it down a whole tier, but it's still gorgeously composed and has the classic leitmotifs. So I think it still deserves a high B tier spot. So yeah, between Girl Next Door and Field of Hopes and Dreams. Next is the unused Fountain theme. This is another song that Toby cut, and his stated reason for cutting it was, I actually really like this song and wanted to use it to introduce a leitmotif, but I ended up using a more evocative song with a different motif. I'll try to make an excuse to use this song in the game somewhere. That is so fascinating, because if you actually listen to this alternate Fountain theme, what did he call it? Fountain Unused, which is what he called it. It is so different from the Holy. And I totally agree with him that the Holy is substantially more evocative, with the definition of evocative, for those who aren't in the know. Evocative means bringing strong images, memories, or feelings to mind. And I totally agree with that. The Holy brings some very strong feelings to mind. It's just definitely has that vibe going for it. But as for the leitmotifs, I find it super interesting that he stuck with the Holy and introduced a leitmotif that feels more aligned with the identity of the fountains. Like this song, The Holy, feels like this is the theme of the fountains. This is the theme of the thing before us. The concept of the darkness, the concept of the dark world, the concept of whatever this power is that grants these fountains life. That is the leitmotif I think is being introduced with The Holy. Whereas the Fountain Unused theme and its leitmotif is very different. It starts off with this do 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 that's very reminiscent of those like mysterious areas that you can find in Undertale and Deltarune, where it's like, ooh, a mysterious river, a mysterious swamp, a mysterious door. Like there's just mysterious, mystical areas. But then that becomes background to the main melody, which is played on a single acoustic guitar. And that is fascinating to me, because there's only, I mean, if you've watched my theories, you've watched my videos, there's only one character who is strongly associated with the acoustic guitar, and also is likely associated with the underground, the dark fountains, etc. And that is Death's Holiday. So, yeah. It feels very much like the leitmotif we're introduced to is the theme of Des and the story of her tragic tale. You might think there's another song we'll be listening to shortly, which is also clearly associated with Des, but I would argue that that theme is more like a Des skin on a Noelle theme. And we'll get to that in a minute. But for now, how do I feel about Fountain Unused? I definitely don't think it's the Holy level that we got here. And the fact that it's not in the game and also it feels like it's regarding a character that we haven't met yet, means that I would drop it down to being... I have similar opinions about it as I do to Another Hymn. It does feel weird to put a song that got cut near the top of B tier. But it does kind of give me that vibe. Another Hymn has more lore just because of the title, whereas this song is just called Fountain Unused. So I would put it above Powers Combined, but below Rude Buster. Yeah, that's about where I would put it. I think it's good. I think it's very good and very interesting. But obviously it being unused and it being of a character we don't know yet does kind of impede my ability to rank it super high. But I do still think it's very good and very interesting. Next is the game main theme piano sketch. This is a track that was also cut, and it was developed. It's pretty early. It's a pretty early composition apparently, but it was developed to be back when Toby was planning to have an animated intro to Deltarune. This track would have played over it, and it would have, it would have been interesting. Here are his exact words on it. The arrangement is really early, but I created this thinking of an animated intro for the game similar to Wild Arms. I still see it in my head when I listen to the song. The best part would have been at the end when everyone is running up the staircase as the silhouettes of the bosses from all the chapters show up, and the knight standing in a white door at the top of the stairs turns around and looks down at them. So people who theorize that there's multiple nights, this is a bit of a boo-boo for that theory. But of course, obviously, if that was a plot twist, Toby would not reveal that here. But still, I don't think there's multiple nights. Unrelated theory crafting. But it is a shame that we never got this animated intro, because that sounds epic. The only downside, of course, and I think the reason that he ultimately chose not to do it, was probably because, well, spoilers, really. Seeing the silhouettes of all the bosses and seeing the silhouette of the knight feels like it would have given away way too much. Like, I feel like I've already figured out a lot of this game using just what we've been given. Being given an intro that showcases foreshadowing of the entire game intentionally, like, that feels like it would be too much. I feel like we'd have figured out the entire plot of the game in seconds. Or not seconds, but, pretty quick. So I do agree that, like, that does feel like something that wouldn't be appropriate for lore reasons. That said, when the game is complete, I would love for this theme, for, like, the fans to do their own animated intro of, like, to accompany this track. I think that would be pretty cool. And I think Toby would like that as well. Just an idea. But as for what I actually think of the song, let me listen to it one more time. I will say I like it. I do think it works well, but it also feels a bit rough around the edges. It doesn't quite have, like, I like the structure. I like the ideas there, but it doesn't quite have that anime-esque intro fun that I think he's going for. I think it's a bit scuffed. And to be fair, it's supposedly like a sketch. Like, this is a very early draft that was abandoned. So clearly not going to be a finished product, but it shows. So it's good. It's definitely like a B tier. I'm not sure where I'd put it. I'd probably put it like around beginning somewhere. Beginning or friendship. I'd put it right below friendship. I think that's where I would put it. Because it's in a similar genre where it's like heavily using the main theme, but it's going for a very specific kind of genre. Like, it's that intro anime, kind of thing. And it sounds awesome. I love it. Don't get me wrong. But I do think it needs a bit more work to work perfectly, to get to a final draft. And my enjoyment of it is hindered by it being cut and by it not having the animated intro that it clearly is designed for. So obviously all these things are going to impede me from putting it too high on the list, but I do think it deserves to be like around this area. It's a cool track. I like it. So yeah, right below friendship. Let me find the next track. Oh geez. All right, next is a Berdly rejected theme. And it's literally called Berdly Rejected Concept. It's 20 seconds long, and God, is it awful. It has this, like, aristocratic main theme playing. But then it also has these ear-piercing birds squawking over the entire thing. It's actually, like, the worst thing in the game. It's like bottom of D tier, maybe F tier. There's not even F tier on this tier list, but it's bottom of D tier for sure. Right after, like, lower than When I Get Mad, I Dance Like This. It's that bad. Oh my god. Terrible. Of course Berdly would be given the worst thing musically that Toby Fox has ever made. Oh my god. Next is an alternate version of Lost Girl, which Toby shared on Twitter in 2019, which is kind of crazy. I think that means he actually uploaded it after Chapter 1, but before Chapter 2. So that's a little wacky, ain't it? It's kind of a spoiler, Mr. Fox. But no, it's a very interesting remix. There's choices in there and, like, points in the song that feel both more emotional and more, almost feel like they're referencing some other character's theme, maybe. I'm not sure on that one, but it almost feels like it. And Toby even mentions in this tweet that he says it's Noelle's theme, Lost Girl, but he actually plans to use it in a variety of situations. So that's interesting, because the tone of the song and the theme of the song, Lost Girl, it has a very specific kind of, like, you're lost in life, you don't know where you're going or what you should be doing. It's very melancholy. And the idea that he would want to use that song multiple times for different characters is fascinating. It kind of just paints a broader picture of the melancholy that is kind of pervading. Pervading? Is that a word? I don't think that's a word. Nope, it is a word. Hot dog, I'm a genius. Pervading the entire hometown. So that's interesting. Do I like it better than regular Lost Girl? I don't know. It feels a little strange. There's something about it that's just a little bit off. I don't know how to express that. It doesn't hit me in the same way. I feels like it's a bit more complicated, but not in but because I don't know how it's progressing, how it's meant to be progressing the theme, it doesn't feel like it's progressing the theme in an interesting way. So because of that, the complications to it don't add to it. At least not in my head or in my heart. So I like it. I don't think I like it as much as I like Lost Girl. I think there's a beautiful simplicity to Lost Girl that gets lost in the other Lost Girl. So yeah, I'd put alternate Lost Girl just right below alt, or right before below the regular Lost Girl, because they're very similar. But it's just sort of an interesting evolution that doesn't quite live up to the original, in my opinion. Which is probably why it didn't end up getting used. Or at least hasn't been used yet. Once I know the context, I might like it more. And once it gets a few revisions, I might like it more. We'll see. Obviously, we can't know until we have the full context. So I'd put, alt Lost Girl goes below Lost Girl, but above Smart Race. All right. Next, we're moving on to the status update songs that Toby shared with us. And this includes the first one, which is Hometown Day, which has the quote, "After the dark night, the sun shines brightly." So that kind of implies that, we're dealing with a track that will play in the hometown after you have finished some Dark World shenanigans that you got up to in the morning and the late night, aka Chapter 3. So, what are my thoughts on this song? Well, what's interesting about this track is that even though it's a hometown song, and so you'd associate with, it's an evolution of something like A Town Called Hometown. It actually feels, it has this high energy, kind of big band vibe to it that makes it feel more like Beginning, really. It also makes me not like it as much. It's a bit too high energy for a relaxing hometown theme, in my opinion. And it definitely has that kind of fake energy, like that artificiality that Beginning has. So it's interesting. I'm not sure where I would want something like this. Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely prefer the, first minute or so of this song, because it feels more like A Town Called Hometown, whereas the second minute or so feels more like Beginning. And it's worth noting that this is a preview, and Toby Fox has been known to, do second or third takes on tracks after, like, he'll show a preview and then he'll substantially or at least partially alter a song before letting it out. So this isn't necessarily the final product that we'll get in Chapter 3. But as for how I feel about it, it's a bit much. I'd put it like right below Friendship as well. I think I already put something below Friendship. I don't remember what I put below Friendship because I have to put it in edit. Well, whatever I put below Friendship, I'll put this song either above or below whatever it was. You'll see it on screen right now. But point is, I think it's a good track. It's not necessarily my favorite rendition of this concept that Toby Fox has done. Next, the second song to appear. Oh boy. This one is called My Funky Town. And it's the quote that comes with it is, "This once empty town is beginning to feel like a city." Wow. Okay, so I'm gonna listen to this real quick. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by freaking Task Manager's new outfit. It's a very nice outfit. I quite like it. Literally anyone could wear that outfit and they would look amazing. Getting distracted as usual. All right, let me listen to this track. Yeah, My Funky Town. I adored this song when it was first revealed to us. And while I have, like, after doing this analysis, I do think that I've calmed down a bit on it. It is still a pretty great song. I would say it's better than Empty Town, for sure. Is it better than My Castle Town? The thing is, they are drastically different renditions. My Castle Town feels really beautiful and mysterious, and like it has a lot of like. Let me listen to it again just to make sure I make this comparison correctly. Yeah, no, My Castle Town has too much like beautiful melancholy and like Majora's Mask-esque fascinating vibes for me to prefer My Funky Town. My Funky Town is fun. It is funky. It is jazzy. I do like it. And I will say it's definitely better than Empty Town. But I don't think it captures the magic of My Castle Town. Yeah, it's a bit of a genre shift, but it's not a bad one. It's quite good. I just don't think it quite clicks as well. Let me listen to My Funky Town one more time and I'll decide where to put it. Yeah, I do quite like My Funky Town as well. As for where I'd put it, I would put My Funky Town above A Cyber's World and below A Town Called Hometown. The lack of new storytelling does impede me in wanting to rank it higher. It doesn't quite have the storytelling magic that My Castle Town or any of these have in A tier. It's just a fun, funky reimagining of a track, and that's cool. But storytelling is important to me, so I think it's a B+ tier track. It's very fun, very cool, very jazzy, but not quite reaching that upper echelon of narrative giants. So yeah, right here. Next up is Green Room. This is the quote that comes with this is, "Relax and enjoy a world of cutting-edge entertainment." Of course, referencing to the TV world that we're likely going to be exploring in Chapter 3. All right, let me give this a listen and I'll tell you how I feel about it. Yeah, Green Room is a slight reimagining of the hip shop theme. I don't know if I necessarily like it more. It's a bit too similar for me to have a strong opinion one way or the other. So, yeah, it's fine. It's good. It's kind of just hip shop again. I'll put it right below Hip Shop, like above Welcome to the City Alternate and below Hip Shop itself. It's good. It just doesn't change enough for me to have a new opinion on it. And I do believe... Oh, that's almost everything. We've got a tiny bit more to cover. Give me one moment. So, the Spamton sweepstakes introduced a lot of music, actually, but I won't be covering most of it, as most of the music they introduced in the sweepstakes was very minor remixes of existing songs, and the differences between them and the original songs is not sufficiently large for me to really consider it worth my time to give my thoughts on them. There's only one notable exception, and that... Well, let me rephrase this. Yeah, there's only one notable exception, and that is findher.ogg, aka Dess's theme. It's not really accurate to say this is Dess's theme. It's the Lost Girl theme. And it's just being given a somewhat simplified acoustic guitar cover. And in that sense, it's not really any more interesting than the original Lost Girl. But it is narratively very interesting. Because, and I think I might have hinted at this earlier, the fact of the matter is, I don't think we've actually encountered Dess's theme yet. Or, if we have, I don't think it's in Lost Girl. Or the guitar in Lost Girl or Find Her. I think both of those are tied to Noelle. They're about Noelle's search for Dess. But I think Find Her is a Dess-inspired, it's a Dess skin on a Noelle song. It is a Dess-style cover of a Noelle melody. So I don't... And the reason I even bother clarifying all that is because I actually do think that the alternate, fountain theme that we covered earlier actually contains the Dess theme. Or the Dess motif. Leitmotif. That's just a small theory of mine, but I think it would make sense given what we know. Especially considering Toby Fox specifically mentioned that theme, the unused fountain theme, introduced a leitmotif that he then replaced. And as far as I can tell, the leitmotif in the unused fountain theme has not been used anywhere else. So I'm inclined to think that was hinting at Dess. So it's interesting. And it's almost not even worth covering the Find Her. It's not substantially more interesting than The Lost Girl, but it's so tied up with Dess and her story and that I felt like it would be inappropriate to leave it out of a list like this. Where do I rate it? I'd put it right next to Lost Girl. I do not think that it is substantially different to really warrant a lot of thought. It is a different cover. It's using a different instrument, which is cool. I like the acoustic guitar, but it takes away some of the complexities and nuances of the Lost Girl theme. So I would generally consider it a slightly inferior cover to the original, but I wouldn't say it's substantially lower. I'd put it right between Smart Race and Lost Girl. This is where Find Her goes. So, yes, I do believe that is all of the tracks I wanted to cover in this video. I'm going to double check my Twitter, see if my viewers recommended any extra songs that I might have missed. But I think that might be it. Alright, we got a couple kind of memey additions that were brought to my attention on my Twitter. I'm going to rapid fire these because they're not super interesting. First is the Dogcheck theme, which is an unused track in Deltarune, Chapter 1. I mean, it's in both, but it's originally in Chapter 1. It's just a track that is unused. It's used for if your save file gets messed up or something. It's actually a pretty cute track. It's very pretty. It starts off with a melody of... it's like got a kind of sleepy time start, and then when the melody kicks in, it starts off with the the dog theme, the annoying dog theme, but that theme itself transitions into the main Don't Forget Deltarune theme, which is actually pretty cute. It's very suitable. It's it's a very pretty, simple, unused song. I'd put it probably somewhere around like Faint Glow or Faint Courage. I'd like put it above Checker Dance, but below Faint Courage. It's a cute little song. Then Chapter 2 introduced a new track for the Dogcheck, and it's called Alarm _ title screen. And it's a D tier. It's obnoxious and annoying and loud and short. I don't know. Now that we're in the editing stage, I don't know exactly how many tracks we have left in D tier. So it probably goes pretty low. It's probably like near the bottom here. Like it's either last place or close to last place. It's not good. Then let's see. Next is another Dogcheck room that was added on during the sweepstakes. It's just the dog sleeping, and there's like this lullaby song playing. It's fine. I have no strong opinions of it. I don't recognize any leitmotifs in it. It doesn't make me feel anything. I'd put it like maybe right above Holiday Studio, perhaps. Yeah, right around here. It's fine. Nothing much to say on it. Yeah, it's fine. Apparently the song is called results.ogg because it's used as it's like the 404 error page on the Deltarune website, effectively. So yeah, not much to say on that. There's also the version where the dog shakes maracas, but it's not even really a song. It's just like an audio clip that's looped endlessly. It's not really a song, so I'm not going to rank it. There's also the extended version of KEYGEN, which we have here. I listened to the whole thing, and I cannot say that it improved with length. My feelings for it are exactly the same as regular KEYGEN, so I'm not going to add that to the tier list either. Yep. I think that's just about it in terms of songs. All right. Yeah, those are my thoughts on the entire Deltarune OST plus some, complete with my overly detailed analysis of what they might represent thematically and narratively, in addition to my terrible opinions, theory crafting, and all-around poor audio quality. Thank you for watching. I did have a lot of fun with this, and I hope you guys enjoyed it too. I do think there's some interesting discussions that happened in this analysis, so I hope that you guys agree. Now I need to thank my patrons, and I'm going to try and do it without using my script. This can only go well. A big shout out to all of my patrons for their very generous support. Your contributions really do make a huge difference in my life, and there are absolutely months where like I will pay all my bills and have nothing left over, and not even for like food. So it's on months like those that your support actually comes super in clutch. So thank you very much. A special thanks goes out to a Switch Dog, E-Roll, Hannah Brown, and Suit Number 1 for their Noelle tier donations. And then a very special shout out goes to AR Animates and Super CKX7 for very, very generously contributing on the Rouxls tier. You are both awesome. Thank you very much. And that is actually it for the special thanks this month. We've had a bit of an exodus this time around, so in terms of the highest tiers, but that's fine. Honestly, I never expected anyone to even use the higher tiers, so the fact that I had them even for a few months is overwhelmingly amazing, and I will never forget the incredible generosity of people like Captain APAC and the Switch Dog and anyone else who's managed to do that even for a single month. It's ridiculous. And of course, even, I'm a fan. I'm very appreciative of all the donations, even the ones from the $1 tier. It's like some of y'all have been with me from the very beginning and have switched back and forth between using lower tiers and upper tiers and so on and so forth. And every single penny is a huge blessing. When you live on as strict a budget as I do, even a couple dollars can go a long way. So thank you very much. Y'all are absolute saints. God bless every single one of you. And with that, we've reached the end of this video. Like if you enjoyed the content, like if you enjoyed the video, comment if you got something to say, subscribe if you want to see more, and as always, have a fantastic day.